Let's see here. Oh, I think we're live. All right, cool. Let me just make sure our audio is good. Hello, NPC. How's it going, Tomer Bar? Promax, how's it going? Welcome, Promax. I see you're live, but no image yet. Am I first? I think we have a lot of people in the chat currently, including Yag. How's it going, Yag? Anons, welcome. CZL Slowy. I'm gonna be butchering a lot of names today. Welcome, everybody. Oh, maybe I should change to my main cam here. Welcome, everybody. Who else is here? Anat W73. A lot of first-time chatters too. RPWTF. Fumi Zero. Booyah Grandma, how's it going? Welcome. There are a lot of familiar faces around these parts too. People I've seen on my channel sometimes. Welcome, everybody. Renamed them for push-ups today. We'll see. How's it going, Lion Master? Welcome, everybody. This is gonna be a crazy stream, but I'm excited for it. I'll keep my shades up for now. We're not cool yet. Very impractical. How's it going? Not as excited as I am. Yeah. We're excited too. Hell yeah. So I'm gonna be doing a lot of things today. Well, okay. So we have a bunch planned today. So I'm gonna be doing the good luck. Maybe I'll return later. All right. Sounds good, Tomer. Have a good rest of your day. How do you? Wow, you have a twin. I know a guy who looks similar to you, but he's an NPC. Yeah. Some people might mistake me for practical NPC, but there's no association with that guy. You might think I'm the creator of Memory, but yeah, it's a totally different streamer who dresses up and wears shades on stream, and wears bow ties with dog shapes on them. I have that thing pinging me. Liar, he's practical NPC. How's it going, Yag? Captain Fubar. It seems like there's definitely a lot more familiar faces than unfamiliar faces. It's actually kind of comforting. But welcome, everybody. All right, so what's the plan for today? Should we wait while people are still coming in? Let me see. I'm used to having OBS integrate into my chat, so I'm like, what is going on here? Let me see. Is there any reason for anything? Is there a specific reason? Well, I think specifically, I mean, the Godot Foundation, or Nat, their CM is they wanted to invite a bunch of streamers, or start inviting streamers to stream on the channel. It's like a cool opportunity. One, for streamers to expose themselves, and two, to like, you know, make the stream a little bit more interesting. So it's kind of like a win-win sort of thing. So yeah. Can you activate the cool NPC mode? Is it easy just to activate it? Can we just activate it out of nowhere? Yo, Primaset, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Here, let me just make sure. I want to bring up the Godot official channel on my browser. So many first-time chats. Yeah, welcome, everybody. This is exciting. All right. But yeah, again, welcome, everybody. My name is Practical NPC, and I'll be streaming on the official Godot channel today. It seems you are flying in space. Any special destination? We're going to Cool Town, aka Godot.exe. Oh, and we have we have our follows. Here, let me bring up my display here. There we go. Maybe we should bring that browser to all my other You know what? I can throw it on top of my overlay. Here, quickly main overlay. Just gonna throw this in here. And we should be good. Let me just make sure. If I go back to my overlay, yeah, we're good. So we should see the follow every time now. Whoa, Obsidian. Yeah, we are Obsidian users. How's it going, Emmy? Welcome. All right. So what's the plan for today? Port Ponky, welcome. Welcome everybody. All right, so we're kind of winging it. We're gonna have a lot of fun today, I think. So currently I'm participating in Captain Coder's Mechanically Challenged event, which basically, I'll bring that up for just a second. It's this cool challenge if anyone's... I actually saw a Reddit post on the Godot channel recently where someone was asking if there's like monthly challenges or if people were interested in monthly challenges to like encourage like learning new things within Godot. And I actually posted this, like I saw, like it reminded me of Mechanically Challenged, an event that I was participating in already. And yeah, I suggested this, so like anyone's welcome. It's open to all engines, but I think we're gonna get a huge number of people from the Godot community working on this. And so basically, this is relatively new. This is by Captain Coder. It's like a he's an educator, and he's pretty popular among in the software and game development category. But yeah, this is one of his challenges, and today's challenge, or this month's challenge, is trying to handle like slopes and loops, and I thought this would be a cool thing to stream on the Godot channel. The last one they did was just dropping through platforms, which I think is, I mean, yeah, if you're just getting into game dev, it might be a challenging mechanic to work on, but this one is especially challenging. We spent like maybe 2 to 3 hours trying to figure out. I mean, the nice thing about it was that one-way platforms, yeah, though this was the yesterday's one. You can find the link on the Nightbot just posted it. And if I miss any messages, just ping me, just at practical, and I'll probably be able to see it. But yeah, how's it going, everybody? I want to make sure I didn't miss any messages. Hello, Godoters and chat. How's it going, Feldy? Why does a cool stream start when I'm supposed to proofread a blog post? Oh, dang, Akian. Test ping, there are the pings. So yeah, I do hear the pings. You guys might hear it too. Hello, Mr. Godot. Yes, it is me. It is me, Mr. Godot. This is how you get it. Don't abuse it though. Yeah, I mean, the only reason we hear that ping is because I have it on here. If it becomes too much, I can mute it. I can mute the tabs. But preferably I would like to not mute it, but eventually maybe we will have to. I do see it in red too, so actually maybe that's honestly enough. So I could technically mute it. Can't hang around. I just wanted to swing by. Hope everybody is having a lovely stream. Great to see you here, Practical. Thank you, Valiant Cheese. I hope you have a good day. Where's the Godot guy from the Twitter gif? Maybe you'll see him later. Maybe he'll stop by. Good to see you. Yeah, we're gonna turn off the. We are going to mute. We're gonna mute the pings, but I'll still be able to see the red chat. So we're all good here. All right. How long do we want to have these introductions for? We can do this all day. You know what? We'll showcase a little bit of our overlay. Oh, speaking of, this overlay that you see currently is made in Godot. I have turned off a few of its features for the stream today. But a 3-hour intro, yeah. Well, just like that's basically like an average YouTube video at this point, right? You have the 3-hour intro, and then we have the 2-minute content that you're looking for. That's how it is. That's how it is nowadays. Welcome to the 21st century. But yeah, this overlay is actually made in Godot, and I was thinking of exploring that too if you guys are into streaming. But here, I'll show you guys that we can start our timer here. And you can see this is done via my Stream Deck too. So you can see on the top right, I do pomodoros on my stream, so we do like 20-minute outro. Yeah, exactly. Plus mid. We have our timer on the top, and like we do pomodoro timers on my stream. And so yeah, we can like have focus sessions, break sessions. So after this 5 minute, we'll call it here. We'll have our our break, and then we'll start. But yeah, this is really exciting. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me. This is like an awesome opportunity. What's a pomodoro? So I think a pomodoro means tomato in Italian. And it originates from this person who used to use a tomato timer, or like like those kitchen timers, and their kitchen timer looked like a tomato. And what they would do is they would use their timer like to focus for 45 minutes or something like that. And then after the 45 minutes, they would take like a 5-minute break, or maybe it's like an hour and then 5 minutes. We do 45 and 5. So I have a timer that does 5 minutes, and then I have a timer that does 45 minutes. Usually, it's connected to my stream deck and my channel, so it'll say like, "Hey, we're starting a focus session. Hey, we're starting a break session." But today we're just gonna we'll just have to point at that timer, and then the total sessions is just how many increments of 45 minutes we've done. Just to keep track of it for fun. But yeah, this is really exciting. Here, let's look at our main scene now. We can see what we're gonna do today. Here, I'll pop this out so you guys don't have to see. I also have a whole list. If you're new to stream, and you want to find I will say I love the software and game development community. There are a lot of Godot streamers out there, so if if you like me, or you want to see some other streamers, this is a whole list. There are definitely more streamers, and I apologize if I didn't include you in the list. We kind of rushed this on stream. But yeah, we do have a list. These are a bunch of developers. Maybe I'll give them a shout out throughout the stream. But yeah, these are the ones, I guess, within my inner circle, I guess we could say. At least someone will appreciate your typos. We all appreciate your typos. Lion Master. Move your face for a moment here. So we got Bad Cop Sekiras. You guys might know Sekiras on Twitter. There's usually I believe there's a U that replaces the underscore. They're working on Sealed by it right now. Practical NPC. I don't know who this guy is, but probably some random streamer. Grumble of Pugs, another amazing dev. We're working. We constantly joke around about like stealing each other's ideas. But yeah, Wallaber recently got into Godot from Unity, but they're working on something called Parking Garage Rally Circuit, and we're actually going to be playing this game pretty soon on Saturday the 25th. Aaron, another awesome streamer working on This Is Bear. Jitsbo, you guys might know Jitsbo is working on Kook, another awesome 3D game. Jellycar, yes, that's the Jellycar dev. But they're currently working on this one. It's looking really good. You guys might know Jotson. Jotson made he worked on they worked on Gravity Ace, and they also worked on Dome Keeper. If you guys know Dome Keeper, they're a streamer. Saltoons is working currently on Faceplant. And then other awesome streamers include Beegs, Panda. Wait, we were joking yesterday. This is supposed to be Panda Coder. Solar Labyrinth, Justin Helps, aka Primer. If you guys know Primer on YouTube, they recently switched to Godot as well. Tom Millman, who is I think making their overlay in Godot, and then Pixis, an awesome developer as well. They're working on some awesome integration with like fighting game support. I can't. I'm not doing it justice, but they're working on a really cool open source project as well, or some project that they have available for people. But yeah. Oh yeah, I did forget to add Foolbox. Foolbox working on Block Shop. Yeah, I do apologize if I missed people. We wrote this, I believe, at the end of the stream. Block Shop. How about me? I'm making a game, but I'm I'm not a streamer, so I mean, this says Godot streamers, and then games made in Godot by streamers. You are definitely one of those people who make games in Godot, Lion Master. Make a new section. If I made a new section, we would have to include everybody, literally, probably like half the people on this channel currently. Nerdy Nerds, Cat Cafe. Okay, we'll include that, and then we're gonna call it there because we can go. I think we can go all day with the shadow. Maybe we can update this list at some point. Oh, and Jackie Codes, but oh yeah, of course Jackie. Why? Okay, Jack. Okay, I was just gonna say that's it, but Jackie Codes, of course. What the hell? How did I forget Jackie Codes? All right. How'd you forget Jackie? Jackie took my title. Jackie stole my title of push-up master. And so now I'm upset. And I hold a grudge. I hold a grudge against Jackie Codes. All right. So, let's create a new to-do because well, it is a new day. The list will keep growing, yeah. And there are other streamers, I forgot. Like, I know Styx Color is another streamer. We can go through the list at some point. So, what's today? 5/13/2024. By the way, I live on the East Coast of the United States. I'm using Obsidian. Yes, I am using Obsidian. Mr. Elliptic, yes. Mr. Elliptic is another awesome streamer. They stream almost every day. Practical doing a live stream. Okay, so that was yesterday. There were a lot of things that we did yesterday. Overlay dev, and I still need to explore this. All right, so I guess introductions was our first. So many Godot streamers, and yeah, it keeps growing too. So we're gonna do introductions. We're gonna be doing mechanically challenged today. Mechanically challenged. And I'll show off a little bit of memory if you guys want. I can show you what I do, just so you guys know I'm not just some random... not that it matters, but I do have some projects under my belt that I can show off in case you guys are wondering what I do. Show off memory a bit. We can do some Q&As. I've been using Godot for about... I started 4 years ago. I started working on memory about 3.5 years ago. So fun story. I wanted for memory to be like a 2-week project, and then it started like, and then it became a 3.5 year project. But we did hit. You can see my announcement. Yes, on the bottom it says we hit 16K on Kickstarter. So like, I mean, it's a decent project. It gets demolished on the Godot subreddit sometimes as a clone. Oh. Our shader from here, wait, maybe we don't do that. Here, wait, let me turn that off then. And we'll turn this off. So we'll just have, honestly, we're probably always gonna have our main display showing anyway. But yeah. Just imagine 6 years ago, only 1 or 2. Yeah. I wasn't there for the 6 years ago part, but yeah, it's definitely been growing. I started streaming maybe like 1.5 years ago. And there were like maybe like 5 streamers that I knew, but I also wasn't too deep into the community. Now I feel like it definitely feels almost like a without being too corny, it does feel like almost like a family, or like, you know, just very close knit. It's kind of nice. I'm glad I found this community. And of course the Godot community, combined with the awesome community of Godot and software and game dev, sprouts a beautiful flower. All right, so we can do Q&As. What else? I can show you guys overlay dev. Although on stream, this is a never-ending rabbit hole, I'll say. It's a running joke. I feel like 90% of streamers on software and game dev work on their overlay on stream. And I recently have become one of those developers. Literally like 2 days ago, we started working on our overlay. But fun fact, it's made in Godot, so that's why we can showcase it. This right now is made in Godot. So it's pretty awesome. I can show you guys, again, this is connected to my Stream Deck too, and the stream, but usually I don't have it, yeah, we don't have it connected currently for this stream, but maybe someday it would be relatively easy to connect it, but I haven't done that just yet. Maybe if we return for another stream at some point, maybe we can like implement some more features. Literally making a chatbot with Godot, so can confirm. Yeah, RPWTF. Yes. I mean, it's awesome. It works really well. I think a lot of people, even like people who are familiar with other engines, usually are going to Godot for their overlay devs, for their Twitch overlays. It's just very easily implementable. And there's also like a lot of open source, like a lot of projects being released to support it. Like right now, I'm using Kenny Dev's. I wish I had a list of another developer. See, another developer we could have included was Kenny Dev, and Kenny is working on. Let me see if I could find it. It's on my channel here. We can talk all day about other developers, and we can ignore me. Oh my goodness, long live Chow. Here, can we ban long live Chow? That is a bot. That is a funny thing currently happening on Twitch where they are everywhere. All right. So no, how's it going, Cyberpunk? Welcome to the chat. Literally Twitch game in the name, yeah. And you can see it's 84. It's the 84th iteration, bro. It's funny. What was I gonna show? I was gonna show Canny Dev's project, because if you are interested in integrating Twitch into your overlay or into your whatever you're trying to make in Godot, you can, and that is, if I can find it, Twitcher. It's called Twitcher. It's an alternative to, maybe you guys have heard of Gift. Gift is another one, another software, but I've been using Twitcher made by Canny Dev, and they're currently a streamer. So if anyone's interested in that, you can check that out there. It's an awesome project. They've been working on it endlessly. I mean, they've put a lot of effort into it, and I like the project. Also, thank you for the follow on my main channel. I really greatly appreciate it. All right, so let's close everything. I'll leave this open for now. So we're gonna look at overlay dev. We're gonna do some Q&As if anyone has any questions. We're gonna look at mechanically challenged. So for those of you who don't know, I work on a game called Memory, and I'll show the game just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you can see it on the bottom right. I don't want to talk about it too much, but this is my project here. I'll just show the screenshots. It's a platformer heavily inspired by Celeste. Honestly, these screenshots are relatively old. Maybe I can open up the project and show you guys a little bit about the development at some point. But yeah, we'll look into that. So that's introductions. Boom. We're already halfway through. Whoa, cool game. Thanks, Yag. Thanks, Yag. Really appreciate it. Never heard of you before. What do you do? Also, Yag is another. I'm like, Yag is another Godot streamer, along with Aeroaxe, along with Falanier. Like, there's so many names we can say. Also, Kenny Dev, we were just mentioning your project. How's it going, Kenny? Yeah, the Twitcher add-on. Wishlisted it as well. Thank you, Camilos. It's a Celeste clone? How dare you, Lion Master? How dare you? All right, mechanically challenged. So this is what we're gonna be working on today. I already technically did some stuff off stream, or actually no, before. Thank you for the follow, Doc. Really appreciate it. And you can see I have my little, that's related to my stream. Good luck, Peanut Lurk, back to regular work. All right, sounds good, Kenny. All right, so we're gonna open up Godot 4. So actually, oh, I might have just broken my overlay. We'll see. We might have just broken it. It's okay. Oh no, we're good. The timer seems to be fine. All right, let's start an actual 45-minute session now. Hopefully it's not broken. It is broken. The signal, so again, it's connected to my Stream Deck, and if we open more than one instance of the project, everything breaks. So we'll just bring that back up. Woo! Everything is broken. All right. So I'll show you guys a little bit of what we're going to tackle. Honestly, we could definitely clean this up a bit, and maybe we will. Maybe we'll just start a new project in here. I'll show you what we did so far. I wanted to sort of like wing it, and maybe we can figure things out on stream together. Although I feel like with so many Godot enthusiasts, everyone's going to have something to say. It would be like, oh, maybe you should do it this way, which is fine. But we'll try to implement it one way. I did want to explore using like maybe strictly only the kinematic bodies, or maybe we can, I wanted to showcase that there are like so many solutions within Godot for, you know, I mean, even within programming, but within just the classes of Godot, like the kinematic bodies or the rigid bodies, or maybe just making our own like sort of physics, we could also mess with that too. Currently we're using Raycast to make a, what was the challenge? To make a Sonic clone, or make some sort of physics, but I heard nodes are the way to go. Don't get entangled. Nodes are everything, yeah. What Godot version? The overlay covers the version number. Oh, this is 4.2.1 stable and mono. Although I don't use C#, this is all going to be GDScript. All hail nodes, Lex Pertha. All right, so I'll show you guys what we did. This was done on stream yesterday, and we were just messing around. It's not perfect, but here we have our famous Godot icon, and maybe we'll zoom in on the player a little bit because it's a little far at the moment. Here, let's do 4 and 4. And right now you can see we have 2 raycasts. We have the ability to like currently we're just sliding off everything, but we're gonna be messing up with more things pretty soon. It's pretty jank at the moment, but we'll have to introduce some like more states. There are currently no states written in this. We just have the quote-unquote physics running, where we'll stick on and then sometimes we'll slide depending on the movement. But this is our quote-unquote Sonic clone. We can mess with it more though. All right. So let's get started. How does the Pomodoro on your stream work? Blah, blah. Do you get notifications? Usually there is a certain sound, and actually we'll start that one right now. Oh no, every time I restart my stream, I get a reward. Let me fix that real quick. Twitch.tv/practical. All right, and you can see actually if we go into my channel, that you can see that we're taking breaks. Usually it's connected to my chat here, so we're starting a 5-minute chill break. We're starting a focus session, etc., etc. But yeah, we're deep into the focus session. Only work, no play. Except when people ask questions and stuff, we'll definitely answer that. But yeah, it's more of a formality. We still mess around on stream, even despite our timer. We still have fun around these parts. All right, Valiant Cheese, enjoy your day. I'll see you around. Alrighty. Give me 1 second. Okay. So what are we going to do? In the mechanically challenged, this is sort of what we decided to do. Should we create a new script and just write everything from scratch? That way, like, everything could be, honestly, let me see. Forward direction, colliding. I'm trying to think if we want to just expand on this. Or do we want to try a completely different approach? Because Because yeah, right now we're doing environment velocity and then also movement velocity. And that this also, I'm not sure if we wanted to keep this too. Oh, can you make a chat poll? Yeah, what kind of chat poll do you want, Lex Bertha? A new, like a starting over? Honestly, I think we will, but what sort of chat poll were you thinking? Or Lex Bertha, let me know if I'm butchering your name. Resources or nodes? Oh, for the resources or node versus nodes? I think nodes, I prefer nodes over resources. If you're talking about like what, like throwing data or like resource, Lex is fine. All right, sounds good. Like, oh, I see. There was a conversation on. Was there a conversation on resources? The Holdy resources. Resources don't need to be freed. Puff Daddy J, welcome. All right, let's do this. We'll do a new scene here, and we'll make a new player real quick in case some of you are new to Godot and want to figure out. Current approach is character body based, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's character body based. All the quote unquote physics is relatively interesting, and honestly, I don't think we came up with the best approach. So maybe we'll see what people think in the chat. So I'll showcase what I did here. It's definitely not the maybe the most direct approach, I don't think. And so, okay, let's go back into here. So what we're currently working on is exclamation MC, which is the mechanically challenged. We're not going to be working on the looping aspect of Sonic, like, you know, like going in a loop this way, but we'll work on, I guess, the ability to go in a loop, just not the one-way direction collisions. If we have more time, maybe we will explore that part, but these are made with tiles. It's a little bit easier for them to do it here. Because we're going to be working on, like, we're just gonna make like a polygon collision shape or something like that. Yeah, obviously we can't really do that, but we'll see how it goes. So we're gonna be working on having our player connect, and I mean, this is relatively easy with kinematic bodies. We just have it snap to the floor or snap to the surface that it's on. And then yeah, so this is relatively easy to do. Once we get into the curves, that's going to be the more interesting part. And yeah, let's get started. Maybe I should have kept that open. And so what we did in our game, if I run it again, I'll show you guys. So we have two raycasts. We have one on the ground and one on the right. This raycast, I think, is more of a formality. Like it actually, we're just using it to showcase our direction. So you can see we're moving left or we're moving right. Right now there's no, it's very floaty, you can see. So I'll start pressing the right, but you'll see that we start moving to the left after we start slowing down. And this is obviously on a flat surface. I missed a lot. Can we start again from scratch? We haven't even started CX, so don't you worry. This is what I did off stream yesterday, and we're probably just gonna restart everything, although we'll probably reference what we did here just a little bit, maybe create some states for the player, so that everything could be a little bit more neat, or we go all crazy mode. How's it going, Puff Daddy? Welcome. Let me make sure I didn't forget anything or miss any messages here. Tried explaining to Unity Dev what a character body is, and he was like, oh, why would you use that and not a rigid body? I think Unity and like they have this. I think everyone just has different terminologies for it. So like, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, obviously vocabulary is going to change between engines, right? Like for me, for instance, I use a lot of Godot 3 because my project is like hella old. But yeah, like character bodies are now called kinematic bodies, or no, kinematic bodies are now called character bodies, and yeah, I mean it's just vocabulary changes. But yeah, usually I use kinematic bodies in my game. You could definitely make some interesting things with a kinematic, sorry, a rigid body, and I kind of want to explore more things with rigid bodies, especially like physics-based games. I had a gravity-based like simulation game that I was working on a while back, and I loved the idea of working with rigid bodies, but this memory captured most of my attention at that during that time, so I couldn't focus on it. But maybe next time, maybe my next project will be focusing on that space game. All right, so what we did, in a nutshell, we basically just split up the default. So if we go into Godot, we'll start making our character body actually. How about that? And we'll just call this player 2. We'll add a collision shape. I made a circle because that's the easiest thing to work with, especially for using raycasts. So we'll make a collision shape. We'll make this not a rectangle. We'll make it a circle. And you can see here, this is our circle. Inside our circle, of course, we're going to use the Godot icon, because what is a Godot project without the Godot robot face? It's nothing. That's the answer. So we'll have our robot face in the center. maybe we'll make him spin as we're playing. So this is gonna be a game about a robot head, a blue hedgehog robot. And here, let's also add. Actually, yeah, this is fine. Well, actually, eventually we're gonna be using raycast, so I'll make another no 2D. A project without the Godot face is not a project at all. Of course, yes, agreed, 100% agreed. So raycaster. Usually I throw my raycasts into a parent node, so we'll have a raycast 2D here. iRed Dev, another game dev that I did not include in our list. iRed is another awesome developer, another awesome overlay dev, as well as master of procedural generation within Godot, amongst other things. What is the size of our circle here? What's the radius? 10 pixels. That's good for me. So we'll make this will be our ground, and we'll make it, I'm not sure, we might actually update what this is, how large this raycast is, depending on our speed. I haven't figured that part out yet, but we'll leave that there. I was trying to make it like as quote unquote as like, or open to like expanding on as possible, but I'm not even sure if this was the right approach, but it's definitely a approach, and it definitely could be expanded on and made into like some really cool mechanic later on. So here is one node, and then we're gonna have another one. This one's going to represent, we'll call this one our down raycast, or like our floor normal raycast. And then the thing is, we have a floor normal, and the thing is, also kinematic bodies already can detect what their floor normal is. It's just that maybe, is this a Sonic code? This question has been asked 2 times. That'd be funny if we actually had that much, if we had that amount of time, and we like, yeah, if Nat and I prepared, you know, like maybe 2 weeks in advance, we could have made this like really a really funny stream. Maybe next time. That is usually we have a exclamation Celeste, and and a lot of people ask if my game is a Celeste clone. That is the inside joke for those of you who don't know. Okay, so we have our down raycast, and we're gonna have a forward raycast, and we'll have this one pointing in the right direction for now. This will be, maybe we'll say this is 11 pixels. We can say 11 pixels, although maybe the forward raycast doesn't matter too much because it's going to be updating based on our velocity at some point. How's it going, Shady? Welcome. How you doing? Alrighty. Classes are down. We are officially in cool mode. Let's add a script to our player 2. Probably should put it in scene, so let's save this and throw it in here. Practical equals Godot equals Godot icon. Yes. Yes. All right. So we'll call this player 2. we'll make a new script here called player2.gd. So by default, if you are making, hey Sekaros, how's it going? Cool mode, nice try. How's it going, Sekaros? We actually shouted you out earlier. Another awesome streamer that some people might know as Sekuros, not Sek_Ross. Shidi. Better go shower. All right, peace. Have a good one. You got a cheat sheet, yes. We have all of the answers to every question within the these are actually smart glasses, yeah. It's telling me what to say. Nat is telling me what I need to say within the sides here. Just don't zoom in on the reflections, you might see the text. Polynami, welcome to the chat, by the way. Alrighty. He's actually a robot himself. That's why he knows Godot so well. Yeah. I know Godot decently. Actually, I know more Godot 3 than I know Godot 4. Just because my main project is in 3. And I'll show you some of the differences once we get to my project. Specifically the tile map. I'm actually not too familiar with the tile maps within Godot 4. They've made some significant changes, some significant updates to the Godot 4 tile maps. And you'll see the differences pretty soon once we get to it. All right, so by default, character bodies, Godot now officially adds like a quick little script, and I guess we can run this in our game. Here, we'll turn off the camera on our current one, or you know what? Let's just we'll turn it off. That way we can compare the two later on and see. Maybe we can come up with a better approach at some point. So I'll add a camera 2D to this one. We'll make this our current camera. I'll make the zoom also 4 pixels. And we'll throw it in to our game. So I'll throw our old player. We'll throw him outside. He'll fall into the abyss outside here. And we're gonna grab our player 2. Whoa! I didn't know this could happen. That's kind of cool. You learn something every day. So let's throw our player 2 in here. Oh, thank you for all the follows, by the way. Welcome to the Godot community. Guess the hint lies in the name, NPC and things. Yes, I'm a NPC of the practical variety. Where's the hey there sound? Of course there's not going to be any hey there. Actually, if you are interested, if you want to use your channel points, if you have any channel points on my channel, you can actually go onto my channel and redeem them. It's just that I won't, and they will actually be revealed on stream too. The only thing is you won't be receiving any points. So if you are new to my channel, I think maybe you get points on the follow. I'm not sure. Yo, Hiroshi, welcome. You know, I never made an announcement on my channel that we have a live stream currently happening. Although we do have an event. Let me notify all the people of the NPC community that we are currently live. Let me just do that real quick. Hey everybody, hey everyone, we're currently streaming on the Godot live, Godot, the official, we'll say on the official Godot engine official channel, and we'll just throw in a link. And there it is. All right. So someone might redeem something, but I might actually miss it. That's the only thing. Hello. Oh, yo, thank you, Arrow. How's it going? Welcome. How's it going? And Arrow is another streamer who is a familiar around the... Oh, and Epic Window, another developer, another familiar face. How's it going, Epic? How's your stream, Arrow? How goes the shenanigans? More Sonic things, huh? So yeah, well, more Sonic things, but we're currently just showcasing a little bit of the Godot engine. So here is our new player. We're actually about to throw it in. I mean, yeah, obviously this is just OG kinematic body. Not much is happening here. You can see it's actually currently activated, currently enabled, and always checking for collisions. We probably don't want that in our game. By default, I mean, this is already, this is already a game. We can ship this and call this, we can call this a game currently, right? This is a game of all the game, one game to rule them all, and this is it right here. So off the get-go, you can make a game. You can make a game yourself and release this and then make millions on Steam. The game of all games, one game to rule them all, and it's the Godot engine official. So much polish already, yes. So much juice. You see this red line? You can't get this. You can't get this anywhere else. All right, first we should also disable these raycasts so they're not constantly checking. Another thing that we're probably going to want to do is have the collision mask not on our player, because then, oh, actually, interesting, usually, it usually says exclude parent. I thought it meant excludes this parent, but it seems like it actually already worked on its own. That's interesting. Collide with bodies. That's interesting, actually. Usually I put the collision mask on 2. I remove the first one if our player is on the first one, and then we just go into our terrain. And in my static body 2 here, we put the second layer. Don't forget your game is, don't forget to link your game to a mandatory PSN account. Of course. What is a game if not, if it's not connected to a mandatory PSN account? I can't think of any successful game that doesn't have that. But yeah. When Sonic go fast, things are in motion that cannot be undone. Things are now in motion, and yes, exactly. We're probably gonna make some floaty movements. So we are gonna make a Sonic clone, but we can also get funky with it. Like we can implement basically anything we want. We're not necessarily bound to being strictly Sonic, So maybe the title is a little false because we're not gonna make a Sonic. We're gonna make something better than Sonic, or we'll try to make. I don't know if we're gonna make something better than Sonic, but we're gonna try to. We're gonna make something fun. You're a Melonian fellow. How's it going? Woo, practical takeover. Let's go. It's funny how so many people here are from just from the software and game development community. All of these names that I'm seeing currently is just everyone I know. Add portals to it. We could add portals. We could do anything. I mean, we have portals in our game. Might as well. We could just copy what we wrote originally. Could you explain the difference between collision mask and collision layer? Can I explain? I mean, I think... So I remember there was a bug, or it was a weird thing where collision layers would still collide with each other within Godot 3. I'm not entirely sure if it's the same thing in Godot 4. We can try checking it out. So like let's say we only have layer. Wait, actually, let me see something. What is our raycast here? So our collision mask on our raycasts are only on 2. So if our mask for the raycasts here, okay, so our masks are 2. If we only have our mask on our static body 2, let's see if anything happens. If a collision gets registered. Oh wait, actually, let's turn on these guys again. It's just a way for, like, you can have 2 layers on the same mask that don't collide with each other but still collide with a different layer. So yeah, it basically, okay, so you can see that we're not colliding. Our raycasts currently are on the same mask, but they're not on the same layer, so no collision is being currently detected. We go into our player, or we go into our terrain now, and we turn on layer 2. Hopefully now you can see that it's turning red. So it's kind of just like I don't know how to formulate this into words, but hopefully that makes sense in terms of visualizing it. It's like, we're in the same group and we can only collide with another group that's within the same, that has the same bit value. Yeah, the picture, I'm glad you like it, Flame. Welcome. Thank you for the follow, by the way, whoever you are. I only have the Godot chat right here, but yeah. I never ran into something like that. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I had a lot of like collision issues sometimes with Godot 3. But it seems to be perfect. Not necessarily. I'm not sure if it was with raycast. I forgot what it was for. I think it's bodies, kinematic bodies. I think they have fixed this issue in Godot 4 though, so it's not a problem anymore. And maybe they have fixed it in 3.6. I have not upgraded my project to 3.6 though. But currently we're in 4.x, and it seems like it's good. Good day, Practical. How's it going, Poostack? Welcome. First time chat. Good to see you getting some official Godot love. Yeah, we're trying to give the love back too. But yeah, so that's the difference there. And honestly, also, if anyone has any other questions, I feel free to ask. I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability. And if I can't answer them, I know there are a bunch of Godot streamers and Godot enthusiasts around these parts that can answer it for you. So yeah, we can see that works. Let's go back. Let's make sure we have our mask and layers here. We're going to go back into our layers. We're going to have this disabled. What we're going to do instead is whenever we need the raycast to check for collisions, which honestly, at this point, we're probably going to do it all the time. So we could leave it enabled, but just in case, we're not going to. In case certain states, maybe we don't want the raycast to be checked. All right. Let's get to it. All right, so we have our official movement. What we're gonna do is, for now, let's just throw this into its own function because we're gonna do a lot of other stuff. And what we're gonna do is right now the velocity. Let's just throw this in here. Alex Tamina, how's it going, man? How you been? We'll throw delta in here, and we're probably gonna move some of this stuff as well. So we're just throwing all of the placeholder code from default Godot into our movement function. What's going on here? Oh shit! Everything seemed to have copied incorrectly. Boom. Here, wait. There we go. And moving slide should go over here. All right, there we go. Gravity, we're going to throw into its own function too. And what we're going to do right now, velocity is thrown into the Godot kinematic body function. We're going to split that. We're going to split our movements into two different movements. We're going to call it var gravity. We'll call this gravity velocity, or actually we'll call it environment velocity. And we'll have a movement velocity. So environment velocity will be gravity or any other outside element that controls the player. And then we'll have like movement velocity be the player's input. Easy enough. NPC and Godot has merged into one. We have become one Godot NPC. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. We have both. Let me know if that's too overwhelming. So that's my follow overlay. But yeah, we have both the Godot overlay follows and my overlay follows. They're just both stacked on top of each other over and over. Sitting Embor, how's it going? Welcome back. I think you're possibly new. Are you new to Twitch? I haven't seen you before, but I know seen you recently. So welcome again. This is unexpected. I'm doing very good. Hell yeah, Alex. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. It's like seeing a friend in an unrelated friend birthday party. Yeah, that is kind of what it's like, right? But yeah, I'm glad you're doing well. And if I missed any messages, just ping me. I am trying to read through the chat, but you know, sometimes I miss things. And so yeah. Oh, I wonder how many and what kind of custom tools you built in your own precision platformer. So honestly, okay, so we're gonna be working on this, and I guess because we have all day, Nat told me like I can stream for as long as I want, so we can keep going on tangents. I don't mind. But yeah, let's go. We'll answer that. Let's go. I'll show you a little bit about. So most of the tools that I do is related to the editor, obviously. it's related to the editor, mainly tile map stuff. And you'll see, I guess this is when we'll showcase that tile maps look completely different in Godot 3. I think now how tile maps work in Godot 4, I have not explored it too much, but I know that you can basically have sub-tiles or like tiles and layers within the new within Godot 4. So you only need one node, and I'll show you what I mean in just a second. So in Godot 4 we have, or in Godot you have something called tile maps, and this is what you can use to like place everything on your screen, and I'll show you an example of that in just a second. And they have some auto tiling, and I'll show you once our project loads. We have a crap ton of resources in our file that I've been neglecting to remove, so it takes a hot minute to load. All right, there we go. So I'll go into, for instance, I can show you guys a little bit of my game too, actually. All right. All right, so here, actually. So we have currently 6 chapters, NPC doing 3D, if only we can do 3D. I've only worked on one project in 3D, but I would barely even call that a project. I think we are Godot 2 2D enthusiasts. I do want to work on 3D eventually, but the thing is, as a solo dev, at least for me, it's very difficult to wear so many hats at once. And 3D, like I'm like, you know, with 3D, the amount of effort that you have to put into it scales up, and you can ask that, like, you know, it's like when you have to create the models, then you have to animate the models, then you have to rig the models, then you have to add textures, and it's just so much. That's why mainly I stick to pixel art, because, you know, it's literally the pixel is the texture, you know. So it's relatively easy. So are you going to do Sonic 1 original 2D side scroll? So what we're going to do is, honestly, okay, so we're trying to tackle mainly the curve mechanics within Sonic, and we're actually going to expand on it. So we're actually making a modern, or we're going to try to make a modern Sonic, or whatever we call a modern Sonic. Maybe it's more of like it is modern Sonic, but like with like more intricate physics, I would say. We'll see, but we're not going to be using rigid bodies, so it's not going to be rigid body physics. It's going to be kinematic body physics with some intricate movements, but we'll see. So I'll show you guys what this game looks like. You can see the intricacy, quote-unquote intricacy, of like the tile map, all the textures, all the layers. Ninja, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I don't get any notifications on follows, but I do appreciate all the follows that are made to the Godot channel. Thank you, everybody. And welcome. All right, so here is our game here. Can I, maybe I can full screen this for you guys. Hopefully it's not too overwhelming. So you can see, it might take a hot second to load. There we go. So you can see, I mean, we have particles, we have pillars in the backgrounds. You see, this is a part of a tile map. You might see these 16 by 16 textures, but this is actually an 8 by 8 texture, but we sort of layer it into 16 by 16 textures. And same thing with a lot of things, there's a lot of layering. So you can see also, if you look at the sides here, you might see extra pixels on the edges here. You might see grass nodes. So this is the sort of thing that you can do with tile maps. I'm not sure exactly. I forgot who asked that question related to tile maps, but we're gonna go down this rabbit hole because why not? Throwing together a bird-esque character, for example, has been relatively easy in my experience, or cheating with separated robots. Okay. Is there a place where we can see this stream later, or just the VOD in this channel? Also, how's it going, Cheese Man? How you doing? Are questionable but getting, yeah, Sekirus is, so if you don't like, for instance, if you don't like the tile maps within Godot, there are obviously a bunch of solutions, quote unquote, a bunch of solutions, like, for instance, the auto tiling, for instance, is relatively if you're trying to make a super, like, honestly, for most cases it's good, but for someone, for some of the advanced developers like Sekiros, or I won't call myself an advanced developer, but like for someone who wants a lot of details within their game, maybe you would need to add some extra things. So you can either implement like LDTK, which is a tool that Sekiros uses, and there are a bunch of plugins too that support bringing that in. Or you could just make your own tile map tool, and that's what I did here. This is done in Godot 3, and I'll show you guys a little bit about that. What's really cool about Godot is it's made in Godot. The Godot engine is made in Godot, so a lot of the scripts that you make, you can just implement into your editor, and then make some quality of life updates to your game. Very cool aesthetics of game. Did you do the FFX in your game mainly with standard process material, or did you code custom shaders a lot as well? Visual shader 3x horrible terms of UX. I'm happy, blah, blah, blah. But it got love in 4.x. Custom shaders. I mean, a lot of the shaders, I don't know if you guys know, I'm sure if you are familiar with Godot, there's like a lot of there's godotshaders.com. I haven't explored too much with Godot shaders, or with shaders in general. LDTK is nice. Yeah, it is really nice. I know Sekiros swears by it, and I mean, there are a bunch of tools that that can work with it. In fact, actually, I will say, even though Sekiros swears by it, I prefer not. Well, the thing is, I mean, you can code some extra rules into LDTK, but for me, I found that it wasn't enough for my game. So I actually had to write a bunch of my own stuff in 3 or in my engine to for the rules. And maybe you can write it into LDTK, but I thought because I'm already writing my own rules, might as well just put it into the engine, and that's what I did. And I'm fairly happy with what I've got so far. I do want to expand on it too, and maybe we'll make a tutorial on that as well at some point. The cat is grooming himself. Cute. Yeah. I will say. So you said the VFX in my game mainly with standard process material, or did you code custom shaders? So yeah, some of it is shaders. Some of it is like, for instance, a lot of people love the fire in my game. This is a combination of CPU particles and pixel and like pixel animations. So yeah, from my experience, writing shaders is a nightmare, but it's mainly been GPU on GPU and C. So yeah. Again, I don't have too much experience with shaders. I'm low-key, like, I mean, I just find a lot of stuff on Godot shaders and like Shader Toy or whatever. I do want to explore it some more. I just haven't had the chance to. But yeah, you can see there are a lot of intricacies, and I can show you guys what it looks like in other sections. Although, let me see something. I might have chapter 3 disabled in our editor here. So actually, let's go back. Maybe before I do that, I'll show you guys a little bit about what the tool looks like. I'll show you chapter 3 because that's a little bit more interesting tool there. I recently updated I recently downloaded some like theme plugin, and it ruined the layout, or like the spacing of all my tiles, or of all my folders and stuff. It's a little trippy, but I'll fix that soon. So this is another one of my chapters, and this is like my most, I would say, a showcase of like my shaders are a lot of math. Yeah, exactly. This is, I think, a really good showcase of the tool that I'm currently using, this tool that I made. So we can randomize like the objects on the ground. We can randomize. This is actually an 8x8 text. So you can see each of these little squares here are 8x8, but I also have tools to show, to like update within this section. And I want to expand on it pretty soon too. You could use a tile set scripts to code your custom auto tiler. I'm not sure if it's possible in 4.0. Yeah, you can make tile set rules within the script, but I don't use the tile set rules just because I'm using several. So if we go here, it's hard to communicate with so many of you guys because like everyone has something to say or questions, and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta answer everybody. So if I ever try to answer a question and I miss it, just like repeat yourself. Or just be like practical. Answer my question, or I'm gonna be upset, and I will do my best to answer your question. So you can see here, if I run this tool, you'll see the editor. Practical, yes, we've hacked into the official Godot stream, and now we are Godot. We are all Godot. Oh fuck, I don't mean to. Oh, we are all Godot. Godot is love. Godot is life. I'll show you guys what I mean. The reason why I didn't want to do the tile set rules is because I have so many, you can see on the left here, I have so many tile maps. And sometimes, this is our main one, it's called Auto Tile 2. And basically this one communicates with other tiles. For instance, it communicates with our spike tile map. Why do we have frozen furniture in here? What the hell is this? We have border tile maps, we have transition tile maps, we have fine tile maps, we have wall decorations, we have furniture, we have like a crap ton of tile maps. And so it was easier for me to just write a tool script. So if we look at my tile map here, you'll see I have something called a tool, it extends tile map, and then we have like a bunch of preloads, which we should fix. A lot of this stuff happens in the editor, and I think at some point I remove it when I export the game, just so that we don't have, like, there's no reason for this to be in the game. Good old 5 billion tile map nodes. So yeah, this is a thing in Godot 3 and below, but I believe now it's been pretty, now it's just, I think for the most part you can just have one tile map, unless you have certain reasons for splitting them up, which you might, depending on certain cases. I think honestly, I don't know if it's because I'm so used to 3, but I actually like that they're split up. But fortunately you can still technically do the same thing in 4 if you really wanted to. I don't Godot think so. How's it going, the Aya? Welcome. And I don't good, how's it going, Aya? And Fullbox. Godot is love, Godot is life, Serenity, exactly, GD, Serenity, GD. Finish each concept, then move on. I'll do what I want, Irad. Particle did not hack into Godot. Godot has assimilated. Yes, we have become one. This is where's our Twitter post? We were really happy. We were really proud of ourselves with that animation that we made during the stream the other day. But yeah, I'll show you guys. Here, check it out. So you can see our. This is just a quick showcase of like what we can do. Usually when I'm adding new assets, this is a really good tool to have, because like, you know, we'll add a new texture and be like, oh, let's implement this into our tile map, and you can see. This is just like a really simple implementation, but we can randomize like the backgrounds here. We can switch between pillars. In fact, yeah, you can see all of the parameters that I include in it. So like we have like minimum pillar offsets, pillar distance, the vine frequency, the scaffolding type that we want to include in our game. So I think, I'm not sure. Let's see if this breaks anything. So yeah, we can see it changed into the red one, which is actually supposed to be the red one. So yeah, we have random stuff like that, and this goes for every chapter. So we go into chapter 3 and we do the same thing. This is usually chapter 2. We have something pretty similar going on. And what's cool about chapter 2 is that like there are grass nodes in the background and stuff like that, which is a lot of fun. Full box. PMPC started to overlay dev 2 days ago. Are you partially responsible for that? Indirectly, I think everybody is responsible for me to become everyone's responsible for me becoming an overlay developer. But honestly, it's been a lot of fun, so I'm not complaining. Another thing that we can do within our game here. So I am going on a huge tangent with our overlays, with our tile maps, but I'll showcase this one more time. So you can see random nodes are random grass nodes, and they're only spawning on like these grass tiles. Like this is as cool as it can get, or not as cool as it can get, but we can do a lot of cool things with this sort of stuff. And it's really nice when we start implementing more and more textures and more details, especially I don't do a lot of my own art. I try to like make art. I do a lot of kit bashing with tools, so like I buy a lot, or kit bashing with assets, so I buy a lot of assets, and then I sort of edit them in like Sprite or something like that. Same thing with audio files. I'll like purchase like audio packs, and then we'll edit them in Audacity and stuff like that. We are responsible for it. Yes, we are all indirectly responsible. How's it going, Muniz? How you doing? Good luck, have fun. Oh, and Captain Coder. How's it going? Captain Coder, we're currently working on, well, we're constantly getting distracted, but I am working on the mechanically challenged event. Oh, and also Muniz. But we're doing everything all at once. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Is there any voice acting in your game? There's no voice acting. There's almost no dialogue in my game. It's all done through cinematics and like environment building. Maybe one day, maybe in an update, or maybe just in another game, This turned into such a big overscope. Again, this was supposed to be a 2-week project, and it's turned into an almost 4-year project. So yeah, we're I mean, it's fun though. We had an awesome oh, another command I should have included. Oh, actually we have it on the other end there. Actually pretty good. But yeah, welcome Captain Coder, welcome Muniz, and everybody who's currently lurking. I hope you guys have a good time during this stream. A nice side project. Yeah, this is just our casual weekend project that we have going on here. So I'm not gonna save anything. I hope that answered your tile map question. I'm not even sure what the question was. I just went on a full tangent explaining explaining tile maps. So you randomize the background every time, or you save so yeah, I can randomize it. I can lock certain aspects. So like, let's say I really like because it's all randomized. Let's say I like one aspect of our like maybe I like the furniture, or I like the details added. I can lock that, and then everything else can be randomized. So we can lock everything and then randomize everything else, or you can expand on it just like with anything. You can expand on any feature as much as you want and overscope. That looks like a scene tree. Tile map galore. Yeah. Do I use seeds? So I do have seeds enabled. I don't save the seeds actually. That would be a good idea. It's just like, you can always expand on it, right? Honestly, for right now, I have so much like the randomization is like almost, it's almost trivial, right? Like honestly, there hasn't been too much designs that I'm like, oh, this is the perfect seed, you know what I mean? So honestly, I've been randomizing it every time and it's fine. But there are certain aspects of my game that I do lock, especially for like significant large objects in my game. I'll see a large object that randomly spawned in a good spot. I'm like, all right, let's keep that. Everything else usually just randomize it, because we just have so much variation in textures that it's can I see a texture in a 3D scene? Unfortunately I don't have any 3D projects right now on my computer, but yeah, I can't show that, sorry. Oh, you said can I use a tile map? Sorry, my bad, I misread that. Can I use a tile map as a texture in a 3D scene? Can I use a tile map as a texture? Can you use a tile map as a type? I don't think you would want to use a tile map specifically. Maybe there is. Do you mean like or are you saying like, I forgot what they're called? What are they called in Godot in 3D? Let me see something. Sub viewport plus tile map equals a viewport texture in a 3D scene. Okay, a grid map? Yeah, a grid map. So I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it seems like Captain Fubar maybe has the answer for that. Yeah, I mean, you can use grid maps. So I mean, it's the same thing, like 3D tile maps. In a nutshell. I haven't explored too much of grid maps, but yeah. And would that make sense performance-wise? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm not sure you would want to use a tile map for a texture. Yeah. All right, so anywho, so here's our let's get back into the Sonic. Let's get back into our Sonic clone. Here is our original player with Raycast. Here is our new player. We were in the middle of separating environment velocity with movement velocity. Honestly, we might even want to consider switching or creating like certain states within our player. So like maybe we have a on ground state, then we have a not on ground state. because what we're going to be doing, this is what I figured out within Godot. We can have these motions called, or we can have our player have grounded mode. Is that what we did actually? I thought we had floating. I believe we're always grounded now. Let me just double check. So here, let's go in here and we're just going to print out motion, or let's just say is on floor. I think we're always on floor when one of our motion modes. I thought we explored it with floating, or maybe we did do grounded. I forgot. Let's find out. Let's find out. So we'll delete player 2 for now. Let's bring back this one. Let's go in here. And we're gonna make this our current camera. So yeah, we're constantly on true. Whoa. So yeah, I believe we can get this. We're going so fast right now, but I think is on floor is always true, and that's basically everything we need to concern ourselves with. So when we're on floor, we're just gonna have like a grounded. I think we're gonna have several states. We're gonna have a grounded state. We're gonna have a like I guess a jump state, and then maybe a fall state. Those are going to be our 3 states for this state. Usually in my game, you can see I have a crap ton of states on my player. Here, I'll show you guys that too. And our states are usually enums, but within our, because this again became an overscoped project, these are all the states in our player, but sometimes we split these states into their own nodes. You can see I have something called the states node, and everything in here we throw in. So like we have our dash node, our neutral state. We have a bunch of other states, but I've not included it in this project currently. But yeah, we have like our twilight state, our flying state, stuff like that, teleport, activate, grab states. Yeah, here, twilight, fly, stuff like that. But yeah, I think for now we're only gonna have about 3 states. So we'll have an enum, maybe, yeah, we'll call it enum var. Let's see. We're kind of overscoping at the moment, but we'll see. Var, or is it just enum? What should we call it? We should say needs more scope, always more scope. Going so fast, isn't that the point? We are going so fast, but we are going faster than we need to be. We haven't introduced any states onto the original player, and so like let's say we're just our environment velocity shoots us up into the air. We have to wait for gravity to bring us back down. And what we want to do is when we enter the grounded state, we want to reset gravity, we want to reset everything so that, you know, the game feels a little bit more sharp, more clean, everything. So we're gonna have we're having a ground state, and we're gonna have a fall state, and we're gonna have a jump state, and those are gonna be our 3 states. How do we do new enums? I've never done an enum in Godot 4. Is this not how it's done? Or is it just not loading correctly? Run or walk? We're just gonna throw everything into, like, because we can't have like everything in our game. I think we're just gonna keep it relatively simple without the equal right. Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, run or walk. Obviously, if you're making like a fully fledged game, maybe you would want to have a run or walk. But for all intents and purposes, having run and walk on idle is just too much. We're just gonna have our ground state checking for when we enter the if we're on the ground, the fall state for when gravity is less than when velocity is greater than 0, and then jump when we actually want to enter that jump state. And then we'll call it for that. So usually we're just gonna match, and we're also gonna have a var current state. We'll just say var state is equal to here, let's throw this down here actually. We'll actually throw everything down here. We'll call this, well, actually, let's throw this. Does a player get grounded by the parent node? It gets grounded by the node that it's colliding with. But yeah, in that case, it would be... Actually, no, it's not the parent node. It's just another node. Currently, it's called the static body 2D. What about a speed state? Like, how are we gonna handle... Okay, so we can go all, like, the thing is, how much, you know, how far are we gonna go into this? How far do you guys want to expand on this? Like, I think, yeah, we can introduce, like, are we gonna try to make a memory hybrid right now? Or do you want to introduce all of these different states, or do we want to just, you know, maybe get the basis done? And we'll, like, eventually what we're going to do, like, ideally what you would want to do is maybe split this into substates, and we can do that instead. So we would have a ground, fall, and jump, and then within the ground state we would do ground dot jump, or, you know, sorry, ground dot idle, ground dot you know, ground dot idle, ground dot fall, or sorry, ground dot idle, ground dot run, ground dot walk. Like, there's so many things we can do, and it's like, are we gonna? Yeah, I think it's better to not like expand on all of these states. Like, it's better to not overcomplicate things at the beginning, because then we'll just never get anything done. Can the player leave the room when grounded? Can the player leave the room when grounded? What do you mean? Wait, are you the guy that ran a successful Kickstarter? No, that's Practical NPC. Oh, that's my alter ego. Right now, we are just Godot. We are just Godot. What do you think is the most important thing to do that? I think everyone has, like, their own approach to it. How's it going, Daniel Pancake? Welcome. We are just Joseph. We're all Negan. I am just Godot. Holy cannoli. Andy Dev, thank you for the raid. I wonder if there have been more raids. I wonder if we're gonna miss raids from time to time, since there are no actual announcements. But Andy Dev, holy. Hyperins, how's it going? I'll give you a shout out. Andy Dev. How you doing? How you doing today? They can only leave their room when grounded. When it's for school, yes. Oh, I see. I that's the joke. I'm a little... We're still waking up. It is currently... Oh, well, all right. It's already 7 a.m. We have no excuse. But I am still... We're still figuring things out. How yeah. From Godot making to Godot game making, we just uploaded a new version of a small Godot game on to itch as a web playable. Hell yeah, Andy Dev. That's awesome. That is a mega raid. Oh my goodness. Andy Dev, am I following you on am I following you on my account? No, I don't think I've heard of you before. Although you have these huge raids, and I don't think I've ever seen you. But thank you. Ah, it's another language. What language is this? I hope your stream went well. It's a German stream, so maybe not. You know, it's funny. Out of all developers I know, like, you know, all the developers that I get close to, I feel like I know mostly German developers. Like, that's the number one country of origin. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised you're German, I would say. German engineers are top tier. No push-ups for me today. Yeah, unfortunately. This is the Godot. But we might have what I could do is we can have an announcement. We can have a poll, and if people want to see me do push-ups, we can do them today. It'd be a little joking around, but we could definitely totally do that. In fact, how about we do that right now? since we're gonna have here. Let's do that. Let me see if I can get this going. /poll. Unrecognized command. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Need affiliate. Yo, how's it going, Solar? Also, Solar, you might have noticed that there's a sword next to your name. How's it going, Solar? With great power comes great responsibility. Need affiliate for poll. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Okay. Well, we'll try to get affiliate today. We'll just speed run the affiliateness. Solar got a sword. So Solar did get a sword. The power. But yeah, I hope your stream went well, Andy Dev. I'll have to check you out sometime. Although I don't know much German, but maybe I'll learn. Oh yeah, and I know Hyperins. I hope your project is going well. Doing fine. Now streaming for Godot. Congrats. Thanks. I mean, this is a we're just doing this today, but hopefully we do this more often. I definitely, if things go well today, maybe we'll do this definitely more often. Maybe like once a month or twice. We'll see. Not even sure. Did I find you before your rise to stardom? No, this is just a temper. We're just having fun today. It's chill. We're chilling. Thank you for the follows, everybody. Drive down. What is dude doing here? What do you mean, what is this dude doing here? What am I doing here? So we are currently trying to participate in Captain Coder and Muniz's challenge here. You can find all the information on this page right here. We're trying to make a basically we're going to be recreating, although we're not recreating, we're kind of doing our own little spin on the sonic mechanic with the looping and the movement and all that kind of stuff. And we're making that in Godot from scratch. Well, semi from scratch, because we're going to be using the Godot's kinematic body. Spin on the loops, yeah. So we kind of made some jank version. I'll show you guys that one. This is the jank version right here. We are working pretty slowly because this is also pretty exciting stuff. But yeah, you can see it kind of works, but it's also kind of slow. And also you can see that we could kind of just chill on the walls here. We're kind of just like, you know, physics does not exist. We have reinvented physics and we made it work for us. So that is the original version that we wrote, and now what we're going to try to do, we're going to recreate it so that you guys can see how everything works. We're also introducing states, and we're going to have some back from my meeting. Welcome back, Godot. Welcome back, Nat. Godot Engine Official. You can see that I'm even though I am technically on the Godot Engine Official stream, I am not Godot Engine Official. I am just a measly NPC streaming on the Godot Engine Official channel. My name is Practical. But by the way, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Practical NPC. That is my streamer name. I'm usually on here around this time too. I'm a sussy imposter. And yeah, we're just having fun today. We hacked into the Godot mainframe, and now we are no, I'm kidding. We've been invited on, and we're chilling. Unpractical NPC with practical NPC, yes. We have impractical NPC. We have a bunch of. I have a bunch of people who have. Well, I have the account named Impractical NPC, which is my 24-hour live feed that I sometimes do, and then I also have my Practical NPC. Practical NPC obviously is my main account, and we also have, I think, Panda Coder has assumed my name with Impractical PC, so we have Impractical playable character somewhere out there who might pay a visit at some point during the day. He definitely hacked the stream. Potentially, I hacked the stream with Godot. We used Godot to, you know, everything can be done with Godot. So we've used Godot to hack into Godot. Need some mods, and I trust and maybe not even have asked before simply modding. Yes, Solar got us. Yes. I was in a call with Nat, and they were like, "Oh, let's just mod Solar and Panda," and I was like, "All right, yeah, I get Solar." But then they said Panda, and I was like, "Okay, all right. I guess you really, you know, I think I trust Panda too. Yeah, I trust Panda." Measly. Nat, blink twice if you is Panda and not Redstone. Redstone 4D is the best mod. The best mod because he isn't a mod. No worries, I'm honored. Yeah, we're all honored to be a part of the official Godot engine official channel. But yeah, we are definitely oh, and IRAD dev. IRAD has officially become a mod of the official Godot engine official channel. There's your sword. You have been granted knightdom. Wait, what? How? Because IRAD is a Godot engine official streamer. That's why. Indeed. Just for the record, I have to unmod peeps after the stream. I am too, potentially. Alrighty, let's get back into it. So we have our ground state. We haven't actually introduced anything. We're gonna create a apply gravity function as well. We're gonna actually create a bunch of functions right now. How about we do that first? We're gonna have a func enter state, and the entrance. We're gonna introduce two arguments here. We're gonna have a previous state, which will be an integer, and we'll have a new state, which will be the current new state. Priv set previous state, and then we'll have a new state, and this will be an int, and we'll have this be a void return, and then we're gonna have another one called exit state. This is exactly kind of how I write my own functions within my player. Although, usually, if we were making something way more intricate, we would probably want to throw these functions into their own resource or into their own nodes. So, like, we would have, like, you know, let's say we have our ground state is, like, super intricate. We'd throw all of that into its own script and then have our own, you know, subclass of, like, you know, state class, and then, you know, enter state and exit state would be written in there. But for now, because this is a relatively, we're not going to go super hardcore with this controller. We're going to kind of keep it relatively simple. Honestly, we'll probably keep everything in the same script unless we find out and maybe want to do some funky stuff with the recast. But for now, we're gonna leave it all in here. So let's do that, and then we're also going to have obviously maybe a change state. And that'll be the new state. Although, actually, we can just say the state. Change state to the new state. And this will be an int. And then in here, we'll say exit state. We'll have it say previous state. Or actually, we'll just have it say, what is it? The state. And then the new state, and then the same thing, with enter state, with our previous state and new state. The new state is going to say in exit state. Here, let me throw this over. It doesn't really matter, but we're gonna say new state, or sorry, our state is going to equal our new state. For now, and we're going to do some extra stuff. Eventually, we're going to be updating a lot of these. For now, we're also going to be saying match. We'll probably be saying match the previous state. And honestly, we probably only need the previous state arguments. Oh, wait, this is on... Whoops, this is supposed to be here. My bad. We'll probably match the previous state over here. What do we have these? We have grounded. We'll see what we need here, but for now... for example, we'll have like what are our states? We'll have states dot ground. We'll just say states dot ground. Or actually, we're probably gonna want to exit the states dot. What is it now? States dot fall. Or what the hell? What do we call it? There we go. Okay. We'll update that some more. Which comes first, exit state or enter state? Exit state. Because you want to check, at least for me, I mean, you could technically, you would want to run exit state first. Enter state is when I update what the player's official state is. So maybe when you exit, for instance, when you exit the fall state, you might want to reset the player's velocity on something, or can you exit without entering? No, at least not, because usually I'm never going to be calling exit state. I'm only going to be calling change state. So we're going to be exiting and then entering, because I want practical to feel protect. Thanks, Nat. Thank you, Nat. I feel very comfortable, I'll say. Like, at first I was a little overwhelmed. I didn't know what to do, but now now I feel really chill. I mean, everyone's here, you know, all the familiar faces. I mean, he literally bombed the entire planet yesterday on his stream, though. I don't know what you're talking about, Shady. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hey, Practical, is Galosty? Is Galosty? I don't know what Galosty is. Is that a game? Such a lovely Golest. I'm not sure. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. Oh, Golest. I see. Are you talking about my game, Memori? Are you trying to call me out here? Trying to call me out? Is Golest written in pure Godot script? Is it written in GD script? Memori is written in yeah, it's written in GD script, 100%. There's no other code or no other language besides, like, there's no other language besides GD script. So yeah, if you really like the way my game looks, just know, you can make a Celeste clone of yourself by yourself. All it takes is a lot of time. I mean, to be fair, like, the thing is, when it comes to large projects, you're going to discover things along the way. So you can make some pretty good mechanics, but then also, like, figuring out how to, like, edit things. But I may have seen plain text.txt in Memori. True. We might, I mean, we have, like, .json. We have, we have a bunch of files in our game. Have you heard of the hidden indie gem Celeste? Yeah, it's a small time game. Never really gave it much attention, but yeah, there is a game called Celeste. Little indie game made by Extremely OK Games. And yeah, I mean, I think they're making a new game called Earthblade. Honestly, that's probably one of my more anticipated games of coming soon, TM, whenever that does come out, besides my game, of course. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Earthblade. That's gonna be a fun one, I think. Maybe text doesn't count as a script, maybe, perhaps. Such a loving community. Yeah. I'm glad everyone, I mean, I see a lot of familiar faces, so thank you for being here, everybody. It's really awesome. So, let me just check something. So yeah, again, for those of you who don't know, we're currently working on the mechanically challenged event, Slopes and Loop, our very own Sonic clone. That's not really a clone, but it's for all intents and purposes, we'll call it a clone here. Robotech, how's it going? How you doing, Robotech? Alrighty. So we have our exit state, we have our enter state. What we're gonna do is we're also going to have some sort of in our physics process, it's more likely that we're gonna actually write something like state, well, like maybe like state machine or something like that, and just match our players, whatever state the player is in. So right now we're just going to be saying like match the state. Again, if we wanted to expand on this, maybe we would do some other stuff, but right now we're just going to say match player state, or sorry, match state. And in our state, we'll throw in, for instance, let's throw in our ground state, and honestly, let's work on that now. We'll take it all one step at a time. So we're going to say states dot ground. Whoops, states dot ground. And in here, we'll throw in movement. Maybe we'll call it ground movement. Although, yeah, maybe we'll call it ground movement. And we'll throw that in here. Or you know what? Let's make a new function called ground movement. And honestly, in our physics process, we're always going to have move and slide. So we'll throw this actually over here. Move and slide is constantly going to be running forever and always. So we'll do that, void and return. Gonna lurk for a while, might pop in again. All right, Hiroshi, peace. Can anyone tell me where I should store data? I made a website and there are items that you can buy, so front end or back end. Should I open a DB? I don't know too much about web development, and I'm sure there are also a bunch of web development streamers out there, but that probably sounds like a good idea. But I can't speak too much on it. States.ground. What's going on here? Oh, because we didn't capitalize this. There we go. So we're gonna have our ground movement function. In our ground movement function, we're gonna do a bunch of things. So in our old script, if we look at what we wrote originally, we had something called so this is code from the but by the default kinematic body character body script. We just say match direction. And we're just checking for UI left. We're not gonna mess with any of the inputs, but if you ever wanted to have your own input within the game, just go into project settings. You can go into your input map and you can create new inputs here. I believe, oh yeah, you can show built-in actions as well, so you can see UI by default. UI left, UI right is just, I mean, UI accept is spacebar, some other inputs, and then UI left. We'll just keep all of this stuff by default to keep things simple. And perhaps we'll upload this the code for this at the end of the stream, or maybe I'll update a little bit of it and then I'll post it. Maybe I'll send it to Nat and Nat can post it somewhere. I'm not sure where we would post it though. We'll figure it out. But yeah. Super base or yeah, on Discord. Perhaps. I'm not sure if Discord is the right platform for that. We'll see. We want to make a Godot Twitch. That would sorry, a Godot itch. That is a really good idea. Thank you for the answer, by the way. Yeah. I think what's awesome about software and game dev is that everyone always has like you get a variety of answers. We're currently using what are we using? MongoDB for our database, which seems pretty good. But yeah, I don't know much. I don't do much web development. I'm just a simple NPC that loves to make games. Because I thought about that too. All right, let's go in. Let's finish this. All right, so we have our match. We're gonna say for now we'll keep things relatively simple. If we want to clean up the code, maybe I'll clean up the code after stream, just so we can actually get some stuff done here. We're gonna match the player's movement. For now, let's see what we did here originally. So we said if player normal. Oh, actually, we check if what the player floor normal is. And if it's not equal to 0, we say forward target dot position equals movement velocity. That's pretty good. And then what are we doing if if our down normal is colliding with something? So we check if our player's raycast, if our down raycast is colliding, and if it is colliding, we rotate we say negative direction, and if it's not colliding, let me see something here. We grab our down raycast. So if our down raycast is colliding, we move it over. What do we do with our target position is equal to the forward raycast dot normalize plus so we get the average. Okay, so here I'll bring out the paint, I'll bring out the big guns. This is probably one of the biggest, one of the more, I mean, whatever tool you use is fine on this end, but we prefer to use paint because it's the most, probably the most professional one you can use. As you know, Pirate Software uses this one as well, and it's great for. I use it often for just explaining mechanics. So I'll show you guys a little bit what we're gonna attempt to do. Let me just make a new layer. Also, we have layers now, which is kind of funny. You can't save layers, which is kind of silly, but you can create them, and I mean, we usually don't need to save the layers anyway. But here is our platform, here is our player, and also, wait, before we do that, let's also make a curved line. So I'll do, actually, let's throw this over here, and actually, wait, let's see if this works. We're gonna throw this like that. That looks pretty good. And then let's say we have our player over here, our orange player, and let's say they're down here, they're on the ground, and we're moving forward. If we're just on a regular flat platform, usually our collision is just going to stay the same. We're just going to be moving forward. This is going to be our forward raycast, checking if there are any collisions in front of us. I believe I was talking to I think Captain Coder was telling us originally how they did it in in OG Mario, if I'm not mistaken. It's like 2 raycasts. Because they're only using tile maps, it's a little simpler for them to do. Emmy Does Crime, how's it going? Welcome to the Godot official, the official Godot engine official channel. Usually, I believe how Mario does it. Not Mario. What's our hedgehog's name? Sonic's. They just have 2 raycasts right here, if I'm not mistaken, pointing downwards. And because they have tiles, they just check, oh, are we on a curve? And then maybe they check the tiles. Since there's only like, in the circle, there's probably maybe like four sections, like one here, one here, one here, and one there. Maybe there's more stuff going on, but that's usually what it is. If I'm remembering correctly, there might be some other stuff that goes on there, but we're doing it a little bit more, a little differently, because we want to have like dynamic platforms. We're going to be doing basically any shape we want. We can do, we can have a full circle, obviously, but we can have ellipses. We can have ellipses like this, like literally any angle. Hopefully, as long as they're within the shape of the, as long as the player can fit within it. So yeah. I should keep Godot on the side here so you guys know that we're actually doing Godot development on the official Godot channel. Here, let's throw this over here. Oh, okay. The official Godot engine official channel, officially, yes, with the official first streamer live guest. Using oppressive proprietary software, not glorious GIMP. Actually, we usually do use GIMP. Officially not official. Yes. Yes. So yeah, actually I do use GIMP, but specifically for like just drawing stuff out, you usually just use Paint. But yeah, GIMP is actually probably my preferred tool, and Sprite. For any assets, but just for drawing things out, we'll stick to this. But yeah, actually, yeah, it's funny you should say that, because I get hate for using GIMP all the time. All right, so let's go into, so what's gonna happen here is we're actually using the isGrounded variable right here. Well, actually, we're checking if our down normal is getting updated. So this is our down normal, and we're taking the average of what our floor normal is. So if this is our floor normal, we're actually grabbing it from the kinematic body. So whatever the player is currently colliding with, that's going to be our normal. Usually, it's going to be this downwards. It's almost always the same vector. But the thing is, once we start getting like interesting shapes or like interesting collisions, like something like this, that's when it's going to get a little funky, because now where are we? We're either on this little collision. We're literally there's collisions happening everywhere, and so we don't know which one it is, but we're gonna have it. We're gonna have the average of what our initial collision is, with our raycast over here, and then we average this blue arrow this blue line that we have here is just going to update. So over time we'll update it, and hopefully as we're pushing it this way, the red forward raycast will push forward. The red raycast doesn't matter too much. It's just a visual indicator to show where we're heading. It just represents what we could use a line or anything like that. It just looks kind of cool that we're using a raycast. And I mean, eventually maybe we want to do something where if you are directly colliding with this raycast, maybe we want to stop the player and cancel all of their velocity. So yeah. Is a bit too hair shirt for me. I have Krita for drawing. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I mean, it's whatever. It's whatever you prefer. I do like GIMP though. I use itch.io, itch.io for assets, asset store. I use the same thing, Masterat. I usually do it. Well, I purchase a lot of assets, as long as they give you the rights to use your work in commercial projects. I'll purchase it. I mean, sometimes we use like free assets. Usually I use free assets for like placeholder stuff, and then eventually I upgrade them over time. That's my usual approach. Are you also going to attempt loops and messing with collisions? If we have enough time. I don't see myself working on the loops themselves. Captain Coder was also mentioning how, like, yeah, doing the loops themselves, it would have been cool if those were two separate I guess technically I guess that's why Captain Coder split the two, because in the original, or Captain Coder and Mooniz, why they split the two, they had the one-way platforms first, so like you could learn how to do the one-way platforms and then how to do maybe combine the two. But it does seem a little bit more interesting. We probably won't have like the one way, like we can do a loop, we can do a circle, like a full circle, but the player would be bounded within that. If we wanted to make some more like one-way collisions with that, we can explore it, but yeah, that's definitely way more intricate. And like specifically, I'm not sure, but we'd probably want to make something where like this initial curve would have its own, like would be its own node. And then we'd have to, like, I'm not even sure how we'd go about it, but this would be its own node. And then, if you did a full circle, maybe we record that and then we change the layer within that. Check if the player did a full circle or something along those lines. I'm not entirely sure. We'd have to explore that, but we're not going to be exploring that today, because like that's already another whole can of worms, and we can probably talk about that all stream with like what we want that approach to be. So let's continue on here. Is down normal colliding? If it is colliding, which is what we did here, if it's true, we update our down rate, we update our movement velocity, which is that red raycast, to move based on that position instead, the down raycast position, which it will be updating over time. So you can see our down raycast. When do we update our down raycast actually? Target position rotated. Right here. We do it when we're checking if it's colliding. So as we're checking for this, we're constantly rotating it. All right. Easy enough. Simple enough. Let's go back into our code here. And right now, let's just get the beginning aspect done. I'll just copy this part right here, because this is just a simple function checking for, is our down normal raycast colliding? So that's going to be if this bottom right here, let's like actually first let's create these nodes. So our down raycast here, let's create some nodes here. Actually, we don't even need to do this. Check this out. If you press Control Shift, you can grab those nodes. And we have our down raycast and our forward raycast in our script now, and there we go. So we have our down raycast and our forward raycast over here. Sega Man Software, how's it going? Did I miss any messages? Are add-ons allowed for the challenge? Just asking because there's a nice add-on for level design. Smart Shape 2D. I think I have seen that on there. I'm sure, I mean, you can do whatever you want. I personally like to make everything mostly from scratch, just using pure Godot, but I'm sure we could definitely use Smart Shape 2D. We probably won't explore that today. I think it's better for us to like just make everything from scratch today. I think adding add-ons would be another, potentially maybe we can do that during another stream, explore like people's add-ons. Point me towards the Gib Paters, yes. All right. So we have is our down raycast colliding. First, let's just push our player forward. So in our grounded movement, we're just gonna say what? We're gonna say player movement velocity is equal to our player normal dot rotated. Our player normal is also going to be equal to our floor normal. So let's grab that. Let's create another variable called our floor normal. And then in the ready function, actually in our ground movement, we're constantly going to be refreshing that. So let's do var, and we're actually going to save our direction as well, because I think we're going to be accessing that from other states as well. So we'll say var, or sorry, not var, our player. What did you say, player normal? Oh, sorry. We're going to call it player normal because the floor normal, I believe, is already something. So we'll say player normal is equal to our negative get floor normal. And then the direction, let's also save. Direction is on the x-axis. Although, honestly, maybe we want to make this a vector too as well. For now, we'll just leave it the way it is. We'll save our direction is equal to, I believe this is it's technically a float. It's technically a floating value, but it only goes from 0. It's basically just 0, 1, 0, and -1. But we'll just set it to 0 for now. And we'll say, actually, we'll just say x direction. And we'll say over here, x direction is equal to, oh, we actually turned it into an int to make our life easier. So actually, let's just turn this into an int. We'll save this as 0. So our x direction is either going to be left, right, or -1, 0, or 1. And then we'll say if our x direction does not equal 0, we'll just copy what we wrote originally over here. We'll say our movement velocity is equal to, and I'll explain what this says in just a second. Movement velocity plus equals our down raycast dot target position. So our wait, let me see here. Movement. Let's make sure we spell this correctly. Our movement velocity is equal to our down raycast, which is this raycast right here, rotated. Oh, actually, this is the wrong one. We actually want this one. Our player's normal rotated to the negative direction of pi divided by 2. So basically rotated, or our direction times 40 degrees. 90 degrees, and then times our speed times our delta. What's going on here? Our identifier direction is now x direction. Another thing that we might want to do though is check what the initial player's velocity is, because right now the way we have it written in our code is if we do, like, let's say we do like a full loop backwards and we hit another node, what do we want to do when this happens? This is going to be an interesting thing. If we have a node that looks like this, or like basically if we're going in a full loop and then the player starts falling this way and then we do another loop and the player starts going this way, what do we want to happen? Do we want their input on, like, because we're pressing right on this way, do we want the player to go back this way? Or do we want it so that once they land on the ground, their input resets and now it has to be in the correct direction if we want them to keep going? That's another way, it's another approach that we'll have to figure out. This is more like a polish thing. Maybe we won't even explore any of this today, but it is another thing that comes with game design, like what feels more intuitive for the player. Personally, while I was testing this out on stream yesterday, we found, it did feel a little weird, but maybe that's the way you want it. Like maybe if you're making a sharp game or like a very fast-paced game, you want the player to switch their input, because otherwise it's just, we're basically just automating all the movement, and sometimes that feels good. I think with certain games you want to balance the two. You want to have like satisfying movement, you want to have responsive movement, but you also want to challenge the player with some sort of input. Otherwise you're just playing like maybe you can be into idle games, but you don't want to make it too idle if this is a mechanically based game. So yeah, we'll try to figure out how to balance that, and that's why we're introducing states, because at this point we're going to be entering the fall state, and then from the fall state into the ground state, what do we want to do? Do we want to give the player, do we want to reset the player's input, or do we want to just keep it the way it is and have them have the player freak out afterwards? We'll have to figure that part out. But yeah, let's keep going. X direction does not equal 0. We'll say player normal dot rotated is equal to our negative direction, and honestly this should just work on its own right now. So we grab the player normal, rotated, and then we're pushing the player forward, so plus 45 degrees by negative direction. So this is our downwards, our floor normal, usually on the ground. It'll rotate to the right 45 degrees if we're pressing right. It'll rotate to the left 45 degrees if we're pointing to the left. I heard push-ups were mentioned. I heard no such thing. It'd be cool if we had polls, but we don't have polls currently. Maybe we'll end the stream with push-ups or something. We'll see. Maybe we can do some sort of like online poll to see if people actually want to see that. It seems like, a lot of people on the stream currently are just people on like my channel or like on software and game dev. So like we definitely could do it. Nat told me, we can basically do, whatever we find to be like anything that we do is pretty much appropriate on our stream. So we could technically do them, or push-ups every hour. How about this? I will do them. If Nat is insisting that we do push-ups, we'll do it. How about that? And you see our Pomodoro timer has gone into technically negative time. At the 1 hour mark, we will do push-ups. How about that? We'll do 20 every hour. Someone remind me though. So I'll do them at the 10-minute mark. Yes, Panda, you do have the sword. You have been granted knightdom for now. This stream is fire. Lencius, how's it going? Welcome. It appears Lencius has also been granted a sword. And also, welcome, Charles. This is a bit off topic, but good news. The Adult Swim games that had been delisted by WB have been given back to their developers. And mostly brought back to Steam. Interesting. Another streamer, Lencius, my bad. I'm butchering, I will be constantly butchering names today, I'll say. All right, so let's bring in our player 2. Let's throw our unofficial Godot engine official player over here, and we'll leave this enabled. Let's turn off our, should I delete our player? Our original, our OG player, let's delete him for now. So here is our new player. It's going to be very simple. It appears we have not implemented gravity. Gravity currently does not exist. That is something that we'll have to write into our state machine here. So let's go back into here. We have ground movement, and what we're going to want to do is we apply gravity is a myth. Yes, it is a myth. What we're going to want to do is if is on floor, if not is on floor, we're going to want to apply gravity. So if not, or actually, how do we want to do this? If is not on floor. So usually what I do in my gravity function is just if is on floor, we just set our velocity. We're kind of exploring new things. So if something breaks, it's completely, you know, we're winging everything. Everything here is currently improv, besides the initial script that we wrote. But you know, everything else is improv. So bear with us. And this is what true game dev looks like. We're gonna be discovering a lot of things today. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah, anything to get distracted on stream. Let's do it. All right. So ground movement times ground movement is being applied. We could actually, technically, wait, let me see something. We technically could move around. I'm pretty sure. Psych. Ground movement does not work. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. So if direction is here, move and slide, match the state. Physics process match state. If direction does not equal 0, x direction is equal to this movement velocity plus equals our speed times delta. So we are in our ground state. What's going on here? If our direction does not equal 0, just not 0, not 0. Apparently this is not 0. Here, let's print this out. What's this? Apparently it is 0. Wait, let me see. -1 and 1. So it is not 0. Oh, because we're not applying movement. Okay, so what we want to do now, my bad. Usually, again, movement velocity is not a thing anymore, or velocity has been implemented into the kinematic body. So now we have to say velocity is equal to our movement velocity. And actually, maybe it might be better for us to throw it in right here at the end of all of our states. So we'll say velocity here is equal to our environment velocity plus our movement velocity. We're not even worried about gravity just yet, Captain Fubar. Not 0. Velocity is equal to our environment velocity, movement velocity. What's going on here? Who needs velocity? Who needs gravity anyway? Oh, because we're not on the ground, because we're saying player velocity that rotated times our speed. This is 0 currently. Our floor normal is currently 0. So we do have to apply gravity first. Let's do that, unless we coded for our fall state. But we'll check it all in just a second. I wonder if we could technically just bring our player to the ground first and then solve it from there. And then we'll start adding the jump state and stuff like that. But this is how we're gonna be coding our floor state, or like basically everything. So might as well take it one step at a time. So here we go. Obviously very simple stuff. We could just move left and right. Currently, there is no like max value, so we can keep on going infinitely. What's going on here? You know, it's interesting though. Let's see this. We look at our script here. It's equal to our negative direction times our movement speed. movement velocity. Let me see what this value is here too. And let's get rid of all of our other print statements. Do I post, will I post the code? Yeah, we can definitely post it. So here it is. You know what's interesting though? When we move to the left here, I guess because we're injecting, this collision here has pushed us, I guess, up or something. But yeah, we're gonna be adding collision anyway. So let's start working on that now. So we have our, technically we have our ground movement based on the floor normal, but there's so much more to work on this just yet. We could add velocity to the y-axis, but honestly, should we do that, Captain Fubar? We'll see. Now let's do this. So if we're not on the floor, we're going to change ourselves into the fall state. If not is on floor, change state to our states.fall. And then in our states fall, so usually in our ground movement, we shouldn't have any gravity. We're going to have a lot of things that change us into the fall state. For instance, if our velocity is not high enough, we're going to want to, if the length of our velocity is not high enough, and let's say we're upside down or something, we'd want the player to fall down as well, or enter the fall state. So if change state is equal to fall, or sorry, if isn't not on floor, change. And I'm curious to see what it's actually printing here. But we'll figure that out later. So if not is on floor, change state to states.fall. And then in our fall state, let's throw in a states.fall. This is where we would have technically, maybe we don't, so we have ground movement, and we're actually going to have fall movement as well. In our fall movement, it's just going to directly grab players' input and times speed times delta. So let's just throw that in there too. So we'll have func fall movement. And we'll call it, fall movement is going to be using our environment velocity. So we'll say environment velocity dot y plus equals whatever we have our gravity value set to times delta. And then in here, we'll just say fall movement. And then in our fall movement also, of course, if is on floor, change state to states dot ground. Okay. Is there anything we need to, we change our player state, but currently we don't actually run anything for the enter or we don't really run anything for the exit or enter state. We'll figure out all of that pretty soon, but right now, yeah, like for instance, on the exit of the fall state, we're probably going to want to reset the player's velocity. In fact, we'll do it right here. We'll say environment velocity dot environment velocity is going to be equal to a vector 2 dot 0. And all right, so let's see if this works. There might be an issue here because originally we can look at our floor here, and this is something that I changed within the class of our character body. So if you look at over here, we have no stops on slope. We also have or actually stop on slope is false. So yeah, it won't stop at all. And then we have no constant speed, and we don't block on wall, and our max angle is 180 degrees. So that's what we'll do. No stop, block on wall, and our max angle is 180 degrees. Actually, I'm not even sure if this matters too much. Actually, no, it does matter, because this is what we're going to be checking for what is our floor. That's what we check for when we're saying if the player is in the ground state. So let's run that, see what happens there. Hopefully everything works properly now. So now you can see our player is sort of moving around. You can see it's a little, like, it stops a lot, but it technically does do the things. But you can see that it's kind of like really slow, right? Like, it's like, oh, what the hell is happening? Like, it's pretty jank, I would say. And we'll probably print a lot of this stuff out. Actually, let's do that right now too, so that we can see what things are actually happening on the screen. Because you might see my output is kind of like not really showing correctly. Usually I might put this in our own canvas, but right now we're just going to throw it on top of the player. So we're going to have something represent, or actually, before we do that, let's make another node here. We'll have it be let's just make it a control here. We'll throw in we'll call this just labels. Although I wonder if this will update, we'll see. And then we'll call this the state label. And then we're also going to have, we'll have something called the environment velocity. And we're also going to have one more called our movement velocity. And honestly, maybe we can even do another one called total velocity. All right, and then let's just throw all of these in. I wonder, is this a thing that we can do? This would be really cool. Hey, you can do that. That's pretty cool. I didn't know yet. Oh. So we have all of our velocities, our state label, our environment velocity, our movement velocity, and our total. Actually, we would probably want to add a little thing here that says underscore label, underscore label, underscore label. All right. Alrighty. So where were we? Let's go into, I guess we'll create another function called update labels. And let me know if the text is too small for you guys. We can always update that. So here, let me grab all of these. State label, environment, velocity label, movement label, and total velocity label. So state label will just stay is equal to an str of state, and we'll throw in, we won't know, we'll just throw it in, it'll be an int, but we'll know, 0 or 1 is equal, 0 is equal to our ground, 1 is equal to the fall, and then 3 is equal to the jump state. Eventually we can update to say the actual state, but for now we'll just say state. And then over here, oh sorry, we have to say dot text is equal to this dot text. Environment label dot text is equal to the environment velocity. We'll clean this up so that when we do post this, people can see it. And we'll just copy this over. we'll just throw this on our at the end of our physics process. Actually, we'll do it right here. All right, so move and slide, update labels, velocity is equal to our environment velocity plus our movement velocity. Eventually, we're probably going to want to add some friction too to slow down the player when they're in the fall state. So in the fall state, maybe we'll work on the fall movement now too. So for instance, actually first let's just make sure all of our labels are correct. So let's go into here. So all of our labels are currently being printed on top of us like this. First, actually, you know what we should do? We should add a this will be a showcase of some of the nodes or some of the UI nodes that we can use. So here's a VBox container that we can throw in here as well. And we'll actually have to, before we do this, you know what? Let's make this. Let's make each of these unique. That way we don't have to constantly change the names in case we move some stuff around. So we'll make all of these unique. Let's go back into our script here, and we're just going to erase all of these real quick. We'll say state label, environment velocity label, movement label, and total velocity. And let's throw all of these guys in here. And now if we look at our player, you'll see they're organized in a nice manner. We'll throw it over here. This is not the this is like a quick way to do it. Maybe we'd want to create something like a viewport, and we'd throw it in our viewport, actually in our canvas layer, and then have all the information maybe on the top left of our screen or something like that. Right now it's just going to be on the camera. So if you run it right now, you'll see a lot of information is being showcased on our camera, and we're zoomed in, so it's kind of crazy. Maybe we will throw it into a canvas layer. I think it should be relatively easy to do, but you can see what state we're in. Currently we're in 0, our environment velocity is 0, and our movement velocity goes infinitely to random values. But you can see we have some funky stuff going on with the movement there, but we'll fix that pretty soon. Currently working on a why is make unique not the default as it is 100% a benefit to the workflow? Is there a performance hit to? I'm not entirely sure if there's. I don't think it's necessarily a performance hit, but like, use unique names. That is a bit. Yeah, I would say it is less error prone in terms of like, you know, oftentimes I'm trying to think of an example where like. Because you can have unique names within like within grandchildren, you know. So like I can have a child node, like I can have a node 2D in here, but then also have a node 2D in here, and it's like if you have a node, oh, oops, not a node, but like it would still be called a node 2D, and if we're grabbing a unique name, like which one is it? I guess there could be a feature where we change that, where if there is a unique name, we'd be like, oh, there's already, I mean, like the thing is you can always like expand on anything, right? So it's like, you know, what is the, I can't speak for the, whatever they're working on within Godot, but like, I guess there is a priority list, right? But maybe you can submit an issue or something like that. So yeah. I kind of agree. Oh, also, you can't toggle the unique name selector if the no name is repeated in that same scene, unless I'm misremembering. I see. Yeah. So I guess it would just have to check within the editor. They would just have to check if there's already unique names. I think it makes, like, personally, I think it makes sense, but yeah, I do see it being an issue. Usually, like, I've gotten into the habit of like, I try to get into the habit of officially creating scenes. Or like officially creating paths, that way I don't ever have to update them. But especially with like control nodes, I'm always moving things around, and these things have to be constantly updated. With mechanics, it's usually, I do have a fairly established way of making nodes. Like for instance, it's usually, you know, like some sort of like static node or character body, and then it has a collision, then it has an area 2D. Usually those things are set in stone, but with especially with control nodes, it becomes yeah, unique labels definitely become more of a thing there. I just found out about unique naming actually, like maybe like a couple of months ago. I've always been updating our references. I'm a fan of unique names access personally. I love that. Yeah, same. Someone recommended it or someone was like, "Hey, I just found out about this feature," and I didn't even know about it until they mentioned it. To simplify scene composition without updating node paths at a time, you used export node path for unique names to simply to simplify scene composition without updating. Oh, that's actually export the node path. That's actually, does it update correctly? Does it update correctly node paths? Because I do a lot of node paths in my game. I didn't know they update depending on where you move them, but I've never explored it too often. Or at all, probably. Usually I have paths and then I just keep them there. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good then. All right, so let's get back into it. I did notice, Yek, node paths are. I see you have a unique keyboard, but I think I understand are updated automatically. I believe are automatically updated. Welcome to the stream, AJ Rekov. Tootmic on YouTube has a great method on updating it. I see. Sorry, I forgot to change back. No, you're good. A Zerdy user detected. But luckily we have unique names across. All right, let's get back into it. So we have our labels. Maybe we will throw this into, I wonder, can you, I guess we'll showcase canvas layers now. Canvas layer. I wonder, can we throw canvas layers onto our player? I guess we'll find out. Okay, cool, we can. Although, where is it now? It's in the upper right corner. Why don't we see more of it? Wait, let me see them. All right, that was a little strange. We'll just put it right here so you guys can see it some more. Oh, there we go. So we can see, okay, our states, our environment velocity, our movement velocity, and our total velocity. Right now, obviously, all we have showcasing is our also, thank you to whoever just followed my channel. I really appreciate it. So yeah, here's our movement. Obviously, not much is happening, but if we go into our movement here, let's say we're about to fall off. You can see, it's interesting that we have fall movement there. We're resetting our velocity, our environment velocity. Some interesting things are happening there. But we'll try to fix it. That'll be tree fitty. Welcome Magic MW. You want a control node under the canvas? We do have a control node. Sekurus is ruining my keyboard shortcuts. And set control node to full width. Yeah, we can anchor it to. The thing is, yeah, it's not a big deal. But I mean, we can mess with it. I guess we can do it. The thing is, when we had it anchored to the bottom right here, it seemed like it didn't even update correctly. But usually, I don't put it into my player. That's the thing. So yeah, we have it anchored, but that doesn't really change anything in our canvas layer. I think maybe, yeah, we're not going to anchor it. Oh, full width, and let me see if that changed anything. Still no. All right, yeah. We'll just move it there. fine the way it was. Let's move it more actually. Okay. If we want, we'll update it over time, but yeah, usually I like to put like canvas layers in my main scene. Right now we just have a terrain scene and a player scene. But we probably won't expand on it too much today. Alrighty. Anywho, where were we now? So we have our total velocity. What do we want to do? So there's so many things we can approach this with. Do labels have an offset on that transform? No, I don't think so. It's not a big deal. Obviously you can mess with your, if you really wanted to update this, but I don't think you even, usually I think it's weird to put canvas layers, at least for me, I usually put them outside of the player. Alrighty. I think it doesn't matter from a rendering perspective. Yeah, I don't think it matters. But yeah, usually all of my UI stuff, I like to keep it separated. Because then you're going to get like, you know, like let's say you start, it just keeps it organized. Okay. So where were we? We have our player's velocity. I guess let's we have our velocity updating. Let me see here. I guess let's let's add a jump. Might as well. So let's add the jump state now. So in our grounded state, usually so if you look at the original code in the kinematic body, usually it just checks, oh, if we're is on floor, we enter the jump state. We technically don't need to do that anymore because we're already in the ground state. If you're, you know, like we're already, it's kind of like in between steps checking for this. So if you're already in the ground state, you can always enter the jump state now. So let's say this, and we're going to say if input, what is it called? If input dot is action just pressed UI accept, we'll say change state into the jump state. And then on the entrance of our jump state is where we'll actually run the jump code where we add velocity to the player. Let's go in there. For now, actually, we'll just run it in the enter state. So we'll say match state. And if our state is equal to states.jump, we'll say, we'll set this as player velocity. So we'll say velocity dot, although this is gonna be interesting because how are we gonna add gravity back into the player? What we could do is on the entrance of the, because we're gonna enter the jump state, on the entrance of the fall state, we could set the player's velocity. If our total velocity becomes 0, then we'll say player's velocity, or total, we'll reset the y-axis velocity. I'm not sure how we'd want to do that, or we could just say environment velocity since that's where gravity is being handled. It really depends on your approach. I would say, honestly, ideally, if we're going to be splitting these things, having motion over here, having our what do we call it? Player motion, player velocity, movement velocity. We'll say movement velocity. Dot y minus equals some. We'll create some. Actually, we'll use what was originally here. We said jump velocity is set to negative 400, and it's actually negative here, so we can just say plus equals jump velocity. Easy as that. So we change the player into the jump state, and what we're gonna have to do now is add some jump state. So we have our fall state, we have our ground state, we have our fall state, and now we want to create a states dot jump. And in our jump state, we're gonna have some sort. We still want to introduce fall movement. And in fall movement, the player will have full movement. What is this redstone? This is stream takeover. This is Sonic. Yes, this is Sonic. This is speed. Gotta go fast. All right, so we'll keep fall movement in here, and we're also going to give player the full ability to move within the state. So similar to, this is going to be a lot easier than what originally was written for the ground state movement. We're going to go in here, and we're just going to say our movement velocity is equal to our direction times delta. What are we breaking this time? We are making Sonic. That's what we're doing. We haven't broken anything yet, fortunately, but it's bound to happen. All right, so we'll say X direction again is equal to, honestly, we can usually what I like to do as well is also check, I actually put this usually in its own function as well, player input. Alrighty. And we'll just say if our same thing as before, if movement, or sorry, if X direction does not equal 0, we'll say basically what was our ground movement originally? Negative, or actually not even negative direction, just direction times speed times delta. Movement velocity plus equals speed times delta times our X direction. What version? This is 4.2.1 stable mono. Although we're not really using the we're not using C# today. Froster, and how's it going? Welcome. Alrighty. So that's what we're gonna do in here. So when the player is on, here we'll bring out our paint again, our beautiful artwork here. Again, so when the player is on, let's say, slopes, we're determining their forward direction based on their floor's normal. But when we're in the fall state, it becomes whatever it was originally. Why aren't you using C#? Because I don't see it as well. One, I started with C#. I remember when I first started Godot, I made like a Reddit post. I was like, "Hey, what do you guys think I should use, C# or Godot?" And most people suggested for most use cases, unless you have prior experience with C#, there's really like most things you can do already in GDScript. If you wanted to have some more optimizations and like whatever algorithms you're writing, maybe you would switch to C#. But yeah, most things can be done with GDScript. Yeah, I mean everything implemented into Godot is GDScript is considered with. So yeah, sometimes you have to do some hacks with C#. For the most part, it's still really good, and I know they're improving C# support like constantly all the time. But yeah, GDScript is good enough, or more than good enough for most people's games. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Okay, so yeah, based our forward, quote unquote, forward direction is based on the normal of the ground here, but when we're in the fall state, our forward direction is just whatever the player's input is. So when we're falling or when we're jumping, it'll be go to the right. Although we might want to explore some other things where, like, let's say the player's jumping forward, or let's say they're going in the opposite direction, but they're holding left. Like, what do we want to happen there? Maybe for a certain amount of time, we want the player to jump to the left, and then after a while, then they start moving to the right. Like, we could definitely do a bunch of things, but we'll have to explore. Lack of GPU will do that. I want to say script run times. Does it have to do with this? Does it have to do with the script, or does it have to do with rendering? I don't think much has to do with the with literally GD script. Oh, you said script. I thought you said, oh, script runtimes aren't my issue. It's rendering time. My bad. I misread. I missed the redeems. Oh, yeah, I missed the redeems too. Sorry, Camillus. Maybe next time we can like convince Nat to let our redeems in. Hydrate. I will hydrate. All right. Let's get back into it. So fall movement. And again, if anyone has any questions about what we're doing, feel free to ask, and I don't mind going back and explaining if you are new to the stream. Alrighty. So we have our fall movement. We have the entrance of the jump state. We don't have anything that lets us go into the into our fall state, which is going to throw us back into the movement state. Although, specifically for the jump state, there's going to be two things that happen, because we can still enter the floor and change back into the ground state, or we can just have gravity take us down. So here are two things we're going to do here. So we're going to do this. If is on floor. Right now we're detecting everything as the floor, even ceilings. We'll change our state into the ground state. Or we're going to say elif our velocity dot y is greater than 0. And if it's greater than 0, we want to change our player to the fall state. Tack on 70 megabytes of libraries if you're shooting for a small like mobile. That's kind of not cool. I see. I didn't even know that. All right. So if it's on floor, we go into the ground state. We're definitely gonna have to figure out some cases for when we go into the ground state. For instance, like once you jump into a ground, are we gonna reset the player's environment velocity, their current velocity? Yeah, there's a bunch of things that can happen. You also go on Sorcery Story and chat. Can't interact much now. I wanted to pass by and send some love. Thank you, Sorcery. Hope you're having a good day. Alrighty. Also, if you guys don't know Sorcery, they're another Godot dev, and I know I haven't been shouting out a bunch of Godot dev streamers, but Sorcery Story is another one of them. Definitely check them out. Alrighty. If is on floor, change to the ground state. If our velocity is greater on the y-axis, greater than 0, we enter the fall state. Once we enter the fall state, we're gonna have to see what we want to do there. I guess we're going to see what happens for either one of these states. But if we're in the ground state, we enter the jump state, and we're setting our current velocity to our jump velocity. Another thing that we're going to want to explore right now in our terrain script, I currently have our space button. Oh no, we have our UI cancel button, pausing the game so that we can see things if things are currently happening too slowly. Or too quickly, I mean, so we can pause and see what's going on. So we press the jump button, you can see, you can see we are infinitely going into the jump state, and that's because our movement velocity has been set to -400, and our environment velocity is constantly bringing us down. So we're going to want to figure out what to do there. What we could do, if a quick solution would have been, or a quick alternative would be to set our environment velocity, for instance, to this, and then there we go, and then we jump to 0, and then every time we jump, that happens, and then then we can move around as normal. But we'll have to figure out what we think is the best solution here. And we also invalid operands plus vector 2 on what is this, on fall movement. So we have fall. Oh, we never even had any fall movement, so let's do that now. Movement velocity dot x is going to equal our x direction and time speed here, and then there we go. Another thing we're going to probably want to add now is what happens when the player presses nothing. So if our X direction is 0, we're going to add some sort of stopping friction to our game. So let's do that now. So we have our constants here. We have player input. Well, we have velocities here. We have X direction here, the player states, and then we're going to also add, I guess we'll call these, I don't know, like just I don't know, speed values or something like that, environment or velocity values. And then over here we're gonna have a constant. We'll have something called stopping friction, and we'll throw this at like we'll say 0.99. We kind of want to have some like really floaty movement, perhaps. We can even have like moving friction if we want, depending on like what states the player is in. But for now, we'll just add stopping friction. So when we're in ground movement, for instance, maybe we want the player to have actually more stopping movement compared to when they're in the air. So we can have stopping friction. Let's do this, actually. This will be kind of fun or interesting. We'll say stopping friction ground, and then we'll also do stopping friction air. And stopping friction air will be at 0.99, and we'll have stopping friction ground. Maybe, honestly, these values can be like even like a hundredth or a thousandth could be a lot. So let's say 0.97 will be our stopping friction there on the ground, and then our stopping friction on the air will be 0.99. So now let's go into our ground movement, and we'll say else. If there's no input from the player, we're going to say movement velocity is going to be, and this is technically, yeah, we'll say stopping friction dot x times equals our stopping friction ground. And there it is. Stopping friction ground is there. And then let's go into our fall movement, and we'll say else stopping friction air dot x is equal to stopping friction air. Oh, my bad. This is supposed to be movement velocity dot x is equal to this. There is something interesting that's happening here, though. Right now we're saying stopping friction. Actually, specifically for this movement, we want full stopping friction, because our movement velocity while we're on the ground can go in any direction. It's not only in the X or Y direction. That's why we're rotating these speeds here, so that the player can accelerate upwards towards the ground. We can make it even more intricate at some point, where, like, I don't know, maybe we want like, you know, if you're going up, if you're just starting out, maybe we add some more friction on the upward, like on the elevating ground right here. So like as you're going up, we're like, oh, you know, if you're just starting out, as you're going up, maybe there's more friction here. I don't think we're gonna do that during this stream, because that, like, you can always expand on this stuff, and like if you want to expand on this project, maybe you can after we post it. But yeah. Alrighty. Let's do this. All right, so now we have stopping friction. Over time, you can see we start to slow down on any axis. Eventually, everything hits 0. You can see it very slowly hits 0, but eventually it does. It is negative, and maybe we want to eventually round these values if it hits a certain value. But what we're going to try to explore now is, okay, so you can see now nothing really happens. There's no physics. We're technically still on the ground according to our kinematic body. But what we want to do, I think what we're going to try to do, is if our velocity doesn't hit, if the length of our velocity doesn't hit a certain value, then we're going to want to check what the normal is and apply gravity in that area. I'm not sure if opposite gravity. We'll try to figure that out. I'm not entirely sure how we want to implement that just yet. That'll be pretty interesting to figure out. Although, what happens here? Some funky stuff is going to happen here. Okay, so I guess because not is on ground has finally because our velocity is pushing us down, our velocity actually just started going downwards, and there was nothing for us to get attached to. Is it possible to bump up the text side in the code a little? Yeah, of course. Oddcast. Let me know. Let me know if this is better for you. Maybe it would be better for us to actually pop out the text, pop this out into its own. Although, here, let me see. Maybe we keep this over here, and we'll keep our editor over here, and then I'll zoom in on that. Let me know how that looks. Okay. And we can also, let me see, when we do run the code, is the text here, yeah, we'll actually expand that on that as well. Theme overrides, font sizes. Not sure what a good font size is. Say 32 maybe. Let me know if that's good. We'll throw this up a little bit. Yeah, that should be good. Watching on the road trip makes this more enjoyable. Hell yeah, Pro Max. Much better. All right. Okay. So where were we? This is a new feature within Godot. I'm totally not used to having our text editor, our editor here, like in another window. It's usually over here. So it always trips me up sometimes. But hopefully we get used to it. Alrighty. So also, oh, it's nice that the script changes even when we're editing, switching here. Where were we? Let's bring back that player. It's nice to have. All right. What do we want to do now? Let me bring this back up for a second and see. So we have our jump state. What we want to do now is, I think we're going to try to figure out what happens over here. And you can see also another thing we're going to want to do in our jump state. Right now we're applying gravity, and you can see I'm spamming the jump button, and our velocity is just going infinitely, to this super high value. What we're going to want to do for our environment velocity. I'm actually wondering if we want to keep it under environment velocity, or if we want to throw it back into movement velocity. We'll see what we think. But for now, let's go into our script here, and I'm gonna go into our jump state. And what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna grab whatever our current ground is. Either we want to grab, so what's going to be interesting is, because we have a raycast and we're using kinematic bodies, we might want to grab the opposite of what our player's ground normal is, or we might want to grab, so we might want to grab our floor normal and set that as the jump velocity, or we might want to grab what our raycast is, or we might want to grab maybe like the average of the two. We'll see which one looks pretty good. Little 13_14. Little 3_14. Thank you for the follow. That's interesting. Oh, and for the follow, that's so funny. We get both the double follow there. Hell yeah. Let's go back into our jump movement. Where's our jump state? Or yeah, we didn't create a jump function. We just have it written in our enter state. So let's go in there. And over here, we're going to say, instead of saying jump velocity, and .y, here, actually, yeah, we can say jump, plus jump velocity, but we're also going to want to multiply it by either the player's, floor normal or by the raycast. Let's try the raycast first. I'm interested to see what that does. I believe it's going to be a negative, yeah, it's going to be negative. So we'll say negative, whatever our raycast is. So I think what we call this down raycast dot target position, and this is a not normalized currently, so we'll say dot normalized. I wonder why it doesn't show us Anyway, let's go back into here. Let's just tell it that it's a raycast 2D. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty. So now it's based on the opposite. Oh, invalid operands, float and vector 2. Oh, so then, okay, yeah, we don't want it to only be on the y-axis. There we go. So now when we jump, we want this value to be negative. Or sorry, it was, yeah, we wanted to keep it there because our velocity is already. Oh, wait, what the hell? There we go. So now it's based, hopefully. Oh, we've never. Is down normal colliding? Oh, we only have it based on the player normal. So actually, here, let's actually ignore this for now. We'll say player floor normal for now. We haven't even messed with the raycast yet. I'm getting way too ahead of myself. Let's go back into the enter state, and we'll just say floor normal for now. Get. So we'll say get floor normal dot normalized, and this is already normalized. Are you a Godot maker? Official Godot stream. Sheesh, how's it going, Elemental? Am I a Godot maker? I'm a Godot enthusiast, I would say. I make games with Godot. I don't make Godot, or I don't work on the project. That is. So I believe now we do want to set this to negative. Let's run this again. Oh, this is my main game. Whoops. Let's close that. There we go. All right, let's see what happens here. Oh my God, we opened up our game accidentally. Here, let me close that. I'm a Godoer. I am a Godoer. All right, so here's our velocity. Pretty simple stuff. If we're on the left wall, we should jump off the opposite direction now. Some funky stuff still happens though. So here, of course, it's going to be a little jank because we have not figured out all of the cases yet. But that's the point of this stream. What we're going to do now. Another thing to consider now that we have, so again, all of this is improv. So like, it's not like we're like, you know, most of this stuff we're trying to figure out in the moment. I've never explored. So I do a lot of platformer stuff in my own game, but I don't do, usually my game is not actually momentum based or anything like that. So this movement is like actually far more, there's gonna be a lot more stuff. You know, we have our environment velocity, we have movement velocity. Most of the time my game is only manipulated via player movement, and we have like a momentum velocity sort of thing. But for the most part in my game, it's all very like sharp movement. And here we're gonna be doing some like really, you know, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna try to see if we can make something a little bit more interesting. Will be great if I can see my Prime sub on this channel. I don't know how hard it would be to set that up on the channel. So we don't have subscriptions just yet, but we are trying to get the Godot channel affiliated. So hopefully that happens pretty soon. We just have to stream more on the channel, and then hopefully, I mean, I'm sure it'll happen within, hopefully within the month. I would say we just have to keep streaming some more. But yeah. All right, so yeah, we're gonna be updating our player's velocity. So you can see we're kind of jumping all the time, and that's because in our jump state right now, we say, oh, movement or environment velocity. What even is happening here? You can see we're like bouncing like crazy, and then eventually it goes down. But let me see. Our environment velocity keeps bouncing back and forth between 16 and 0.3. Let's see what the hell what's going on there. So if we look at our environment velocity, currently we're saying this. What we're going to want to do on the entrance of the ground state, which I think we already did, is we say environment velocity is equal to 0. But what state are we in when this happens? That's another thing to tell ourselves. And you know what? To make things easier, we're going to have another function called print state. Oh, whoops. Or we'll say get state. State name on our input state. Got 370 kilometers left. Hopefully it gets affiliated by then. Yeah, hell yeah. So we'll just say match. And states.ground. We'll actually return a string here. Yeah, that's my that's the current project. We'll explore more of the project later on too. I'll definitely post some stuff at some point. Or I'll definitely show you guys a little bit about that too. So we'll just say ground, and let's just grab this and print this a few times. Oh, actually, oops, we want to return ground. Return ground, return, what was it? States.ground, states.fall, and states.jump. And actually, I might as well copy all these correctly. All right, there we go. They should never happen. Okay, and then get state name. When we're printing our labels, when we update our labels, instead of saying return state, we'll say get state name of our state. There we go. Okay, so now we can see we're in the ground state. We jump. Oh, we're in the fall state, not in the jump state. That is not correct. Let's see what that is. Oh, because we wrote. No, we're not. We are in the jump state. It's just not printing correctly. So now we jump, enter the fall, jump into the fall. And now, so what do we want to find out? You can see our environment velocity goes like kind of crazy. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here, but we can see we're jumping between ground and fall, ground and fall, ground and fall. The second we enter the ground state, the player's velocity should be updated. So on the exit state of the player, we say environment velocity is equal to vector 2.0. But it seems like that's not enough. I'm not entirely sure why. I think we'll figure that out. But on the entrance of the states.ground, our environment velocity should also equal vector 2.0. Let's see what happens there. It should happen here, actually. There's no reason why it's not, but I guess we'll have to debug that, see what the hell is what's going on there. Yeah, it's interesting. Our environment velocity is being updated. Let's see, where are we updating this? So on the entrance of the ground state, we're saying is equal to that velocity That's fine. Our fall movement says plus gravity. Environment velocity on the entrance of the jump state. Vector 2, 0. Very interesting that our velocity. Let's see. At the entrance of our jump state, let's just put a break right there and see what happens afterwards. So right over here, we'll say, or actually, so we know for sure environment velocity has been updated to 0. On our first frame being in the ground state. So let's go into our physics process, and right over here, whenever we're gonna check something, we're gonna say if we don't actually save our previous state. Sometimes this is nice to do this, and this is what I do in my game. Is we have a state variable, but we also usually have a previous state, and I usually store this on the exit state. I'll just say previous state. After we enter this, we'll say previous state is equal to this previous state. We'll say actually input and we'll want to match this input previous state, because sometimes you might want to check, depending on how intricate your state machine is. Maybe you want to check what the previous state of the player was before you change it to the previous state. I mean, you can always expand on this as much as you want, and it'd be cool to see what you guys do if you are relatively new to I guess state machines and Godot or whatever it is. All right, so if our previous state, when we enter the ground state, so in our physics process, what I'm going to quickly do to debug here is we're going to say if our previous state is equal to states dot I guess fall, we want to print whatever the player's environment velocity is. On first frame of ground, we'll throw that in and we'll say states dot, or sorry, environment velocity. All right, let's see what happens. Oh, environment velocity on first frame. Interesting. Wait. If our previous state is equal to a state, because it was states.fall. Okay. But we only want this to print once. So what we're gonna do here is first we're gonna want to check if we also entered. Here, I'm gonna just create a quick variable called, just for debugging purposes. We're gonna say. You can also add breaks here, but just to speed run this a little bit, we're gonna just have a variable called print now is equal to false, and on the entrance of our jump state, our first ever jump state, we're going to say print now is equal to true. All right, print now is equal to true, and then after we print this, we're gonna say print now is equal to false, because we only want to see this once. We could add a break here, but honestly, we're not really printing anything else, so it should be fine, just to see. All right, so boom. Actually, we will add a break here. Are we constantly adding? Okay, wait. Oh. Yo, checking in. How's it going, Yag? Welcome back. So we're in the ground state. So our previous state was the... Oh, okay. So another thing we need to figure out. Right now, when we enter the jump state, we're going from the jump. The way we enter the fall state is from our player's movement velocity. Okay, this is gonna be an interesting approach. What do we want to do here? Right now, okay. That's what I wanted to ask you. You want to ask me stuff? Oh wait, give me 1 second. Let me turn on my fan. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Okay, so this is gonna be interesting because usually, you know, you enter the fall state when gravity's pushing you down, but now we've introduced this like this new, Okay, so if we look at our ground state right now, we say if we look at our jump state, we say if is on floor, we enter the ground state, right? If our velocity dot y is greater than 0, then we enter the fall state. But like we can be in the jump state, right? Like we can still be in the jump state if we're jumping downwards, but maybe we throw the player into the fall state immediately. And maybe we remove this whole like fall and jump state and just have one like air state instead. Oh yeah, look, Aj Rekoff just mentioned the same thing. We might need to merge the two, because like, yeah, we're jumping in different directions now. We're not just going up and down. We're going, you know, we're jumping in opposite directions, but we're still in some air state of some kind. And so, I'm not entirely sure what we want the approach to be just yet. So we could ignore the fall. We would still need some sort of air state. I mean, we could keep the fall state, but we wouldn't want the players. Maybe we don't want this if velocity is equal to something here. Maybe we get rid of this and we just keep the player. Since our jump state can check if we're on the ground, we can just leave it like that. And we can still have the fall state, although it's literally the same. It's literally the same function. It's just we might want to still keep them separated because there still might be certain things that happen. But let's see. So we can jump the same way, and there we go. Oh, we still jump between the. Can't tell what this is. Ground and fall. Here, we should also print out what our state is on the entrance of a new state. So let's go on enter state. And what we'll do is we'll just say print what we call this print state, or sorry, get state name of our state. Let's close that, run it again, and seems to be fine here. And then this is what happens. So we're jumping between the fall and ground state. Fall ground. So something is not being done correctly here. On the entrance of the fall state, or what are we checking in our physics process for the ground state? So we say if not is on floor, enter the fall state. If the jump button is pressed, we enter the jump state. On the ground state, we say if is on floor, we enter the ground state. So apparently we're jumping in, for some reason, we're jumping between ground state and floor, jumping between these two states. That's weird. That means we're is on floor and not is on floor simultaneously, or after every frame. It seems like it's giving us the wrong value. Let me see here. If not is on floor. And what's our ground movement doing? You know, it could be. What could be happening here is that our player's velocity, now our movement, but, that's interesting actually. If movement is equal to 0, nothing should be happening, but it seems like some sort of velocity is putting us on the floor. Snap to floor. So by default, we should be snapping to the floor. We should be snapping to the floor. So we have our snap length set to 1. When set different from 0, yeah. So we have 1 pixel worth of distance, so it should be good. We could increase it, but I feel like that doesn't solve the solution. Oh wait, this is the wrong player anyway. Wait, let's go back here. Close that. I mean, that doesn't solve the problem. We could set it to 5. Let's see if that fixes it. Let's see. Wait, let's set it to like some high number, like 1. No, let's set it to like 50 pixels. I think that's what I see. Our velocity is like some random value there. But even then, that doesn't. Oh my god, we're like, our environment velocity is going crazy here. Yeah. Wait. Let's go back here. Change the snap length. Let's go back. Our jump is perfect on vertical ones. On just regular ground, it's when we do a downwards jump that our environment velocity is not being reset correctly, which is weird because on the entrance of our ground, let's try resetting everything. On the entrance of our ground state, you know what it might be? Well, we'll find out right now. But on the enter state, let's say this is equal to 0, and we're also going to say velocity is equal to 0. Or let's first say movement velocity set to 0. Okay, that fixes it. Okay, so it was our movement velocity that was messing with us, but we don't necessarily want it to be set to 0. But I think we do want to convert it in some way. We'll have to figure out what we want to do for that. Because obviously this looks kind of interesting that it's just like, one, we can see that it's like, you know, the fact that we're like sliding over slowly. We haven't even implemented the raycast controller just yet. This is just us grabbing the floor normal, or what our kinematic body on the player thinks is the floor normal, and that's not necessarily the value we want to use. Maybe there's a better way to do it with the kinematic bodies, and it'd be cool to see if anyone else can figure that out. But right now we haven't used it at all yet. Maybe a reduced factor of like 0.5 or something like that. That would be an interesting approach too. We'll see. There's so many things we have to do for this, and I wonder if we will even have enough time to capture like every aspect of this. Maybe slide towards the direction everyone enjoys ice controls. Yeah, we definitely will. That's definitely not a bad idea. Do we want to do that now? Do we want to set the? Okay, so there's a bunch of things we can do. Do we want to work on that, or do we want to work on having smoother wall controls? Because right now we have this like jank, you know, it's checking our velocity. And here, actually, let's work on representing what our forward direction is, so you guys can see what, like, you know, what our velocity. I mean, you can see it when we print it out, but like, you know, it's hard to visualize that sometimes. So we'll have another function right here that says func update. We'll say update forward velocity. We'll call this forward velocity raycast. And all it's going to do is say our forward raycast dot cast, or sorry, dot target position is going to equal our velocity. Or maybe, no, we're not going to say our velocity, we're going to say our movement velocity. Or maybe, actually, let's keep it on velocity for now. Maybe we'll show everything, actually. Maybe we'll create several variables to show our forward raycast and our movement velocity, our environment velocity, and then total velocity. What I like to do, what we're going to do as well for this raycast, just so that we can visualize it a little bit more, is let's go into our raycast, and we're going to set this as like, we'll change the color here to like red or something. We'll make that red. So we can see that we'll see this grow. What do you have on your glasses? A little known thing as cool factor. That's what's on my glasses. I can keep those on for you. Cadre 15. All right, so we haven't updated it. Let's go back into here. Let's go into update forward velocity, and we're just going to throw that into our physics process for now. We'll just say update forward raycast, forward velocity raycast. Honestly, we'll probably do is say update all raycasts at some point. Although, yeah, we'll see. The forward raycast is a visual thing. The forward velocity raycast is a visual thing. The bottom raycast that we're going to be creating is more of a mechanic thing that we're going to introduce. Although our forward velocity raycast might be used in some way at some point. We haven't figured that part out yet. We'll see. So many things we can do here. Like this is the thing that was like this is exciting. Okay, so here you can see now we have this like cool little red arrow popping around. And based on our velocity, so you'll see now, depending on where we're moving, it's going to update appropriately. But you can see as I'm pushing these values forward, you can see it takes forever to update, right? So we're moving, and it's updating sort of appropriate. And you can see the second we enter the fall state, it's based on our floor normal here. But the second we go down here, it'll flip because our fall state checks for direct movement at that point. And maybe we want to create like some sort of timer that slowly makes ourselves go back into the right direction, not as intense as it currently is. Another thing that we can do is once the player enters the fall state, we convert all of the movement velocity into our environment velocity and then have the player manipulate their movement velocity. There's so many things we can do. But yeah, it especially looks a little odd. One, because we're not clamping any of the values. And honestly, this looks pretty good. I'm not going to lie. If we clamped the values here, it would be a lot more smooth. But we'll have to figure out what we want to do there. In fact, maybe we do want to have a max value right now. So let's go back into our ground movement. And what we're going to do over here, I'll just do it right here for now. We're going to say movement velocity. What do we want to set our max value to? Looks like it's an eye. It's an eye stretching out of its socket. How's it going with the Celeste clone? It's going with the Sonic clone. How's it going with the Sonic clone? It's going pretty well. It's going pretty good so far. I'm enjoying myself. So let's do this. Let's say movement velocity is going to equal our movement velocity dot normalized times, actually we want to clamp this value. How do we is equal to movement velocity movement velocity dot, not dot length, dot clamp. Min vector. Min vector. Is there? I feel like there's a clamp for length, and we don't have to say. Let me see something. Vector 2. Can do limit length. Is that what it is? There we go. Thank you. We'll do usually. I'm not sure. We'll try out like 175. See how that goes. Although our speed is 300, so maybe we want to do max speed of 300. We'll see what looks good. Although this does not look like it's being clamped. Or is it? Let me see. Oh no, it is. It's just going out of the screen, which is fine. All right, so honestly, it doesn't look too bad. But you can see, like, I mean, I guess if we made this a little sharper, but that's why we're going to introduce another raycast. See this bottom raycast? We haven't used it yet. You probably shouldn't do it to the total velocity though. We're not doing it to the total velocity. It's just that there's no there's no current environment velocity just yet. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, movement velocity. We're only limiting the movement velocity currently. It's just that there's only movement velocity currently. All right. What's next? We could explore the second raycast, the floor raycast. Let's do that. Let's go back here. Let's clean this up. Actually, we're not even using this, so let's get rid of it. Hey, Brad. Cool to see you here. How's it going, Finding Focus? How you been? It's cool to see you here. All right. So let's go back into our ground movement. And right now we're saying, okay, so if our ground movement is rotated, we do this. We're going to say something like, what was the original function we have here? We have something called forward colliding. Not sure why we're checking for this, but we're going to say if down normal, if our down normal is colliding. Oh, what if we say if our forward movement, okay, we'll mess with this at some point. Indeed, cool to see you here. How's it going, two nerdy nerds? How you doing? Welcome. If is down normal colliding. New present, no. We are just, this is just a stream takeover. This is the unofficial, official Godot engine official takeover. Unofficially official. This time I'm behaving. Yes. Everyone's on their best. How's it going, Saw 1423? How's it going? Welcome. Practical running Godot? No, we are, again, this is just a takeover. This is just a takeover. Guys. This is just a takeover. Nothing is happening here. We are not affiliated with Godot. Not affiliated anyway with Godot. Go wishlist memory. Officially sanctioned takeover mind. All right. Let me see here. Where were we? What did we say we wanted to do? Oh yeah. Okay. So the approach that I had in the original code, let's look at that one because it might be a little jank. Let me see. But it was a decent approach, but just wishlisted a Celeste clone. All of a sudden, an inexplicable urge to wishlist memory. I can't explain. That is weird. So we said if our down normal is colliding, we change the rotation to be this. Otherwise, we grab from the player normal. This was our solution. We'll see if this is the best solution. So actually, wait here. Let's just copy this whole thing. Golden Lion, thank you for the follow. And welcome. I have no memory of wishlisting memory. Are you the true embodiment of Godot now? If anything, Godot is the embodiment of me. I am Godot. Hi, Booyah, Grandma. How's it going? How's it going, Booyah? I think you were here a bit earlier, right, Booyah? I feel like I said hi to you. But yeah. Let's go back into. I'm so used to the script not being popped out. Like, I think this is such a good feature, but because I'm still in Godot 3, oftentimes I forget that like this is a thing. But it is nice. The true embodiment of desktop icon chaos. That is true too. For those of you who want to see my, I mean, it's organized. I think it's pretty good. I mean, we got our all of our like executables over here. We got all of my Twitch most of my Twitch and like marketing stuff over here. We got all my game dev stuff here. We have our sub game dev stuff over here. I got my like semi-important stuff down here, but also semi-important, but I also don't go to very often. And of course, we have all our games on the top right corner. It's organized chaos, I would say. And of course, we have our game because it's nice there. The best kind of chaos. Quadruple A. I wasn't ready for this jump scare. Oh, I was not ready for this jump scare. But yeah. Yagich.com. Quadruple A, yeah. That's any game made with Godot going forward is now a quadruple A production. It's a really big flex. How's the progress on the Sonic clone? Honestly, it's pretty good. We're splitting things up, and we're like you know, during yesterday's stream, it seemed like a little bit chaotic, but now we're splitting things into states, and we're figuring out what we want to do within each substate. So it's going pretty well. I'm really happy with how it looks so far. Quadruple A's if it's made in 4.x. Damn. My memory is unfortunately only a AAA, but that's okay. This Sonic clone will be a quadruple A production, and anyone can have this quadruple A production once I figure out with Nat how we're gonna post this. We can share it with you guys. It'd be cool to make this into a game. Maybe, you know, honestly, maybe during every like if this becomes more of a thing, maybe we'll only work on this game. Like we can kind of keep expanding on this. That'd be kind of cool. We'll see. Although it'd be also cool to explore other things. I'm not sure if people only want to see platformer development or like Sonic clone development. I mean, we could do anything. I wouldn't mind doing like game jams, like 3-hour game jams, like hosting events, and we like, you know, try to make a game in three hours or something like that. Waiting for 5.x so I can make a quintuple A games. Yeah. Really scary horror game is an game production. Yes. Hit me up about that. Yeah, you host, don't you? What's the game jam that you host, Yag? Also, for those of you who don't know, Yag is also a Godot streamer. Trijam, that's the one. Yeah, I can shout out people. I'm not, I apologize if I'm not shouting enough people, but I definitely want to shout out a bunch of you guys. Shiny Games. Who else is here? Two Nerdy Nerds, Booyah Grandma, Solar Labyrinth, we have a bunch of streamers around these parts. So if you want to see more game dev, you can definitely find more streamers. We're a pretty tight-knit community around these parts. Everyone seems like we kind of all know each other. It definitely feels nice. Ask the mods. Hey, can we shout out people during the stream? Okay, thanks. Thanks. Thanks, Practical. Really appreciate it. Wait, Yag is the host of the Tri-Jam? Oh, wow, yeah. Yeah, if you want to post the link, by the way, Yag. Definitely post it. If you insist, of course, I insist. You know what would be cool if I like had like, if you guys know Bad Cop, she's working on like a VTuber thing, and I think it'd be cool if I could like connect that to my face and then put like the Godot face on my face. We'll have to explore that at some point, since we're working on an overlay, and I think at some point she plans on making it open source, so we can like explore some stuff over there too. Here's trijam.itch.io. There we go. This one right here. Oh, is this one of these? Are you right? One of these are your OC. I assume it's this one, right? Oh, this is the official account. No, it's not. Oh. Thank you for the follow on my main page, whoever that was. I really appreciate it. It'd be cool. I usually have here. Wait, let me see. What the hell? What's? I need like I think I need a third monitor. There's so much going on. We need like 3 monitors at a time. Pixembi. Hi Godot engine chat. Yeah, you tried trolling. You tried saying hi. Here, actually, let me pop out that chat as well. So I can see. You know that redeem I'm pretty sure that redeem shows on my channel, or it shows on the stream currently. Any redeems, by the way, for those of you who don't know, any redeems redeemed on the, you can't get any points unfortunately at the moment, but if you wanted to redeem something, we could totally do them. Let me pop up this chat too so I can see any follows and stuff. Stop it. Here, I'll bring up, actually, I don't know, I don't want to, in case something happens, I'd rather not showcase that chat. But yeah, we have both chats open now. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? Stop it. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. Hey, look, it's Impractical NPC. Impractical PC. How's it going? Practical is a great host of this channel. Thanks. Alrighty. Let's close this for now. The famous 3-hour jam. The world knows about it. And if you don't know, now you know. For those of you who don't know about famous, it will be famous now. All right, so what do we want to do now? I'm curious to see this though. All right, so I guess now is a good time to update what our bottom normal is, and maybe we can figure out some really cool system for figuring out how we want the player. So it would look way more smooth. Let's see something. If we go into our script here, and let's say we clamped the player's value, their velocity to like, where's our script? Open script. What the hell? What the hell? All right, here we go. Let's go back into here. I just want to see if we set this value to like, let's say it's 50, and we'll run it again. We're running super slow, but this looks, obviously this looks way more smooth, right? And it's because we're not really updating the player's velocity based on what their normal is. We are, but it's like the player's kinematic body normal is not up, like, right, for instance, if we're right here, and I guess we can print that out. Let's make this like a hella cool visualizer sort of thing. So we have our down raycast, and we're gonna also make another node right here. I'm gonna call this the kinematic floor, or whatever our kinematic player normal is. Normal kinematic, or actually they're called players now. So player normal. But yeah, I'm gonna keep calling it kinematic because my brain thinks it's a kinematic. We're gonna call it a kinematic because we're gonna have another floor normal too. Kinematic floor normal. So we'll call this the kinematic normal. And let's go in here. Let's go back into our script, and let's full screen this for a second. And over here, oof. We'll have our kinematic normal, and then we also have our player's floor normal down raycast. We'll have that update too. Let's go back into our, what do we call this? Something raycast. Update forward raycast. We're gonna call this update all raycasts. Update visual raycasts. And this one is going to show, thanks for the posture check, Panda Coder. We'll call this, what do we call this? The kinematic normal. Actually, let's call it kinematic normal raycast. We'll update the name later. Is going to equal dot target position is going to equal whatever our negative floor. Actually, we have something already called the player normal, and we're gonna have to multiply this by, like, let's say, we'll multiply this by what? Like, we'll say 16, or actually, just so things look nice, we're gonna say 11, because that's the current. What do we call this? Update visual raycasts, and we'll make this value what? We'll make it blue, or this nice pretty color here. Dot target position is equal to our player normal times 11. Dot target position. What the hell? Kinematic normal. It's equal to. Oh, we updated the title here. There we go. All right, so now you can see our normal. Is that NPC practical? How's it going, Half Moon? You can see our normal updates, but you can see here, it's based on the collision. This is a really sharp collision. It might be hard for you guys. I think you guys can see it. I can zoom in, but you can see there's like this little arrow that keeps changing. And that's our floor normal. If we walk slowly over here, especially when we have a bunch of these little things here, we'll see. Honestly, it actually looks pretty good. No, here, this is the problem. You'll see that it's kind of jank sometimes. Where, like, we're colliding with something else, I assume. Like, we're colliding with a bunch of things, especially over here. But what do we want our rotation to be, right? Or what do we want our normal to be? It could be literally any one of these collisions. And so what we're going to do is we're going to set, based on our collisions, based on the player's forward velocity, based on the red arrow, during every frame, we're just going to grab the average of our player's floor normal and the average of the player's floor normal to their forward velocity, and that'll be the quote-unquote new movement, the updated movement per frame. So we're going, I guess we'll be updating twice as fast, and maybe even more if we wanted to. So let's do that next. But this looks pretty good so far. And also, wait, let me just make sure this works. Yeah, this looks good. Well, don't worry. We'll like you can see that we're like like we just stop. Obviously, that looks pretty whack. We'll change that pretty soon. All right, so let's go back here. All right, so let's go into our ground movement now. And right here, if our x direction does not equal 0, we do this. Let's go back into our original player. Let me just copy this code. We're gonna say this right here. Copy this over, and we're gonna say, I'm gonna zoom out just a bit for a second. If you can't see the code, just let me know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, so if our down normal is colliding, we'll say our movement velocity is equal to our down raycast out target position rotated to, our down raycast. And then else, we'll just keep it to what it was before. Identifier direction. We name this to x direction now. Dodge Peace, thank you for the follow on my main channel. Really appreciate it. Are you supposed to stick to the floor when you jump in Sonic? I mean roof? Are you supposed to stick to the floor when you jump? Are you supposed to stick on the floor? Are you supposed to stick to it? No, I don't think so. Oh no, what's going on here? We have taken over Godot, we have unofficially taken over the official Godot engine official channel. Like if you jump and hit the upper part, you're being attached to it, no? Yeah, yeah, all of those things need to change. Obviously, we can only tackle one thing at a time. So that's why we've introduced states. Originally, we didn't have any. If we did do some rigid body stuff, then all of the physics would have been quote unquote handled. But yeah, it's kind of, I think using a kinematic, using a rigid body would look cool, I think, but it wouldn't be as interesting. I think, I feel like people want to see, the quote unquote, physics being created from scratch, and that's why we're creating from scratch. If you did a rigid body, yeah, you can do some stuff, like you can easily implement it, but like, yeah, I don't think that's interesting. I don't think anyone wants to watch that, unless you do, but yeah, this is cooler. And then you can fully manipulate it how you want. But yeah, that's why we're introducing states as well. All right, so movement velocity plus equals down raycast dot target position. Is there anything else we need to do? This is down colliding. We're averaging, so our down raycast dot target position is updating based on yeah, this is good. This is good. It's updating based on the forward direction, and then we grab the average of the two. But let's see how that looks. So now we'll see two raycasts. We don't have it updating though. Actually, none of these raycasts are updating. So let's do that now. Oh, actually, we only need to update. Oh, we do actually update it. We say force raycast update, so we're good there. What we want to do though in our script here is let's change this down raycast. We're gonna make it like a different color. Let's make it like green or something. I think that's a good color. So you can see our down raycast is colliding. Right now it's not colliding. When you see it turns bright, that's when it'll collide with something. And you can see as we're colliding with something, our position, because we're going so slow, actually, it doesn't really. Oh, interesting. Honestly, I mean, our velocity is so slow. Maybe let's go back into what we wrote originally. We said we wanted it to be 175. And that's a lot better. Okay, so that makes it a lot more smooth. Also, thank you for the follows. It'd be cool if I can see the follows, but I don't have no, here, actually I do. If I turned on my mod view, let me do that. Just yeah, actually let me shout out everyone who gave a follow earlier. If I can find out. Can we see Twitch activity here? Top left. Whispers, reward. Activity feed, here we go. Let me pop this out. All right, we're gonna go down the list. Oh my god, wait, but there were so many people. Also, sup, how's it going, Asash? Asahi, the right? Oh, Asahi, I know you. Welcome. Louis Dev, Lincoln, Linkle Nodder, Russ Puppy, Dodge Peace. I saw you on my channel. Thank you. Adam Bex, Pixambi, Monotos, and then there's gonna be a bunch of people. We're gonna shout out to Saw4, Omega. Did I miss Golden Lion? I think I thanked you early. Monotas, Nerdy Nerds, two Nerdy Nerds. Vamos, que se puede, LOL. Moistosk, the Spriters Resource. Everybody, I'm just gonna scroll down these names. I can't say everybody. Salty Yogurt, Oddcast, Show, Kadri. I'll be more aware of it now. Metal, thank you for the follow. All right, going forward, maybe we'll have a credits at the end and we'll thank everybody. But here we go. Leave that open for now. All right. All right, so this actually looks really good. It looks better than what we wrote originally, and the fact that we're updating all this or visualizing this information makes it so much nicer. So yeah, this actually looks pretty clean. You can see it's not as sharp as we potentially want it, but that's because our movements are just, or the collisions that we're creating here are not as sharp. But honestly, I think it looks pretty good. So what do we want to do now? If there's no input from the player, if our velocity, maybe what we want to do is average out the velocity. You see this yellow, like what we could do actually, right now we're updating this green arrow. What we can do is update the green arrow based on the velocity. And so if this raycast isn't touching the ground anymore, then we add gravity to the player, or we basically just disconnect them from the ground. Because right now, obviously, if there's no movement or like, you know, nothing happens, we're going all the way down. Why are we still on this ground, right? Like it makes kind of no sense. The second we go here, then we fall straight down and there's no input from the player. Velocity gets set straight to 0, or we can do that. But that's kind of silly, right? All right, so let me see. What do we want to do? Definitely if our velocity, so if our upwards normal is greater than -1, so basically, you know, if we're upside down, obviously we want to start adding gravity to the player immediately. Or honestly, we can always add gravity. Is this project going to be on GitHub? Probably. So yeah, I'll post it somewhere. I think that's a good idea. We're also participating in the Captain Coder and Muniz mechanically challenged event. So if you want to check that out, that's gonna be here. So yeah, either way, even if we don't post it for anything official, for like not anything quote unquote, anything unofficially posted for the Godot Engine official channel, we'll definitely post it for the. It'll be for like, yeah, I'll definitely post it on GitHub no matter what. So yeah. All right. I guess now we got to figure out how we want our movement to look. Because this is all fun. Do we want to work on what our jumps are going to be, or do we want to work on what throws us into the fall state from the ground state? I think that'd be more interesting. So let's do that. So let's go into our ground state here. What's in our ground state physics process at the moment? We have ground movement, and we say if not is on floor, and if this. Okay, so we're gonna have another function, I guess, and in our function we're gonna say is upside down or something like that. Func, or maybe check if fall or something like that. Here, we'll see. For now, we'll say check if fall. And another thing we're going to want to do is potentially update we're going to want to check if we want to update what our green arrow is, this arrow right here. Maybe right now we're only setting it to 0 or 11, so that we're barely colliding with the surface. But maybe we want to check if we're colliding, or if that value is like, yeah, if it just enters 0, or like less than 10, basically. Let's see what we can do here. Right now, if we go into this is down normal colliding, let's see what this looks like first. Right now we're saying times 11, and then we normalize this value. Let's not normalize it and see what that looks like. So right now, you'll see nothing is happening. We don't see the arrow at all. Unless it's directly... Here, let me hide what our floor normal is for a second. So we see that. Yeah, I don't see it at all. So dot normalized. Down raycast is equal to our forward raycast dot normal. Target position, our forward raycast. Oh, because this is normalized, we don't... Okay, wait. Before we do that, let's just duplicate this line in case we find out we don't like it. Let's not normalize this line. Plus our negative floor normal. We actually have a value called player normal now, but we'll leave that the way it is for now. Divided by 2. All right, so you can see our quote-unquote floor normal is now following the player. You can see that green arrow is sort of following us. And then, okay, so this is not what we want, right? Because now it's like a little too much. Maybe we wanted to scale with, maybe we wanted to scale at a certain value, but I'm not sure yet. Let's see. Or what we do is, maybe. So, all right, let's get rid of this again. Let's see this. Let's bring this back. So we're going to normalize the value again. Let me see this. Our max value is 175. But yeah, our max value is 175. I'm curious to see what our movement velocity length is at all times. So let's also create another label here. And we're going to call this total velocity length, or actually, we're going to call this movement velocity length. And let's go into here. I'm gonna say states, or sorry, whoops. Let's save this over here. All right, so movement velocity length. Let's go into our update labels. I'm just gonna throw this over here. Dot text. Or you know what? Maybe we don't want the label here. We can hide this, and what we could have done is just in our movement velocity label, we could just include another value here, and we'll say space length. And we'll say it's equal to our movement velocity dot length. And you can see here, our max velocity is, let me see. It's hard for me to tell what's going on. Let me see. Before we do this, I'm also gonna make our current player, we pause the game sometimes. So I'm gonna go into our process right here, and I'm gonna turn mode to pausable. That way, I think earlier I wrote something along the lines of pausing our game. So we can see what our value is here. We see it's 175. Just double check. I want to make sure it's always over 175. So if our length is ever less than 175, maybe we start adding velocity or gravity. Length. How's it going, Spambot? Yeah, did I stutter? Did I stutter? Or maybe we'll say 170. It seems like sometimes it does go down, actually. See? We'll see. We'll see. Let's keep it at 175. And so we'll actually remove this movement velocity length. We don't need another variable for that, so let's actually remove that. And we could do this for other things too, honestly. It doesn't seem like a bad idea. So let's just actually go here. Let me zoom out for a second and copy what we have here. I'm gonna throw this into our environment velocity as well. And we're gonna throw it into our total velocity as well. Oops. There we go. So that way when we post it, if you ever want to see what's going on in your game, you can, kind of explore that. So now we see our total velocity is still 175 because we don't really have any environment like velocities manipulating our game just yet. And then the second we slow down, the second we're that's interesting actually. I see. Well, okay, yeah. If we ever hit 0, we're gonna want to enter the fall state. So let's start doing that now. Or if it's ever less than 1, we might do like 174 just to get the player some we'll have to see what values we want. But yeah, let's see. Let's go back. Let me know if I ever, like, I tend to zoom out often on our editor. Just let me know if I'm like too zoomed out. We can zoom back in. Let me go into did we say we're gonna stick to this? Yeah, we're gonna stick to this for now. We're just gonna check the length instead. So let's go into, what do we call this? Check if fall, or check to enter fall. And this will be returning a bool. Return false. The practical NPC takeover. How's it going, Caden? Let's do so if our length is, if our movement velocity length, honestly it should be our velocity length, but we'll see. Incoming. Oh no, are we gonna get raided? if our we'll say movement velocity for now, but I think we're gonna use environment velocity at some point, or sorry, not environment velocity, total velocity. So if our movement velocity dot length is greater than or is less than 175, or we'll say less than 174 for now, we'll return true, else return false. Oh, actually, that's not even true. What we want to check first is also see what our floor normal is. Beegs, how's it going? Another Godot developer. We don't have any sounds yet, but we'll get them soon. Welcome, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Nurkmind, Beegs, thank you for the follow. How's it going? Irregular Salt, how you doing? We got Beegs, we got Programmer Jeff. Thank you for the follow, guys. How you doing? Keyboard Interrupt, welcome everybody. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Practical NPC doing an unofficial Godot Engine official stream for the Godot Engine official channel. I don't think I'm ever gonna get used to that. Tom Millman, welcome. Solar Labyrinth, welcome. Oh wait, no, you were here, but also welcome from the raid too. Phantom Sucks at Cheese, welcome to the stream. The raid left you behind, Phantom? Sorry to hear that. How could they? How are you gonna join the raid now? Oh, Phantom sucks at cheese. Phantom sucks at chess. And Practical sucks at reading. There it is, confirmed. But welcome everybody. If you don't know who I am, my name is Practical NPC, streaming for the Godot Engine official channel. And yeah, we're having a good time. This has actually been a really chill stream. I'm enjoying it so far. If you guys have any questions about what we're doing, do we, oh, we should have had like some sort of like, I think we have a command streamer, but it doesn't really say, yeah, it just says shout, like it's basically, it's just me, but it would have been cool if we said like something about the stream or something like that, but that's okay. I don't mind explaining myself. BRB. Asahi, sounds good. Does it show up to you? Pendek 19 Camilos. Alrighty. What are you working on? We're working on our Sonic clone, although it's less of a clone because I think we're kind of inventing our own cool little movement stuff going on here. It's been pretty entertaining. I'm really enjoying it. But I hope your stream went well, Beaks. Thank you for the raid. And if you guys don't know Beaks, they also do Godot game development. And they're pretty cool people. They're pretty cool people. I didn't know your mod here. Yeah, we Nat added a mod, a sword, a night ship sword to Panda Coder. I told Nat, I was like, I don't know Nat if we should trust Panda, but we did it anyway. We've been temporarily united, yes. I think it's, yeah, I believe it is temporary. Unless you maybe, well, I can't speak for anything. Anything I say on this stream cannot be taken seriously. Put it in your CV. Yeah. Streamed for the official, I streamed for the official Godot channel, the official Godot Engine official channel, during the Practical NPC unofficial Godot Engine official raid, takeover. Nat will come back and, oh hell no, yeah. Would I mod him on my channel though? I don't know. I think Panda's on his best behavior today. But who knows? Who knows what Panda would do? He would behave here. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. It's all, we're just all joking around. Puts on CV, hands CV to Godot Foundation. That'd be funny. All pandas should be mod. True, Panda isn't a coder. Still 295 kilometers. Been fun. What are you doing? Where are you traveling to, Promax, again? Why are you traveling again? I guess I should ask. Going back home? All right, where were we? We've thank you for the raid again, Beaks. I'm like, okay, this is what we're doing. Okay. So we're gonna check if they're in the false state. So if our movement is less than 0, we're also going to say, we're gonna check what our floor normal is. I'm not sure if we're gonna check what the player floor normal is, our kinematic floor normal is, or we're gonna check for what the normal, our new normal is based on the player, on the raycast we recreated. I think we're gonna want to do it based on the raycast. So let's do that. So we'll say if our length is less than 0, if our what do we call this? If our player normal? No. If our down raycast dot target position, or actually we don't even have to say that. We can just check if it's colliding. If our down, oh, actually, no. We do want to check if it's what the position of that is. So if our down raycast, we could check if it's colliding, but that's gonna be another thing that we have to update at some point. So if our down raycast dot target position dot y is less than 0, then we want to return true. Otherwise, we're just gonna return false otherwise, and that's it. I'm gonna be knocking something together for Captain's Challenge next week as well. Hell yeah, awesome. How's it going, Tomer? Is this where all the cool game devs hang out? Yes, this is the new spot. This is the new game dev spot. This is the new everyone's welcome. Whether you're, regardless of what engine you're using, all the cool devs are here. Even Aya is here. Cool game dev? I'm not sure that's a thing. Right, it's redundant, right? That's what you're saying. It's redundant. Cool and game dev. We're basically saying the same thing right there. I get it, totally. It's not a spam bot. we're printing so. Oh wait, wait, what's this thing? Are we printing our? Well, we're printing this value twice on the total velocity. Let's fix that. Aya's in the Godot channel. Aya is in the Godot channel. Oh, bro. I think I wrote. Did I write it in our old player? Let me see something. I think we did. I think we. Wait, let me see. Oh no, we didn't. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. So check if enter fall. This is gonna be our new function here. The unofficial cool game dev gang official. UCGDGO. Yes. Godot has a move and slide that sounds like a cool thing a person would do. And that makes Godot developers cool. Honestly, any developer is cool. Even if as long as you're in this, if you're in this channel, if you're in the official Godot engine official channel. You are a cool developer. You're a cool person, actually. The UCGDGO. There it is. What's UCGDGO? Not much. What's UCGDGO with you? Is that the equivalent of like, what's up, dog? Aga. By the way, going to France. Yeah, sorry. I did Promax, I did see your message. Sometimes, sometimes I see something and I'm like, oh, let me ignore you. I didn't mean it though. But yeah, welcome everybody. Yeah, I saw you're going to France. He likes unwrapping gifts too much. Okay. Where were we? We're getting too. You guys are too distracting. We're trying to make a Sonic clone here. Trying to make a Sonic clone. Is down normal colliding? Let's do this. Blah, blah, blah. Where were we? In our ground state. Okay. So if not is on floor, we enter the floor state. Honestly, what we should do is, so usually I just return early because then we're constantly, yeah. If we change to a state, we should return something. And so maybe we should also just, we'll just return early right now. And we should do this for everything. Here, let's actually just roam. We'll say, we'll leave that the way it is though. Do you make a state machine inside the player script? Yeah, usually. What's gonna be my next clone? My next clone is going to be, I mean, what would you guys like to see? If we do more of these, like maybe during every, like, if we do more, this would be fun actually, because, obviously I'm working on my main project, but whenever we stream on the Godot channel, maybe we work on random clones, so maybe in the next stream we do, if we do more streams, we can do like, obviously Terraria is like, maybe not Terraria, but maybe we can make like a mining type of game. Like we can implement a mining type of mechanic. That'd be kind of cool. Clone a memory clone. There it is. There it is. That's a good one. How's it going, Kilted? Greets and good morning. Happy Monday to ya. How's it going, Kilted? Mining and crafting. Yeah, we could do mining. Honestly, that would be a cool idea to work on. Brotato, Dome Keeper, Gravity Ace. Brotato. We could do a survivor game. Clones, you say? A survivor type game, but I feel like there's probably so many. Like honestly, I feel like there are a lot of tutorials on at this point. If I had to guess, there are probably so many tutorials on survivor type games. If I had to guess. Hellraiser, how's it going? Streaming on the Godot channel. Click. Nice. Welcome, Hellraiser. For those of you who don't know Hellraiser, he is one of the top speedrunners for Memory, and won during our competition twice now, actually. Ciao, Raphael. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the official Godot engine channel. Takarbi, how you doing? How do we get to play Memory? So there currently is we recently took down the demo, but there will be another playtest at some point. If you are a backer of the project, honestly, today's Monday, right? I should have gotten an email from Steam at this point where they're gonna give us, they should give me some keys. If you want to wishlist a game, that would be greatly appreciated. I always forget what my commands are. What is it, game? Yeah, that's my game right there. There will be a free demo at some point. another demo. But yeah, a free demo, as if it would be a paid demo, as what's his name, Pirate Software likes to do. I'll be sure to wish list. Thanks to Garby. But yeah, there will be a demo, and I'll probably make an announcement at some point for that. But yeah, today is not a Mori. Although, if anyone's interested in seeing, what's his name? What's his name? You know, what's his name? What's that small streamer's name? For those of you who don't know, if you're new to the software and game development community, you still might have heard of him. Pirate Software is like, he's probably streaming right now. Yeah, a measly 14.2k. They usually stream software and game dev, but they also do some other streams. But they blew up recently. Oh, you guys see Infinity. We've entered the infinite void. You're still streaming? Yeah, we're streaming on the Godot official channel. When Fortnite has had 500k viewers, it was already breaking Twitch. All right, let's get to it. If you have any questions, please ask away. What we're doing, if you are following along and need a push-up redeem here. I have a question, Practical. What is it? 1 push-ups. You want push-ups? How many push-ups do you want? Name a number, and I'll do them. 25, 200, 3, 25k. Here, we'll take a quick stretch break. Boom. Oh, we're not starting soon. We've already started. Also, how long have we been streaming? Like, time has been pretty chill, or like time has just been stationary for me. Oh, it's been 4 hours. That's crazy. So Nat made the mistake of telling me I can stream for as long as I want. Oh, well, I'm sure we'll end at some point, but that was very, very generous. They said, oh, you know, just do whatever you want. It's all good. And so now we can make as, yeah, we're doing a 24-hour stream. We're never ending the stream. It's gonna be a forever stream. We're gonna, what's his name? Coppinger is doing like I think Coppinger is doing like a 30-day stream or something like that. We're never ending. We're gonna be here forever. I mean, it's a good thing it's still 6:52 a.m. for the US West Coast. Oh yeah, true. A lot of people would have totally missed on the stream if you did the original 2-hour plan. True. Yeah, or I mean, it wasn't a 2-hour plan. It was more so like, yeah, minimum. Did not allow push-ups on the Godot official? Yeah. Yeah. They said that I could do whatever. Or not whatever, but we can definitely do push-ups. I'll do, okay, do 3 times plus 10x. I'll do 40 right now. We'll try to do 40, and then that way we don't get too distracted with our stream here. Let me just hydrate. 1 line of code equals 1 push-up. Oh my god. 147 push-ups. Here, wait. I gotta clean some code up. Wait. I gotta clean some code up. You know, a lot of this stuff is inefficiently written. You know, like, why do I have a print statement here? You know, honestly, all of these could be. This could be 1 line right here. We could definitely make this in. Can we ask ChatGPT to make this into 1 line, please? Jarvis, can you make this into 1 line, please? All right, let's do these push-ups. I'll do 40. I'll do 40 right now for the people. Wait, let me. Why is my camera so high? I feel like it's way too high. I'm too short to reach my camera, so I have to like pull it down with. I'm gonna pull it down with this hanger. Well, there we go. Love this jank stream. What do you mean? This is the unofficial official stream. There's no jank to it at all. There we go. 40. You know what would have been actually cool? You know what would have been actually cool? If, like... So, during my Kickstarter, what I did during my Kickstarter was for every $1 added to the Kickstarter, I would do 1 push-up. Or was it for every $10? I don't remember. I think it was every $1. What we can do is, at some point, if we can connect my Godot, my overlay, to whatever donations are made to the Godot Foundation, we will do like 1 push-up or something like that. Or like, I'm sure the Godot Foundation will get so much. Excuse me, Practical, how's it going, Titan Seeker? How you doing? Oh, I'm out of breath. Give me a second. Whew. Do I go to the gym? I go to the gym 0 times. I might have missed some of the chat. Don't die. Try not to. Let me see, did I miss anything? Oh, let's update our push-ups too. Oh, we did 40 actually. By the way, for those of you who don't know, my overlay is made in Godot. PNPC hijacked the channel. I did no such thing. Can't believe rather than see was Godot official this whole time. You should have known. No, I'm not the official channel. Don't you see? It says official in the name. All right. Where were we before we got rudely interrupted by those push-ups? I'm bedroom. Hello there. Is this the place for Unity help and advice? I'm sure we have a bunch of Unity developers probably watching if you're being serious, but I know you're probably trolling. I am bedroom. Be sure to follow. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the shout out, Titan. Hope you're doing well. We keep distracting you with push-ups and nonsense. Thank you for the follow. Who just followed? Wizards of Cheese and Yuzen Jen. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Good PMPC worked on it for the last 10 minutes in total. How's the Sonic game? It's going really well, Muniz. We actually have a lot. We honestly, it's really good, in my opinion. Maybe I'm biased, but I think it's going really well. Okay. Okay. Let's go back into other engine and see other engine names. Don't worry, Nat. We are behaving. We are good around these parts. Boom boom. Okay. So let's go back into our physics process. We have this new function called if check to enter fall, change state to states dot fall. What's interesting here is this doesn't really do anything because we're just going to enter the we're just going to enter the fall state. Although, wait, let's see. This might be interesting. Let me see. So for length is less than 74 and our down raycast is going upwards, we should enter the fall state, but I'm not sure. Not sure what's going to happen. Oh, I see. So now we're okay. What do we do about this? So this is our downwards normal. Wait, let me see what our length is. We're at 175. Oh, actually. Okay, so right here, you can see it right here. Where's my finger? You can see we're jumping between the ground and fall state. Oh, Captain Coder. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Captain Coder. We're actually, for those of you who don't know, we're actually working on the mechanically challenged event hosted by Captain Coder at Muniz. You can find all information here. How's the stream? Oh, someone was too fast and shouted out Captain Coder before me. How's it going? Rainbow Road. We are currently on the Rainbow Road. So what do we want to do about this, though? The second we enter the fall state, I think what we're going to want to do is if you're in the fall state, if our normal, depending on our velocity, okay, so we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff. Wrote a bunch of functions to make it easier to write a function that we set out to write, but that function will have to wait until next time. I see. We're actually making a lot of progress. So I wonder how people are going to approach the mechanically challenged event, because I feel like with us, we're kind of making this. I don't know if we're overcomplicating things or if we're designing like a bunch of states to make this a very intricate system. I'm not sure if I'm overscoping it, but I'm really happy with what it's looking like so far. And we've written a bunch of things so far. So one, you can see we have this red raycast. It's mainly for visual purposes, but this just shows our velocity. We're spamming our total velocity here twice. We'll fix that. But you can see our velocity is going forward. When we go up these plant panels or up these curves, we're changing our direction. Practical Overscopes NPC, yeah, that is my middle name. And it's looking pretty good. I mean, in a nutshell, this is Sonic right here. We've reinvented Sonic. We've made Sonic here. We can pack your bags, everybody. It's done. But there are still a few issues that we're trying to fix right here. I guess as a refresher on what we're doing, we're using a kinematic body. We have something called ground normals, and we're currently hiding that. I'll show you guys what that looks like too. So our green, we have several raycasts. We have this blue one. Maybe we should make it, we should create some more sharper colors here so you guys can see what's going on. Here, I'll make this purple or pink. Here, that's a good color. Wait. Ready? Where are the golden rings? Do we want golden rings? All right, so you see that purple dot on the bottom? That's our normal according to our player's kinematic body. You can see it's always updating, but then you can see we also have this green arrow that shows us where... You're right, we have to fix this. It only currently works if we're at full speed. And you can see that green arrow is constantly changing. And that's what we're using to update the player's red velocity if we have been, if we're at a certain speed. And it looks, honestly, it looks pretty good in my opinion. I really like the way it looks so far. But obviously we first need to add some extra values. Are you going to implement Chaos Emeralds? We're gonna make this the best. We're about to recreate Sonic right here. I think Sonic was actually made. Wasn't Sonic made in Godot? The most recent one, or they're making it in Godot? Maybe they'll be like, oh wow, practical. The unofficial Godot Takeover streamer made Sonic better than we could because of the mechanically challenged event. And then they'll be like, oh man, we gotta contact the unofficial Godot streamer, Practical NPC. Wasn't it Sonic Colors? I have no idea. I remember hearing something about the Godot. I heard something about Sonic being made in Godot. But yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty clean too. Again, we'll be posting this on GitHub at some point. I might want to clean it up as well, but so far it's looking pretty darn good. All right, but we're still not done yet. Currently, and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna actually set this to 50. If it's less than 175. If we're gonna go on check floor, we'll set this, if it's less than 50, we'll set our target position to 0. And then what we're gonna want to do in our fall state, right now we're saying check on floor, but what we're gonna want to do as well is check if we are on floor. We're gonna want to say if our floor normal, if our player, or here we'll just say get floor normal. If get floor normal is get floor normal dot y is greater than 0, is less than 0, sorry. Then we'll change into the ground state. That way we don't constantly go back into the ground state. I think that should be good. Let me see. Let's see here. So we've entered the fall state, but did we crash? We've broken it. We've broken everything. No, we've entered the fall state. Interesting. Fall movement. Is it because we're snapped? I'm not sure. That was weird. Let me see this again. We've entered the fall state, but nothing's happening. Also, this should return here. Oh, there we go. All right, so yeah, if we reach a minimum speed, we'll enter the fall state. Perfect. But that's too slow. So let's actually go back and we'll make it maybe like so we said 175. Let's see how that looks. Looks pretty good. It's called GDScript. Godot custom scripting language. Yes. Yes, it is, Aya. Was someone asking for that question? Oh, this looks pretty good, actually. Good, a good guy, Aya bot. Good bot. Good bot, Aya. So this is actually looking pretty clean so far. We haven't even added like environment variables yet, or environment speeds. That's gonna be even more like, we're gonna make it super cool. How does it behave if it doesn't curve up and around? Good question. We haven't even tackled that part yet. Let's see. It just curves up like, yeah. Let's do it. We're taking this one step at a time. So, here, let's see. We have a bunch of like little testing areas. I'll push this one over here, and let's make just another. This is our playground here. It's actually really fun. I've never dealt with curves in Godot. This is my first time. Oh, actually, wait. First time since yesterday. But it's very intuitive, I'll say. Like, it's pretty easy to get done. So we'll add another point here. It might be easier for us to have just made a new scene here. Actually, you know what? Let's just do that. Actually, that'd be... We'll make another polygon 2D. We'll clear this. There we go. Uh-oh. So something like that, you think? We'll do something like that. Actually, let's grab this. Make it into an actual ramp. All right, let's see how that looks. Or we'll do two little ramps. We'll have this mini ramp to see. We definitely do want to add, like, you know, velocity values for sure. But for now, let's just see what that looks like. Well, this looks a little jank. Let's make this a little bit more perfect. I'm not even sure if this is gonna work. Okay. We are currently stuck. Here we go. Let's fix this. For now, we haven't finished this whole check if fall, enter fall. So I'm gonna just return false for a second. So I mean, it does work, but obviously it needs to look cooler than that. It's a little too sharp, right? Like, it's, yeah, not nearly as exciting as it can be. Oh, and we can get stuck into certain places too. And eventually what we're going to want to do is, you know, let's say we go, like, obviously this is a little too sharp, right? We currently have the ability to basically climb any wall, but we're going to change that pretty soon. We're like Spider-Man. Or, you know, it's just that, you know, the Godot robot is a little bit more, like, a little more powerful, a little bit more OP than a measly hedgehog. Our robot can do anything it sets its mind to, and currently it can defy the laws of gravity. So we'll fix that pretty soon. Isn't it easier to draw the shape in GIMP/Krita/Inkscape and create collision polygon sibling from? Isn't it easier to draw the shape in GIMP? Maybe. If you can't defy the laws of gravity, are you even a Godot? Are you even a Godoer? Can I? Yes, you can, Godot. Godot engine official. This is how I'm planning to create my version. Interesting. Gravity is NPC's greatest enemy. Yes. Oh, but yeah. Eventually what we're going to do is when you enter the fall state, at this point, I'm not sure if we're going to convert it into environment velocity and then add friction to that environment velocity, or if we're just going to keep the player's velocity and have something going on there. I haven't figured it all out yet. We'll see. Let's see where we want to take it. We can always expand on this and make this it'd be cool if we expand on this all day and just make it a really nice system, but obviously it's going to take some time here. PNPC has as an NPC, do you ever bug into a T-pose, or is that just too impractical? Oh no, of course, we always, I don't have a sleeping animation implemented, so I usually sleep like this, and standing up. Like I'm standing up on my bed, not even vertically. Do I clip inside my bed? Yeah, my feet go inside the bed. Hip NPCs go for the A pose. Yeah. All right. What do we want to do now? Let's bring back that thing that we just returned. Let's get rid of this. So if our velocity is less than 0, and our target position on our down raycast. Oh, we're checking down raycast. That's fine. If our down raycast target position is less than 0, then we're going to fall down. So let's run it again. Ooh, what's happening? Oh, and we have to fix this. Okay. Oh. I wonder why this is happening. Let me see. Check if fall, if our down raycast.target position is less than 0. .y is less than 0. It should never be less than 0. Let me see. Here we go, let's start over, because I did see it happening when we first brought it in. No, we're bugging out for another reason. We're jumping between the ground and fall state. Let me see. So if our get floor normal, I guess we're messing up this. If is on floor, which we are on the floor, we say, actually, if not is on floor. We're always on the ground state here. We enter the fall state here. At this point we're at less than 0, and we're jumping between the ground and fall state. Okay. So it has to do with our angles here. If our down raycast, maybe we don't want to deal with down raycast at the moment. Or we want to figure out a better approach for this. I wonder if Practical NPC is live today. I haven't seen him all day yet. He's been consumed, I believe. He's been consumed by the Godot engine official channel. I thought he was a 24-hour streamer. Also, Anti-Jacob, I'm not sure if I said hi to you, but hello. Also, Sir Spacetime, thank you for the follow. Was gonna raid Practical, but he wasn't live. Oh, that's unfortunate. What programming language application is that? We're currently everything that you see here is within the Godot engine. Is it? What's our command here? Getting started? Nope, that is not correct. Let me see. Oh, get started. Take a guess. There it is. Yes, this is Godot. Found a TY. Yeah, no problem. If you have any questions about it too, I'm here to answer. All right. So the down raycast. Here, let's see. If floor normal. Let me try this. If floor normal, or get floor normal. Dot y is greater than. Let's try. Maybe 0 is too much because we are going to be downwards. And we'd fall a little too soon. I feel like maybe if we set it to 0.5, then that's when we should fall. Or like honestly, it should be based on our length, and certain values would have us go down. But let me see. Oh my god, we can't have this happen. We're gonna have to. Where's our jump state, by the way? Now let's put our player over here first. Oh yeah, our jump is broken now. All right. If our floor normal is greater than 0.5, usually it's not, but we're jumping between we're going between the jump state and the ground state. So in our jump state, what's going on here? Velocity set to 0. Jump and ground. Jump is not doing enough. Minus get floor normal. So jump velocity, environment velocity. Okay. Here's gonna be so what's gonna be interesting right now. In our jump state, we're saying if is on floor, enter the jump state. We're already is on the floor. So either we add a timer to check to go into the ground state, because right now our ground state, maybe when we enter the ground state, maybe we don't want to mess. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Currently on enter state, we're saying on the ground state, movement velocity set to 0. Let's get rid of that for a second. There we go. But then this happens, right? We start freaking out. I think we're going to want to figure out what we want to do. When the player enters the ground state, And right now we're also setting it to our environment velocity. Let's keep our movement velocity on 0. Let me see this. Oh, actually, this is pretty good. Obviously, we're gonna wanna reset. We want to keep some sort of floaty movement at some point, but this is pretty good. The only issue is you can see sometimes we're technically not on the ground anymore, and so we're gonna have to add some sort of coyote time if we want this to be sharper. I think at the moment, thank you for the follow, by the way. Detestment. Been wanting to learn programming. The most I did years ago was a Discord. Oh, dude, I've been missing a bunch of messages. Do you change the local movement velocity instead of the velocity directly? And do you start from 0 always when calculating movement velocity? No, we do not start from 0 when calculating movement velocity. Let me just make sure I answer some of these questions. But I still couldn't even read individual lines of code. Well, I will say Godot does have a lot of tutorials, and I will like from the engines I've used, it does have like a smaller learning curve, and it does seem to be relatively easy to get into. So maybe you would want to explore using Godot. And yeah, there are a bunch of resources too. I mean, with any engine, you'll find a lot of resources, but yeah, especially nowadays, it's a lot easier, especially compared to a few years ago. Why do you change the local movement velocity? Oh, so the question was, why do I change the local moves instead of the velocity directly? The reason why I change them individually is because we might want to include like momentum. We want to make I'm trying to create a relatively sophisticated, as sophisticated as we can make it, where we're gonna have player movement, so like the player can move their velocity on their own, and you can see we actually have something called environment velocity. So like, what if we have another environment node where like maybe we want to add springs, and the springs adds velocity to the player, but we still want to give the player full control. So you see this red arrow here. We're gonna have another arrow that pushes, let's say a spring pushes the player in the opposite direction, but the player is still technically pushing against that variable. And so, yeah, that's why we're splitting things up. And then, you know, at the end, our total velocity is just equal to the movement velocity plus the environment velocity. Sometimes we might even, like, depending on what state we're entering, we might want to convert movement velocity into the environment velocity and then reset the player's movement velocity. There's a bunch of reasons why you would want to split these things. Don't know why people do this. Okay. Did I miss any other messages? Will there be a VOD for the stream? Probably, yeah. I believe there should be. Warning though, yeah. Thank you, Godot Engine Official. Thank you, Nat. Yeah, Bracky's released a YouTube channel. Or sorry, they released their second video on Godot. I've been learning for a few weeks. It's rewarding when you finally get something. Hell yeah. I am bedroom. Is this something like what you did on Memory? This is actually way... so for this is actually a little bit more than what I did for Memory. I do something similar though. I have something... So Memory is written in 3. So they're like the approaches are sometimes a little different. For instance, the velocity variable is not necessarily... It's not actually a thing in kinematic bodies within Godot 3. But I mean, in a nutshell, it's basically the same thing. I'm mostly what we're calling the movement velocity here is the majority of my player's movement within Memory. But now we're introducing environment velocity. That environment velocity, I'm not even sure. We haven't figured out everything. Again, all of this stuff is kind of improv at the moment. So if you guys have any suggestions and you're like, oh, maybe we should do this, it's supposed to be more interactive that way. Or I'm trying to make it more interactive where we can kind of do whatever we want. There are no rules during this stream. But yeah, hope that answers your question. I downloaded Godot a few days ago and I didn't really have the time to start playing with it. I've never done game dev, so definitely we'll look at the bracket. Hell yeah, Camilos. Bet. All right. British Viking Carl, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. All right. So where were we? First, let me update our labels too. Update labels, and we're gonna get rid of. We're printing velocity twice, I think. Oh yeah, we're printing. Here we go. All right. So we enter the fall state here. What do we want to do? We're gonna want to eventually add timers. I think we're gonna keep it the way it is for now. But eventually, I think we're going to add timers so that the player can. We'll keep. So right now it drops straight down. See how the arrow drops straight down when we let go? We want to keep the player's velocity when they enter the fall state. So from the ground state, we'll do that next actually, so that we can have some more fluid movement. Because right now it's a little too sharp. I don't like how sharp it is. I do like it for my game, for Memory, but for a Sonic clone, I feel like we should make it a little bit more smooth. So right now, when we enter the fall state from the ground state, we're applying something called we're just applying friction. So we're gonna reduce that. And what we could do actually in the let's see. In our fall movement, when are we adding friction? Oh, right here. So in our fall movement, we say stopping friction .x, stopping friction air. Here, let's just comment this out and see what it looks like. So that already looks better, right? But the thing is, if you see here, we're at 230. Our length on our movement velocity is 169.75, and it's gonna stay that way. There's no friction whatsoever. Honestly, we can even at some point we might want to increase the speed of the player. I think we're gonna leave it the way it is for now. Although here, let's have some fun. Let's try it out actually. Let me double the speed or something, or let's make it what? Like let's do 250. See what that speed looks like. Try 420. We might not hit 420 because our max speed here is here. Let's do it. I mean, yeah, our max speed here is 250, but we could do that. So I mean, this is what it looks like when it's really fast. I mean, it looks pretty clean too. For the environment we created for ourselves, it's a little too much here. Let's do, honestly, let's try 350. Ship it. All right. So the next thing we need to fix, obviously, are like certain areas. For instance, oh, here, if we do this. So right here, no gravity is being applied, right? And we need gravity. So what we're going to do is, if our collision point, you see this purple line shows where our collision point is. If our collision point is what? If it's greater than 1, or sorry, if it's greater than 0 on the y, or it's less than 0 on the y-axis, then we should apply gravity to the player. But only if our velocity is... We'll have to see. Maybe only if we hit a certain threshold is when we want to start applying gravity. We'll have to see what that looks like. And obviously, also this right here, we could technically not enter the fall state as long as we do this, which is kind of ridiculous, right? Because our length is already so high. And maybe that's why what we're probably going to end up doing with that. You see that green flashing arrow? What we're going to do is we're going to update that length to be respective to what our normal is, and also what our current velocity is. And if that hits less than 50, that's what's going to throw us into the fall state instead of what's currently happening. But honestly, it looks pretty good so far. We could ship it, to be honest. How's it going, Bex, by the way? Welcome. I'm trying to think. Once we hit this wall here, what do we want to do? Obviously, okay, if there's no input whatsoever, we should fall. But we should also create a minimum speed. Do you have the source code available from stream sessions? So this is the first ever like streamer takeover. I'm not sure, like, we're not necessarily also I can't speak for Godot, I'm just a guest streamer, but this will be posted for sure. We'll definitely get this posted. It really depends on what the streamer decides to do. So for instance, like I definitely will love to, I'll definitely post this. But depending on the guest streamer, if they're working on their main project, it's not necessarily true that it'll be, you know, if someone's working on their game on stream, I don't know if they want to post their source code. The game 100%, the code you might have to self-host. All right, there it is. The unofficial Godot engine official comment on the source code. To be honest, mine is a bit of a mess. That's fine. Honestly, like, I mean, my project started out, even my main project, like sometimes there's like legacy code in my project that I'm like, oh man, I gotta fix this. And I mean, that's fine. You can easily like, I've just found that like, it's fine to start out a little messy, especially while you're still figuring out the patterns within Godot. And then over time, you'll just fix it. Or, you know, just start a new project or something. And you learn from whatever you did. And do you ever fix it? We do fix it. So, like, for instance, like, my player script is ginormous in memory, and it would have been better to create, like, substates, and we are starting to create substates, like, with nodes, but it's, like, right now it's, like, a hybrid of, like, legacy code and new, more organized code. So over time, we'll fix it, but Um, we'll see. If it works, it's fixed. All right. But let's get back into it. Make it work, then make it pretty. Exactly. All right. I'm actually still curious as to how we want to do this. So first, okay, so right now we're on the ground state. And nothing, our normal is technically, I guess our normal is, let me see. When our normal is greater than 0, we fall. So if we're on a ceiling, we fall. But we want to make that code a little bit more intricate. The thing is, if we're in the fall state, we're also checking if we want to enter the ground state. And that's the harder part, is figuring out what's going to happen there. 5 hours, have you taken a stretch and water deer streamer? I have done push-ups. I've done push-ups on stream. We've done push-ups on stream. So I guess we did stretch, and I'll hydrate for you, Nat. Yo, how's it going, Wallaber? Whoa, just woke up to Practical NPC on the official Godot channel. Yes, you did. How's it going, Wallaber? A tiny gulp. Yeah, we do need to fill up pretty soon. Important stuff. Important stuff indeed. The first ever takeover. A push-up rest? What's the difference? A push-ups or a break to rest? What's the difference? Yeah. Hopefully this becomes a more regular. I hope so too. All right, but we still need to figure out what we're doing here. So on our ground state, well, we already have something on our ground state. Basically, if we check to enter fall, we say if our length is less than 175, we say enter the fall state. Right now, we might want to fix what our ground state, our fall state is doing. We say if our ground normal is less than 0, then we enter the ground state. This would have to change a little bit, I think. We'll find out. But right now, if our ground normal is less than 0.5, we say enter the fall state. It's greater than 0.5. Let me see something. If we say, can keep this here. We say 0.1. Oh. All right, so the issue here is if it's greater than 0.1, we'll fall here, but we got to make sure our lengths. Okay, what happens here? Movement normal. We should print out what our normal is, because I'm not even sure what this value is. Let me see something. Get floor normal is greater than 0.1. Our point normal on the y-axis. Here, let's just print this out. So we're gonna add this to our labels actually. So I'm gonna create another label here, and we're just gonna say floor normal. Please. We should also say this is a floor normal label. Also, I think we're gonna make our text a little smaller now, since we're adding so much information to our stream, or to our page here. Let's do theme overrides, font sizes. We'll make this -8. 24 pixels, that should be better. So our floor normal is -1. Let's see here. We got 0.7. Anyway, I want to see what it looks like, and I want to see what it looks like over here. Negative. So it's negative over here. What's our floor normal over here? Apparently this is 9. That's weird. Oh, okay. So that means if our floor normal is greater than, what do we want to hear as? -0.5, I want to say. Or 0.2. It seems like 0.2. Let's try a -0.5. We'll enter the fall state. All right, so here we're technically in the fall state, but now we're jumping between the ground and the fall state, and we're stuck in the endless loop of nothing ever happening. So let's look at that. Right now in our fall state, if our get floor normal is 0.5, we say enter the. If our floor normal is less than 0, we say enter the ground state. So maybe what if it's less than. What was our original one? See? Less than 2? Or less than... If our floor normal is 1. Let's just try this for a second. Is equal to -1. See what happens here. There we go. So now we're sliding all over the place. Well, we're sliding off these platforms, unless we hit a velocity, a really high velocity, which I don't think we can even reach just yet. The other thing to note, yeah, we're constantly in the ground state, which is good. And yeah, okay, this is actually really good. So no matter what our speed is, if we stop moving, we'll start sliding off the wall or entering the fall state. If our velocity is like, yeah, a little too low, as long as we hit what? I think 175, we're good. So now, see what happens here. Well, honestly, I think on this one, this is actually a good representation of what we want to happen. But let's say we made this a little bit more curvy over here, a little more curvy. So let's do this. Let's put another point. Leave this here. Leave this here. We need to give it a little bit more space to grow. I'll leave that like that. Yo, Planet Bluto, how's it going? All right, this is looking pretty good. We'll see how that looks. We might even want to make it sharper. So obviously we can make a full circle like that. We go over here. Oh, we just slide down. We can't even, although that's pretty cool though. We can now slide down platforms. But this is not what we want to test. And also, it looks a little funky here. So we're doing so many different, like I'm not entirely sure what we want to do for that just yet. Because our normal, okay, so in this exact scenario, if we look at this, you'll see our normal is currently -0.2, so we enter the fall state. -0.8, we're in the fall. Right now we're specifically checking if it equals -1. So there's no way for us to enter the ground state. And here we're just getting stuck. So what did we see? I think it was like -0.8, 0.9. It's very close to 0.1. We should be able to get to, I'm not sure what values we want to give it. But it seems like 0.95 is like a decent value. We might have to like, yeah, we'll figure out some of the values later on. But let's say if it's less than, or if it's greater than 0.095 or -0.095. See how that feels. I think applying downward velocity when you're on the ground, which is why I think it's applying downward velocity when you're on the ground, which is why you immediately hit the ground when you run off. It applies, so we don't apply downwards velocity on the player unless they're in the fall state on their environment. Did we press cancel? What the hell? So now we're jumping between, here, wait, let me run this again. Oh shit. So what did we say this was before? It's equal to -1. We're entering the ground state. Yo, how's it going? Rothio Tome, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, people. For those of you who don't know, we are, my name is Practical NPC. We're currently streaming for the Godot engine. Welcome, Raiders. Yes, welcome, everybody. And we're currently trying to make a Sonic clone. For fun. We're currently participating in Captain Coder's and Mooniz's mechanically challenged event. The official Godot avocado came to visit. Yeah, welcome. I don't think I've heard of you before, but welcome in, Rothio. I hope you all had a great stream. We're having we're having a good time here. If anyone's curious, this is the event that we're currently participating in. Streaming for the Godot official channel. My name is Practical NPC. Just as a guest visit for Godot. All right. Let me see here. I'm trying to see what we want to do here. So yeah, we're constantly in the fall state. This I guess is going to be the more interesting thing. If we're already in the ground state, where's the Green Hill soundtrack? What Green Hill soundtrack? But yeah, we can't. I don't think we can use, or we'd like to stray away from any copyrighted music. I think it might be fine, but because if it was my channel, it would be fine. All right. Okay, another thing we want to do when we enter the jump state. Right now, when we exit... Let me see. It should be based on our velocity. Here, let me see something. Our jump state seems to be manipulating our... on the entrance of their... Oh, actually, on the entrance, we're saying... That's interesting. Environment velocity is equal to 0, and then over here we're saying it's equal to this. But why does it seem like our velocity on the x is being set back to 0? It should be a little bit... It definitely should be way more smooth than what it currently is. It's cool how the Godot SVG logo is constantly being used, overused, being... I don't think it's I don't think it's being overused. I think it's being appropriately used. I think if your game does not start out with the Godot engine SVG, then is it really a project? But I know what you mean, yeah. Okay, what's interesting is why is our velocity not being it's being reset when we jump straight up. Although I don't see where our movement velocity here. Let me see. It's hard to see. So our velocity was, let's say we're at 200. Yeah, our velocity, movement velocity is being set to 0 somewhere. Plus equals our x direction. It's not this. All we can hope for in life is to be used appropriately. Some might say underused. When 3D Godot stock asset, that'd be pretty cool. Icon.svg, that'd be funny. Yeah. Practical will never think that the Godot logo is overused. Never. Oh yeah, those are all of those are all of my my icons right there, and more coming soon. All right. Yeah, what the hell? Movement velocity seems to be set somewhere, but I'm not sure. Here, let's say movement velocity is equal to a vector 2 on the entrance of the ground state, but we're not entering the ground state. We're entering the jump state. Oh, we are entering the ground state. Let me see. Ah, yes. Okay. It seems. You know, why are we even setting motion, our vector 2 here to 0? We shouldn't be setting this to 0. And also, in our jump state, if our velocity on the y-axis is greater than 0, we shouldn't be entering the ground state anyway. But anyway, let's first do this. Let's say on our ground state, not this, but dot y is equal to 0. Movement velocity dot y is equal to 0. And we might even want to set our velocity on the ground state to also 0, but let me just see. There we go. So now we have velocity. Oh. Let me see something. It's a little interesting. The other thing to note. Let me see something. Five more Godot emotes that aren't from Practical, but they're from 3 different streamers. We got the Beegs one. We got, what is this? Whose is this? Jackie. We got Sorcerer, Sorcery Stone, and yeah, so I like the Sorcery Stone ones. They're kind of cute. That one is good. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, once the Godot Engine official channel gets affiliated, they're gonna get so many. We're gonna have so many emotes. You know what's cool about this? When we enter the slide here, we can actually still enter the ground state if it's like. Yeah, I want to create some stuff here. Let's do this. Let's try this out. I want to make another terrain around here. I guess we'll manipulate this one. Yeah, let's go over here. Ooh, let's go over here. Let's do this. I want to do something like that. Oh, no, wait, no, this doesn't work out. Here, let's just make another one. Let's move this over here. We should see how this one goes, actually. We never tried out this one either. That one's going to be fun to do. Oh, it's funny that we enter the fall state here, though. So here's the issue. We're entering the fall state, and obviously we're like infinitely falling down now. We can increase our snap. What is our floor normal? It's at negative 0.9. What did we set it to originally? Check if can fall. If it's equal to, here, let's do if it's greater than, oh, actually, if it's less than negative 0.5, let's try that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at this. Okay. This one's a little sharp, I think. We'll try to figure out that one. We also need a way to get out of here. So let's go back here. I'm gonna do some parkour. It's gonna be a parkour. Godot parkour. It's all coming together. I wonder if this is gonna work out, where we can like do some shenanigans where like this will start working now. And we do like a whoosh, whoosh. I'm not sure if this is actually gonna work. It will work. It will work eventually, though. Oh. All right. Oh, look at that. It's pretty good, actually. Did we get caught anywhere? We get stuck in this little crevice here. Let me fix that. Obviously, we can still defy the laws of gravity, but you know that's just Godot. It's Godot or Godot. It's Godot or Godot. It's Godot or Godot home. All right. What's next? Here, wait. Let me. Since we're creating such a fun parkour like honestly, I'm having so much fun just messing with this. We should make a little thing for us to jump back up, and we should make this ramp like that. Where is it? This one. We haven't been jumping around at all, though. Dude, this is actually really good. Not to toot my own horn. Who made this level design? Obviously, okay, so obviously, like we haven't created all of the. Also, thank you for the follow, Fluffy. The fall seems a bit harsh when you walk off a ledge. Yeah, we obviously haven't fixed all of the cases. Like, there's still so many things. Like, there's so many things to polish. When walking, like for instance, this. We haven't figured out what the best value is for this, for these like little points right here. Like, I think you should still fall, like at this point, if there's no input from the player, they should obviously just keep sliding down. This is something we'll have to fix. And then also, because our velocity is so high, you can see I'm like, we can just do this. Like, this should not happen. Will it work with a smoother, like with a smoother circle? I think it'll be better. The issue is that our, we can try making a smoother circle. There's some like plugins. The thing is, I don't want to focus too much on smoother circles just yet. Because it should work with hard circles basically. And if it works with the hard ones, then it'll work with the smoother ones. But yeah. I think it'll work better with smoother for sure. It'll work better with smoother ones. I'm pretty sure. Let me see. If we made this smoother. We're not making it smoother. Although I'm not sure what's gonna happen there. The issue currently is that we're using the Godot's kinematic normals. So there's going to be a few edge cases where this looks kind of bad. You see how we're like freaking out right here? See how there's like a normal going here and then like it's jumping between... Oh, actually, eventually it calms down. But yeah, the normal that we want to add to the player is going to be, I think, independent of... We'll use the collision as some sort of basis, but I think we're going to want to create another normal to determine what our like downwards direction is. Because right now, everything here is considered a floor. Like this, like, yeah, this is considered a floor. That's why we're not able to fall down. Or we are able to fall. We're able to enter the fall state, but there's like a minimum value that we're giving it. And here, this is like the perfect case where like our normal -5. I think our minimum is -5 or something like that. 0.5. So eventually it'll hit 0. I guess it's 0.6, and eventually it goes to 0. But yeah, obviously that's not what we want. If we want this to be better. Let me get stuck here too. Oh, dude. And then the fall state over here, this is going to be more interesting. What we want to do here. So right now, you see our velocity is based on the normal. We should definitely do it based on what the player's current velocity is and what the normal is. That way we can jump like... You know, I feel like if you're pressing the jump button, it should be, you know... Currently, the velocity... Here, actually, let's do that right now. That way we have way more fun jumps. Right now, our jump state... We go into our enter state. We don't have a jump function just yet. We just put it in here. We say environment velocity. Let's get rid of this too. We don't need it anymore. Is equal to our jump velocity. And we're going to say plus our movement or times our movement times our movement velocity dot length. And this might make us jump crazy far. Maybe we might want to... What is this? Times, let's say divided by, what's our max speed? 300. So we'll say divided by 300. Or what is our max speed? 350. So we'll divide our max speed, or we'll divide this by 350. Oh wait, no, not divided by 350. Divided by 35. We'll say divided by 35 first. We'll see how that goes. Or maybe we want to say whatever, 175 maybe? That way you can jump twice as fast, or twice as high. It's 350. Yeah, let's try our length divided by 175. Although, we'd want it to be at least... Ah, we'll see. Let's just do it. That means you can't jump like this. There would be no jump state. But let me see something. Okay, that's pretty cool. But now okay. So now our jump speed is really high, but we should also consider the direction we're going into. So like depending on the player's velocity, we should add that too. So right now we're saying jump velocity times get normal. You know what's interesting? We're saying jump velocity. And then times our get normal. What we might want to do is divide what our negative floor normal is, and then grab the direction here. So we'll get the average of the two. Here, let's try this out. Let me duplicate this in case we mess up. Beat 'em up master, Twitch. How's it going? Welcome to the channel. Welcome everybody. I hope everyone's having a great Monday. I know I am. If you don't know who I am, my name is Practical NPC. I usually work on a game called Memory, but today we're doing a special live guest. Is it live guest? Live takeover for the official Godot channel. Adagon Dev, how's it going? Who's this random streamer I've never seen before? How's it going, Adagon? How you doing? Alrighty. Yeah, that is the game that I'm currently working on, called Memoir. I can showcase some of that too if anyone's interested. Otherwise, we'll keep working on polishing this up. Honestly, there's so much we can do for this. I'm kind of like a little overwhelmed. I think I would, if we can keep this only for the Godot channel, like every time I come here, we can continuously work on this project, or we can continue this at some other point. Maybe like once a week we can work on this Sonic clone game thing, Sonic clone tutorial thing. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Maybe I'll talk with Nat about it, or we'll see. Environment velocity plus equals our jump velocity times our negative floor velocity. We're going to want to normalize, or not normalize. Let's comment that out. We're going to say this weekend side project, one of our many weekend side projects. So we're gonna grab this times, and we're gonna say plus plus what did we say? Our movement velocity normalized. Movement velocity dot normalized. Divided by 2, and then we'll multiply this. Although we'd want to make sure here, wait, before we do this, let's just see if this looks good. So it should be whatever our current vector is. Let's see what this looks like. Hey, what the hell? Ah, okay, wait. So because we're jumping in the opposite direction now, the floor normal, negative floor normal. Let me see something. What if we don't do that? No, it should be negative. The issue, though, is if our velocity, if our momentum because we're jumping in the opposite direction of our here. So actually, maybe we get rid of that. So wait, let's start over. Maybe we don't do anything related to the velocity. At least not right now. We just grab the depending on our current, if we really want to make this intricate, I guess what we could do is check what our velocity is. And depending what that velocity is relative to our normal, then we'd add something. But I think right now we're just going to keep it the way it is. But depending on your velocity, if your velocity is really high, we could do this divided by 175. Although we'd want to make sure it's at least double. Or we can say plus or minus some value. Minus our length divided by 2. But then that's not that much. This Monday is so weird. At the morning, it's a sad Memorial Day. At the evening, we all celebrate because tomorrow is our 4th of July. I see. I know that, Tomer. It's like that every year. That took so long to write because it's not relative to the conversation anymore. What was it in response to before? But, I see. I mean, I guess that's an interesting approach, or like interesting thing to happen though. It's like Memorial, and then I'm sure there's some silver linings within that. Okay. So plus equals jump velocity times our negative get floor normal. Maybe we don't do this for now. We'll have to check if our velocity is greater. Maybe we do some sort of check jump. Here, let's do this actually. We'll just create a jump function. We'll add some stuff here. So we'll try that out. I'm just gonna duplicate this for a second. And what we're gonna do is if our movement velocity dot length is just greater than 175, we'll say, let's do this for now, times our movement velocity dot this, else we'll just keep it the way it is. I think we would still want to normalize this value though. Or divide, we'd have to figure out what the, because right now it's based on our length. What we want to do is average the two. So here, let me see. So we say dot normal times our length. We'd want to, or we just keep it at another value, like make it a little bit more subtle. I think this is pretty good. Oh, are we? We should give the player the ability to wall jump. We need to overscope this project. We need to overscope everything. Okay. I really like the way it feels though. I think it feels really good. All right. Oh, I've been missing a bunch of messages, I think. Where did I miss? Idea, Jump King with Sonic movement. That'd be pretty cool, actually. You should be able to craft. Yes, we should make it so that they can mine walls and also maybe dash. What else? What else do we want to add to the to our overscoped project here? Where are the zombies? Sonic zombies. What I mean, we could add more things. I'm trying to think if we want to add more to the like the player controller. Obviously, like this is not as sharp as I want it to be, and we shouldn't be able to if our direction changes. Online multiplayer. Romanceable loops. each of these loops have a name. I'm trying to think how we would. I'm trying to think how, for instance, this right here. I'm not sure what we want to do for this. Changing directions. Like, this should not be able to be a thing. But I'm not entirely sure. We would have to update our raycast. We'd have to make our raycast basically check. Oh, we can't get out of here. We're stuck. We're stuck forever. I think what we do need to do, though, for official movement, we have to add an official movement animation player. So here, we'll actually have some more fun. Before we get into the more sophisticated, more character controller stuff, it's already pretty, like, a bunch of stuff. We'll keep it there for now. Let's go into our animation player. We're gonna have our player sprite, our body sprites. Oh wait, this is the wrong scene. Here, let me close that. Sprite 2D. Let's add an animation tree. Oh, sorry, not an animation tree, an animation player. And what do we want to do with our animation player here? We're just gonna have it rotate. So we're gonna have we're gonna create a rotate left, or let's call it move left. Call this a player sprite. So on here, the rotation. The only thing is, when we switch animations, it's gonna be a little weird. Here, we'll see what happens. Actually, this is move. And move left. I'm gonna switch these two. Is this Godot 3 or 4? This is 4. Okay. And we'll probably want to loop these. I'm trying to think. We would want this on the entrance of, we could just run it when we're running this. Animation player. Ideally on the... Actually, let me see something. We might do something funny here. Let's go into our ground movement. Or sorry, into our enter state. And when we enter the ground state, oh, but we don't have a movement state. We just have a ground, like we only have ground state. Usually we have like, you know, movement states, like ground. I guess we could check if we're, I think you could technically just play it, either way. Here, let's try this. Because if it's still playing, I think it's fine. It's just not the best way to do it. Usually I play animations on the entrance of a state, not like constantly. But let's just see. Let's also add our animation player here. We'll fix this up afterwards. Just want to make sure this even looks good. We might want to introduce... Oh, we're only... Wait, what the hell? If our X direction is equal to 1, we move right. Are we playing the same exact animation here? I'm new here. Welcome. Am I finished yet? We're never finished. Seems like we're rotating correctly. But it seems like it's only rotating if our X direction is equal to -1. We say move left, otherwise we do that. See? Wonder if Nat is regretting the time. Nat made a big mistake. No, I'm kidding. What the hell? Why is it not playing this one though? Oh yeah. Wait, what the hell? Maybe it's not looping. Left, move right. If Nat has to be here during it, I actually don't know. I think there are enough mods where like things can be okay, but maybe Nat might feel like they need to be here, which is understandable. Why it says we're moving right, but the animation move right does not play correctly. Let me refresh this. I don't want to stream on Saturday. They streams for 4 hours, 14 hours, yeah. Naming. Did we name it incorrectly? Oh yeah, we did name it incorrectly. You're right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Revert. Although this is not really the best way to do it. I just wanted it for funsies. We'll have a better way to write this, but it looks cute. It's like boom, 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 boom. Oh, we get stuck here. Honestly, we might create our own movement. Because using an animation, we could do some stuff. You can mess with the animation player to clean it up, like to grab the current rotation, but I feel like that's too much work. We might just rotate it based on the player's movement. And then like modulate it, or F mod to like stay within pi or something. Otherwise it'll be a little jank here. But I did want to showcase the you could technically make animations like this, it's just not the best way to do it. Far from the best way to do it. Well, it looks pretty good. I think we should, like, on this jump right here, this right here, we definitely should give the player the ability to... Oh, we're stuck. We're stuck. Will there be a YouTuber VOD for this? I think there should be a VOD for this on the Godot. I'm not sure if they post VODs. I want to say yes. But yeah, I can't speak for it. I don't see why not, though. I am recording the session, but I'm not sure if I have the entire session. I don't have the entire session recorded. It needs a grappling hook. Honestly, Solar, I think you're right. Captain Coder, you've unleashed something. You've unleashed something in me, and I don't think I'll be able to work on Memory anymore. I think we're going to be working on a Sonic clone going forward. No. So this will be an open world MMO? How'd you know? Challenges that are coming, hooks, portals, flying. You know, everything that you're telling people to do will be really good for me. Like, literally, I don't know if you're trying to teach this, but they could literally make a game out of it. Like, you know, they keep working on the same exact project. For instance, the whole one-way platform previous mechanic could have been used potentially for the how they handle slopes, sort of how they handle slopes within their within this project. It was a part of the plan all along. But we need to figure out what we do here. Repository of several implementations for common game mechanics. That's, oh, I see. Ooh, and we get stuck in here. Okay. I'm having so much fun with this. We have to figure out what we want to do next, though, because there's so many things we can overscope now. This is like the basics, but there are several issues. One, let me see here. Collectibles. I vote for grappling hooks. Grappling hook would be really cool. I think honestly collectibles sounds like a better idea. Just because grappling hooks, we'd have to introduce way more states, and like I already know. I think we'd want to polish this mechanic first. It's definitely not polished. Like, for instance, the fact that we can do this. Portal, I vote Portal. Oh, dude, if we had, oh my god, next time, whenever the Godot official channel becomes affiliated, we'll have like polls, and we can vote on what you guys want. And we can, yeah, that'd be actually kind of cool. I'm down to like just vote on whatever you guys want to see. Here, wait, I want to see something. Can we do this? What would be really cool with this, oh shit, okay. Here, let me duplicate this actually. And I want to see what a full circle would feel like. Oh yeah. Oh wait, no, we slowed down right here for some reason. Here, let me see if we can make this perfect. We haven't figured out all the the exact values for different collisions. Like this point, I don't know if we can even get it to work well. Let me see. Will that fix it? Not really. Ugh. Straight full circle after completing. Thinking how you do the O case, straight full circle after completing the circle continues on the same straight line. Are you saying, oh, like the whole, like the loop-de-loop? Loop-de-loop? I'm trying to think, like, so the loop-de-loop, that's a good question. I think we'd have to introduce, we can't just stick to, like these types of nodes. And it would also depend on like what type of game are you trying to make? Are you trying to make a game with like for instance with Sonic, they have tiles, like specifically they have tiles that are like after you collide with it and after you collide with other tiles, then you set the collision for that one tile. Here, wait, like I haven't even looked like I'll say like all of this has been, you know, we kind of winged everything here. We didn't really look up any like what the correct approach was. But like, or quote unquote, what the correct approach was. But like right here, let's say this is your initial ramp. I mean, this would have to be a unique, like some sort of unique object right here, right? And then everything else, I mean, everything else would function the same way. Or actually, yeah. I mean, also maybe the entrance ramp would also be somewhat unique. Or sorry, the exit ramp would also be sort of unique. And then everything else, I guess, would be okay. And we'd also want to check how fast you're going, right? Because if you're going, or maybe this, So we're going through here. Obviously, I mean, this would be a one-way. Nothing would happen unless maybe there's we can even add, yeah, I'm not sure, because we can even add a collision shape right here to check if we want this to work. Or once you get to this spot, once you're here, what would we want to do? If we broke it down into their own nodes, that would make it a lot easier. But I'm trying to think, how would we make it dynamic? Like dynamic in this sense, where like we can create any sort of ramp and still have it apply. I think no matter what, we'd have to do it something similar where like this spot right here and this spot right here, the entrances and the exits need some sort of custom code to them. As you pass, right, two ramps are switched on/on as you pass through them, and they use raycasts as well. But it's a tile, so like the difference for us is that we're not using tiles, we're just using one node to represent an entire, you know, object. And so one, I think we'd want to check the speed, maybe. Oh, actually, no. The speed already drops us down. I would cheat with a path 2D and write the following path. That's not a bad idea either. So if they follow the path 2D, but then like, So the following the path 2D honestly would be kind of cool. So the second they hit like this exact point, we attach the sprite to the path 2D, and then just have it run along. And then I guess the thing is, if we were trying to make it dynamic as like this, where like we could do whatever we want, we would just need to figure, like we would have to write some sort of code where like, you know, this is the entrance right here, and then have it like be based on these be the average of each of these vertices. I definitely don't think we're gonna do this today. That's like a whole other thing. I think it'd be better for us to look it up too, or look up like several different solutions before we started, you know, hacking at it. Sonic Retrophysics Guide has documented it pretty much all of it in C. All of C. Sonic's gameplay. I see another blob. All right. All right. is usually classic Sonic. Right. Also, use an area 2D at the bottom of the loop. First pass, you set the mask to collide. The second pass, you remove the mask. Oh, that's honestly... I think Captain Fubar's solution is probably the easiest, actually. With what we already have implemented, that would probably be the easiest way to implement it, actually. We would still need to like create two nodes. Like we would still need to split this off. So maybe we create like an initial ramp node that we're constantly always using, but then everything else would be pretty good. Area 2D at the bottom would, yeah, exactly. Because then if you drop straight down, like you lose your opportunity to do the loop, right? It's usually how that works. So you'd have to like, you would just keep going forward. Please tell me the colors stay like this. Of course. They will always stay like this. Actually, are the colors like this because we have visible collision shapes, or is it like this all the time? This is what the game actually looks like. I forgot we have visible collision shapes. But I think we will keep it. Honestly, we can probably... There's probably a way to make this enabled without having visible collision shapes. If not, we'll have to draw them in. You can't export with visible... Yeah, we'll have to, like... I mean, either we can write some sort of shader, or... I'm sure there's a way to do it. I mean, we could just put a polygon inside and then have the polygon grab the what is it called? The vector 2 array. Screen cap the map. Yeah, we can just throw a polygon and then, yeah, have it like even more rainbows. We can have like even prettier rainbows than this. All right. Is there anything you guys want to see? Because we can keep work. I kind of don't want to work on the physics anymore. I want to polish the physics before we actually continue working on like all of the edge cases for the states. Someone said collectibles. We could do collectibles. Yeah, Captain Fubar said. I mean, that's relatively easy. So like, yeah, it's very beginner friendly, I would say. You want to see push-ups? I want to see your game. All right, let me quickly use the bathroom, and let me also refill the thing that makes me go use the bathroom, and then I'll be back. But yeah, we can showcase some of my game too. Actually, that might be fun as well. So you guys know that, you know, I'm not just some random NPC who is hacking everything. All right, I'll be right back. I will do some push-ups too. I'll be right back. Okay. Whew. A Fremen suit. What's going on here? I've refrained myself, yeah. Who would have thought? It was Tom. It was Tom. He's going to the bathroom to refill his flask. Ah, yes. In the desert, you are not 14 feet away from the faucet, yes. It is my honor to be on the official Godot engine official channel. Boom, 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 boom. There is a way or multiple. What's this? What was the question? Oh, sorry. Is that what Dune suits recycling water and such? I believe so, yeah. Okay. So collectibles. Honestly, yeah, that's really easy to do. And let's do that right now. So what are we gonna make our Godot BRB meeting? All right, sounds good, Solar. With code, it may be possible get the polygon data, use geometry class to triangulate the polygons, assign random code colors, rainbow, or start the game with visible collision shapes in the debug. Or another solution would be, instead of exporting, use the debug binaries. Yeah, so those are definitely approaches. I think the first one with grabbing the polygon data is probably probably the best way to do it. That way you don't have are the debug binaries slow? I'm not sure. I guess you would be potentially, maybe. Not slow, like, I guess slower potentially, but yeah. We'd probably want to draw our own for sure. All right. Oh, I did not mean to create a scene. This scene. Let's create a. Let's call it a sprite for now. Call this a collectible. They don't disable optimizations. There it is, Dr. Revert. All right, so our collectible, of course, we're gonna have to make it a Godot icon as well. And the transform will make it point. So our player is 0.1. We'll make it 0.05. And let's I guess we'll add an area 2D as well to it, and then add a collision shape. Hello everyone, Spaghetti Code Factory, how's it going? So we'll have this scene called a collectible, and of course we have to add an animation player to it. And what's our animation gonna, what should we do for the animation? I was thinking we can like rotate it. We can do some sort of shader thing. I don't know much about let me see, maybe we can find a quick one though. New shader material. Oh, doesn't Godot... Oh, dude, I wish I explored more of this. I was gonna just do this. Or maybe we'll explore that in the next one. Quickly. Let's go into... Although, here, wait, let's change this to a... Let me add a child. This a node instead. We'll make this the scene root. That way we can animate this without scaling anything else. Where's our circle? Am I blind? Oh, okay. And then over here. We'll just mess with the scale going into negative 0.05. Or actually, yeah, negative 0.05. What color should we make it? So we'll make a parent node for these collectibles. Thanks for the suggestion, by the way. This was a good suggestion because then we can actually make a little game out of this. And of course, we're gonna have to add some sounds. We'll probably need to look at that. Whee! We should make them larger. Someone did the path 2D solution. They could path the points along the. We don't necessarily have to do the path. We can still have them without having a path 2D. Just basically just grab what all of these vertices are and then push them maybe a few inches away. If we really wanted to like make it work. But if we really wanted to, align them perfectly. So we made this 0.1. Why does it feel like, oh, because our animation here still goes, here, I want to say this is 0.1 to 0.1 and then 0.1 to a negative 0.1. There we go. Let me increase the z-index here. Rafa Lagoon, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. Maro-sama. Let me know if I ever mispronounce anyone's name. Welcome, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Z0EXE00, welcome. Welcome to the official Godot Engine official channel. Hosted unofficially by, temporarily hosted by Practical NPC. Welcome everybody. Malorico? Welcome everybody. We're currently working on our very own memory cloud. Our very own clone for Sonic. Working on this and mechanically challenged event where we're going to try to make our own. Well, we're kind of expanding. How are you? How's that game going? So usually we work on Memory. That's the game that you see on the bottom right. But today we're kind of doing something else. We're kind of doing our own like mini tutorial series. Also, Druid Virgin, thank you for the follow on my main account. Really appreciate it. As well as Davey Nadors. Thank you everybody. But yeah, it's going really. The game itself is going really well, and so is this stream. Welcome. Okay. Let me see what we want to do here. How was your stream, by the way? A nice memory clone, yeah. Rafa Lagoon, thank you for the follow too. Maestra Paladin, welcome. I know a bunch of you probably speak Spanish. I don't know too much Spanish on my own, or I'll just embarrass myself, but we do have Panda Coder here. Yeah, I hope all the devin is going really well for you. All right, so what do we want to do here? We wanted to add a sound. Should we go on Open Game Art or something to find some sounds? We can pretend we understand English, don't worry. Sounds good. Sounds good. Also, thank you for all the follows. Auto Fights, Rom the Sheep, Malarico, Aprats 91, and everybody else who followed recently. Here, let's go on to the Godot engine. Oh, not Godot. Sorry. OpenGameArt.org. By the way, this is a pretty good resource if you're just starting out with your games. Practical Panda, you're up. You're up, Panda. Go get him. I mean, this is a pretty good resource. There are a bunch of resources for like free sounds. Freesound.org is another good one. There are a bunch of tools actually, but this is one of them. We're just gonna want to collect sound. Let me lower my volume though, because sometimes Sometimes it can be very, very loud. So I'm gonna put it like at 5%. Land on Nubus. I can't hear anything actually. Plingy coin. I think this is good enough. Let's just make sure the... Oh, it's public domain. Perfect. So we'll grab this. And I'll throw this into my project here. Let me copy this. Let's go into scenes. Congrats on the takeover. Here we go. What are all these TMP files? Terrain.t. Oh, I see. Interesting. I've never seen this before. This must be a Godot 4 thing, potentially. All right, so we'll do here. We'll have an assets folder as well. I'll also create some credits so that if you guys want to find this resource, we'll have a credit scene here. Sure, it could just be a text file, but for now, I'll just throw it in here. We'll actually make a label here, actually. That might be better. We'll add a child. We'll call this. We'll add a control here, and we'll add a label called credits. I'll just throw it in here. We'll just grab this link. I'm doing 2 games at once. Well, not at the same time, but on the same stream. I see. I think we've had our fair share of like double development too. Like sometimes my to-do list is like, all right, work on this and then double work on this project. But it's fun. We'll call this credits. All right. One idle game for the lower part of the screen, similar to Rusty's Retirement, and one football game, just a silly online multiplayer. I see. Nice. I've been doing this overlay that you see currently. It's a little bit more dynamic than what we've been showcasing on stream, but I've also made this in Godot, and I'm trying to make not necessarily like a game out of it, although we could make a game out of it with all the like all the rewards and stuff. But we're taking it one step at a time. Can I use inheritance in nodes? Yeah. In your scripts, yeah. In the nodes themselves, yeah. I mean, if you create a script on this, it's usually associated with the script. Yeah, I believe so. All right. Let me just quickly. Add the sound. Should we add the sound? Honestly, it might be easier for us to just add the sound onto the player. Or ideally, what you'd want to do is maybe create like, so this is what I kind of do in my game is I create a sound singleton, and then that way you have like full control over like what occurs in your game. Some sort of sound manager. I mean, I think for all purposes right now, it'll be fine for us just to play it here, or we could just play it on the player. That way we only have one sound node. Here, let's do that actually. So let's add another node, and we'll just call this sounds. The only issue is that if we have multiple sounds, store temporary data, for example, when rendering the image, the data is stored by line TMP file until it's written. So does that happen with, I guess because we're creating, I usually don't deal with these types of collisions or these types of collision shapes. We're kind of just messing with it today, but I didn't realize it gets stored in the project folder. That's interesting. All right, so let's grab an audio stream player. And we'll just throw the collect sound. Although it would be nice. We'll see. Never saw that from Godot either, temp files, but also never really did much with polygons. Exactly. Yeah, me neither. Shouldn't it be inside the .godot directory? No, it's literally in the scene. It doesn't show, obviously it doesn't show in our file system right here, but yeah, right here. I've never seen that. Are you sure this is Godot? Plot. Close Godot and see if they're deleted. Here, let's do that. Okay, I'll just reload. Let me see if I reload the project. I mean, tur and pla are sounds like terrain and player. Here, let's see. They're still here. Here, wait, we'll close it completely. They're still here, yeah. Seems related at least. Terrain. So it's likely not Godot doing it. That desktop file. Let's see. That'd be weird because I'm not doing anything unrelated to. Also, I mean, is it worth noting that I'm using the mono version? I'm not sure. This is exactly the version I'm using. Few tweaks from the temp file, blah, blah, blah. Aggressive antivirus blocking file access. File system save, safe save or backup, then rename. So it does seem to be solved in 4.2. Not sure why you're worrying about it. I mean, it's just interesting, I guess. Oh, no, we are in 4.2. Using the remote scene, I see. They're created when you save the scene and rename to TSCN afterwards. Have them appearing in my game too. They shouldn't be there. I see. Yeah, either way, it's fine. Might be a memory leak, possibly. We'll just add them to the ignore later on, or maybe it already is by default. Oh wait, I probably don't even have anything to export now. All right. Here, let's just add this collect sound. Should we put it on the collectible? Only thing is we're gonna have a crap ton of nodes then. But we're gonna have these, if we're going too fast. Here, let's just find out. We still have to make sure that we're colliding with these nodes. So we have this area 2D. Let's see. We'll say it's monitorable. And then we'll also need to add an area 2D to these nodes. Or to our player. For now, is this gonna be loud? Yo, how's it going, Whale Time? Almost 7 hours. Getting started compared to NPC's normal. Getting started compared to NPC's normal stream hours. Yeah. Godot game engine has turned into a human. Who says I'm a human? Honestly, it's not bad. How's it going, Bigger Fish Fryer? Welcome to the channel. Did we go to school together? Increase max polyphony? What's that? Wait, what's going on? Small world? On the auto... Max polyphony, what is this? Oh, I didn't know this was a thing. Is this a new thing? In 4. By the way, I really like your bow tie. Thanks. I wore it. This is my favorite one. I wore it just for this stream. Oh, dude. Maybe a tiny pitch shift? Yeah, sure. Is RNG still a thing here? What is it? RNG dot random f range from 0 to, let's say, or from negative 0.1 to 0.1, 0.2. Do something like that. Oh god, oh god. It's still crazy. Wait, let's do from 0 to 0.1. Oh my god, it sounds so crazy. Maybe because they're so close, it just sounds crazy. Let me see, 0.05. Let's try that. Why does it sound so? It does sound cursed. Bro, it sounds scary. Could it be that each polyphony tone shifted? Oh. Maybe not pitch. Oh. Then how would we go about that then? Hot take, don't pitch. I mean, if we... I was hoping not to create like a bunch of them. I use pitch scale equals... That is what we're doing. Basically. Oh, we did add 1 plus, but yeah, we could do 0. We could do 1. Pitch rise instead of random. I think it might be because there's I think they're changing simultaneously. How would we... Let me see. They're all changing at the same time, I think. So unless we created more nodes... Let me see. It's not that we need to mess with the variation, it's just that it's all playing simultaneously. Or they're all changing simultaneously, I mean. Practical, how's it going, EXO? So we could make... I didn't want to create like a bunch of sound nodes, but I mean we could. Speaking of EXO. Do we want to do it? Alright, whatever, let's do it. So instead of having the collect sound node here, we'll have it on the collectible. And what we'll do is after the sound is played, because we don't want the, because of this, if we cue free it right away, it won't play the sound. So after the sound is finished, we'll delete it. And on cue free, on play sound, this is where we'll tell it to what the pitch will be. And we'll say collect sound dot. And there we go. Oh, we just got raided. Who? What's up? Expired Popsicle. How's it going? Welcome to the channel. For those of you who don't know, my name is Practical NPC. I usually stream on my main channel, but currently we are on the Godot official channel. Doing some pretty cool things. We're making our own Sonic clone at the moment. Snick Raid. Welcome everybody. Thank you for the follow, Sean BTWs. And Sultan W0, by the way. And anyone else who has followed. Go follow Practical. Thanks, Titan Seeker. Thanks for the shout outs. Also, I saw that you shouted out my project too. I believe it was you who shouted out my project on Exo's forum. Really appreciate it. You can call me Sultan. Sounds good. We've raided your own channel too. Oh yeah, I think I remember you. Also, Dirk, thank you for the follow. But yeah, right now we're kind of chilling. Here, wait, let's fix this real quick. So on our player 2, right now we were saying play our own sound, but what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna say, not cue free the body here. We're just gonna say, well, we still want to randomize, and then we're gonna say collectible or our body dot, I believe automatic will say this, and then the pitch will be RNG dot randef range from 1. So I guess maybe here it won't sound as weird. We'll do from 0.8 to 1.2. See how that goes? Or maybe from 0. Maybe we'll do from 0 to oh sorry, not 0. From 1 to 1.2. How about you randomize from valid pitch values? What do you mean from valid pitch values? No idea how I hadn't followed the Godot channel before. It's a relatively new channel, so I mean, maybe you just haven't heard of it yet. Pure Drid. But welcome. Like from a pentatonic scale would be ideal. Fill array with values that sound nice. Add method pick random. That would be ideal, right? But then we would have to try out the sounds, right? Or maybe we'd want to pick some better. Pyre is pronounced like fire. Oh, sorry, my bad. My bad. Generic fire demon. It's also pronounced rat. All right. Don't know how that works. All right, so I mean, this will work on its own, I believe. Let me just make sure. So we cue free here instead after the sound is done. Let's just make sure. The other thing we want to do though is when we do play the sound, is set it to invisible. What happened? I don't think we ever added a collect sound. Maybe. Yeah, we never did. And what do we set the volume to? -5, I believe. All right, so yeah, also on play sound, we'll just say visible. I think that's a false. It still sound. I don't think it mattered. It still sounds cursed. It still sounds super cursed. Oh, oh, and also we got to make sure that we can't play it twice. Here we'll just say. We can either disable the hitbox, but honestly, we'll just say var. 0.8.9 and how do you know 0.8.9 and 1.0 are going to be are going to be the good values? I guess what I was wondering. Trial and error. All right, let's do it. All right. Pythagorean tuning. Here are the best ratios. So I want all of these. All right, let's do it. Yeah, maybe we should store this at some. We'll store this on. We'll store it on a player. Perfect fit, Scoper. Thank you for the follow, whoever you are. Generic fire demon. Thank you for the follow. All right. So it's the next note is the next frequency times the previous frequency. Here, let's just do frequencies. Am I spelling this correct? $256 divided by 243. Nine divided by 8. 32 divided by 27. 81 divided by 64. So these are good, right? And you said we can wait, let me see them. Aren't those ints? It doesn't matter. You can throw whatever. Oh, actually, you might. I'm not sure if it will give us. It'll return. We can. I guess we'll find out. I'll just throw it in here for now. I think it doesn't matter what we do. It's let me make sure these are correct values though. Control Shift E on the divisions. What do you mean? I think that opens up some other thing. Oh yeah, they're all just going to 1? Oh, actually, no, that's not true. They seem like they're going to their correct values, though. Oh no, these are ints. It still sounds cursed. Maybe it's the sound. Maybe the sound is just a cursed sound. Because that's not the scale? Oh. Oh, you do you want me to not pick it randomly? Am I supposed to go in order? Like, to be honest, I don't... If you can just send me if you want me to try something, just send me the array, and I'll just copy and paste it in. Because I honestly, like, I'm fine with just... Someone suggested randomizing the pitch, I'm okay with that, but, like, yeah, I'm fine with just... I'm fine with just the non... not randomizing it. How's it going? How's it going, Mr. Liptic? How's it going? Welcome. How you doing, guys? I'm a raider now. Welcome back, Camilos. How you doing, Mr. Elliptic? What you been up to today? I think you were in our list of... Actually, yeah, we're trying to create a huge list of, like, people to shout out. But you've rated, so now you're just officially shouted out. How's it going, Mr. Elliptic? Welcome, raiders. Welcome, everybody. If you don't know me, my name is Practical NPC. I usually stream on Practical NPC, but today we are currently on the Godot Engine official channel. How's it going, Woland? Welcome. How's the stream going? It's pretty good. We're kind of chilling. We're working on we're just working on our Mario clone. Oh, everything but a Sonic clone is what we're working on today. Two divided by 1. Wonder what 2 divided by 1 is. 32 divided by 7. Okay, here, let's do that. I don't know. Maybe it's just the sound. The sound is jank. Both rated got. Looks cool already, thanks. Sounds tonal now, anyway. I see. Hotel NPC. Everything leads back to NPC Fornia. Need to go, have fun. Alright, have a good one, Mr. Liptic. Hope you had a great stream. Dude, it's only 12:47. Oh, well, I know all of you are all around the world, but for me, it's currently only 12:47 p.m. Choose a frequency, then multiply it by, and then... Honestly, I don't want to spend too much time on it. I think it's a minor polish that we don't really need to concern ourselves with, to be honest. I will throw it in here though, and then we'll pick a random here. But we'll keep the what does he call it? Frequencies? Oh, you would get random what? Pick random. But actually, Crux, I think you might be right. It might be better to not pick random, right? But I guess we can just pick within, it would just reset, and then the last one, that's sort of what I do with my game, actually. So thanks for the suggestion. I might actually make that up, because right now I just have it go up in pitch by like 0.1, but it sounds good to like actually do this. So you know what? Fine, we will explore this. Let's go back into this, and we'll say, you know, pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll have it reset. So here, we'll say, how much is this? There's one, when it goes back to 1, although that might be weird, right? Actually, because would you want to keep it at this 16 divided by 9 value? I think you would, right? We'll just keep it at 16 divided by 9, the more collectibles you have, and I'll just keep hitting this until it resets, and we'll create a timer or something to check. Yeah, let's try that. So what's our max? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll hard code it in. So we'll say we should have like a collectible. Collectible, like, something counter, but like, let's call it collectible counter. Frequency, collectible chain counter. We say 5. See? 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure this works. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, we should. I'm just making sure this works. So here, let's make a... All right, so every time we collect a collectible, we want to make sure we'll start this timer. Every time we start this timer, it'll keep resetting, and if it ever goes down, it'll just go back to 0. So on the exit here, oh, dot tart. Whoops. We'll set this for like, I don't know what, like 0.5? No, really small value, like 0.2. 200 milliseconds, I think should be good. Oh, we have to make this one shot too. Minus size, the only thing is, well, in our thing here, minus size would be good. We'd just have to fix this, actually. We'd have to erase this. We can always, like, yeah. We could always, if you guys want, once I post the code, if someone wants to optimize the code, yeah, of course you can do that. But yeah, 1 2 0 1 2 3 4 is the value. But yeah, we could do size -1, but we already know it's, unless we want to update it more. Yeah, that sounds a lot better. All right. Honestly, we might as well make some sort of thing to like hurt the player. I mean, we're basically making a. I wasn't planning on making a Sonic clone. Well, the title says Sonic clone, so I guess we stay true to it. I thought we were only going to work on the physics, but might as well make this a actual Sonic clone. So let's do it. Hurt the player. Sonic the Hedgehog is finished. Ship it. Hurt the player, just revert the sound pitch to what it was. You've lost, and now you must deal with our initial sounds. Oh, I was gonna showcase my game earlier, but I think we got a little preoccupied. Maybe we'll do that later. I think we're having too much fun with this Sonic clone. Are you going fast yet, son? Oh, dude. And then afterwards, we gotta make it so that when you do die, if you don't have any points, so we're not actually playing any sound, or we're not actually what the hell just happened here? We're not actually recording our collectibles, but we have to. We must. We still have to fix that. Oh no, we can't get across. We gotta figure out a way. I don't know if we can get across actually. Unless we go through here. Oh no. Oh no, we're trapped. Alright, how do we do this? We gotta bring this. Also, thanks, Wiltam. Thank you for those values. They actually sound really good. Was wondering if it would possibly randomly generate collectibles you're manually placing at runtime? Yeah. I mean, anything you can think of programming into your game, it's pretty much possible. Of course, we sort of have a limited time. I mean, if it were up to me, we'd make this a 24-hour, 48 million hour stream, and then we can code everything. We can do all the things. We can make Mario 2.0. Flush memory, yes. I am a Sonic dev now. Alright, so here are the other points. Oh, we're stuck here. Oh, who made this? Who designed this game? Whoever designed this needs to be fired. Let's see, where's that? I thought your time was unlimited. I think Nat said my time was unlimited just to be nice. But I don't think Nat has seen what we're capable of. So if we really wanted to speed the process up here, we could actually make a an error. So someone said a line 2D or path 2D. We can actually just make a line 2D, make our life so much easier than you know, than placing these randomly. That would make our life so much easier. And then throughout the line 2D, for every, like, you know, every 50 pixels, we place another one. That would probably be a lot easier. And yeah, for those of you who don't know me, I am the developer of Memory, also made in Godot. You can find the Steam page right there on that link that Aya just posted. Usually that's what we work on stream. Although I'm really enjoying this. I'm seriously considering, like, after maybe we implement something like this into my game. Although that'd be too much work. Godot needs 7 days, not 7 streams. So maybe a little arcade machine somewhere that's just this. Like Celeste Pico 8 game. Like the Celeste. That'd be funny if this was the first game ever made in the unofficial in the official Godot stream. All right, let's actually add death to the player. Let's reinvent death currently. Let's do it. Also, Croc7, thank you for the follow. Let's add death. You know those memes where it was like running was invented in 1930, and then people before 1930, it's just like everyone's walking. All right, here, let's make a polygon 2D. Also, right now, Nat was saying how they liked the colors of this, but this is only in our debugger. So what we have to do is actually make polygon 2Ds to fill up all of these things. So we can do that next, and maybe we can make it like a grass tile. That way this place looks, this world here that we're creating looks kind of pretty. Let's experience the flow of time, aging, or we can make spikes. So let's make spikes instead. So we'll make a polygon 2D. And we'll make it, what color should we make it? Oh, actually, yeah, we'll make it like this. Wow, it's so beautiful. For a Dune twist. Oh, the spice. Collision shape. So there's gonna be a spike. Oh, not a collision shape. Collision. They have like collision polygons, right? Something like that. Of course, we were just using collision polygons. If we're on a spike node, we'll just say death. We'll have to make a death function, or we'll make a hit function. Maybe we won't although I guess we could, that way we don't have to re-instance anything. We could just say right now pop culture. Yes, I mean Dune is in right now. Another thing we're gonna do in our thing here, we're gonna make the animation. I'm not sure how we're gonna go about it, but here, let's do collectibles here. We'll have a var total collected collectibles. I'll clean this up after we're done here today. So if people actually want to work with this template, they can. It'd be nice if we're throwing everything into our player just to keep things simple, but splitting some of this stuff up wouldn't be a bad idea either. Collected collectibles is equal to 0. And then what we can do, how many bow ties do I have? Not enough. Strangely enough, I don't have enough bow ties. I think we need more. But I have 8 in total. 8 bow ties. And about maybe 5 ties. Although I think I have a bunch of ties, but I think I'm going to abandon the ties because bow ties are just better. Bow ties are the better tie. All right. So if our collected collectibles, we'll say this is 0, we'll say death, and that's it, right? And obviously we want to play an animation. Are they clippies? Bow ties are for the win. They are potentially clippies. Although not clip, they're wraparound clippies. So they do function as bow ties. I'm afraid it'll be a tie, though. Good one, Woland. Bow ties are cool. They're very cool. So yeah, we do need to play a hit animation. I guess that'd be kind of cool too, right? So we have an animation player, although I don't like the way our animation player is currently working. And so I guess we will create a hit state. And what we'll do, what happens in Sonic, you get hit and then you start flashing and you bounce backwards, right? You bounce in the opposite direction. Is Nat going to, I'm not even sure if Nat's still here. They're probably chilling. You bounce back a bit. But it's been pretty chill. I think Nat knows that we're kind of we're all chilling here. I feel like we're not gonna let anything pass, you know? Anything weird pass, that is. And a coin explosion. Yeah, the coin explosion we can do. We'll have to create our own animation for that. Yanis the Wanderer. Welcome. All right. So on our collected coins, we need a coin animation. Honestly, maybe we create multiple animation players potentially. Pick up some of your coins. We can do that too. I was thinking of just making it. Oh yeah, we could do that, huh? The thing is, we would have to add physics to our collectibles then. So do we want to add physics to these coins? Is that what you guys want? Rigid body explosion. We could mess with rigid bodies. I don't know much. I don't really deal with rigid bodies too much. I think we're gonna make it a kinematic body, and we'll deal with our own. We'll create our own physics, make it like, just explode a little simply, and then kind of left, and then they'll fall down. In yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Oh, I love the overscope here. But the coins bounce off the ground. We can, if we want to expand on that, we can. The thing is, yeah, like, are we gonna do every minor detail within the game? One individual remaking Godot. I mean, one individual making Sonic in like a 24-hour stream. Are we really gonna do that? We are gonna do that. Let's do it. All right, so where do we even start? Well, let's first make them spawn. Let's first create like a hit animation on the player. I don't like how we're handling animations currently either. Let's see. So hit, and then we want to say like play death animate or play hit animation. Honestly, we're just plugging the door right here. But But like right now we're just throwing it into. We're literally just constantly playing the animation on input. Whenever there's more input, like that's not really how you should do it. It should be like, at least for me, I usually put them on the entrance of states. The thing is, we don't have that many states in our game yet. Like, we literally only have 3 states. So yeah, that's why. So eventually, I'll probably clean this up. We'll probably make some sort of like, ideally, maybe we have in our ground state, we have substates. If we really wanted to overcomplicate things, we would have like substates within our ground state, have like an idle ground state and a move ground state. And then specifically for rotations. Yeah, we'd have to figure out what we wanted to do, because right now we're rotating the anime, like the sprite. Also, we could just make it rotate. I like the idea of using, yeah, we could just make it rotate based on the player's velocity. That way it's a little bit more like, because right now we're just doing this like and the speed is independent of how fast we're moving. And you could mess with the like the what's it called, the speed scale of an animation player, but that's kind of jank. What we might end up doing is just messing with the rotation independently of everything. So we'll have like, you know, rotation speed, dot like, yeah, rotation plus equals rotate some stuff there. And then we'll remove this script here, but we'll still do animation on the entrance of the hit state. So maybe we'll do that right now. So let's do that. Let's add a states. And we'll say hit. create a hit state. And so this would happen in every state. For now, let's do it right here. We'll say we'll probably want to add a variable too. Let's clean this up a little bit. So this is where we're going to play the hit animation. And instead of, I think right here, if it's a spike node, we'll just say hit player. What was it? Player hit? So player hit is equal to true. We run the hit function. We'll say hit is equal to false here. Although we want to make sure the player doesn't die multiple times, so we're going to give them like some sort of invulnerability. Maybe we'll do that after the animation is done. And maybe we'll have an invulnerable state. So here, actually, let's make another timer here. We'll set it for like we'll do 1 second. We don't really have moving objects in our game, so if you get hit, it's more than likely you'll still be invincible, but we'll leave like this for now. Actually, we'll make them flash for a longer period of time, so you're invulnerable. So for 2 seconds, 1 shot on the timer. We'll set this timeout, and we'll say player hit is equal to false. Although, actually, maybe not. On this timer, we're going to call this invulnerable timer. And in here, we'll actually create another variable called invulnerable. Hi, Yagmod. Timer. Thanks for the shout out, Yag. Wait, I know this guy. What? How's it going, Bad Cop? We were talking about you earlier. We were saying like, oh yeah, Bad Cop is a game dev. Don't do that. Is a game dev that loves Godot and loves making all these games. And made her VTuber in Godot, VTuber software that is or isn't open source. Hi, how's it going, Beard? How you doing? So here, like actually, player hit. Let's do this. Player, or no, we'll say invulnerable. Did I copy this? Yes, we did. Go back here. Invulnerable is equal to false. When player is hit, when the player is here, we'll say invulnerable is equal to true. And we'll say invulnerable timer. I'm tired of creating variables. We're just gonna say dot star here. And what do we say? Yeah, I think it's 2 seconds. You know what? We'll make it. There's no consistency in our variable names. All right. Oh. Vulnerable dot start. We still have to play the animation, and maybe. So at a certain point, let's just do this now. We're gonna call this the death animation or hit animation. Where were we? Where were we? So we'll have this hit animation, and we're just gonna make our little Godot icon. Also, I'm gonna hide this for now. Hide this one too. No, I'll keep that one. On our sprite here, we'll just make it flash. Oh, So we could do mess with the alpha value. Or we can mess with this value. Oh god. Wait. What's the default value here? Is it 1? Okay, it's 1. Yo, Promax and Titan. Almost 8 hours. Alright, so we'll grab this value. These, wonder what happens here if we say modulate. So we'll say hit animation is this. And then the final value here is gonna be this. Does that work? Flashing lights. Yeah, I made it a little slower. Maybe we can make it a little. We'll do 0.6 seconds. You don't use a shader for this. I mean, we could. So there's anything you can do for the, like, if people want to optimize this, again, we can. We're gonna post the code. We're gonna post the source. So if you want to make adjustments, I'm just going about this in the quickest way I know. Since, you know, we do have limited time as a solo dev. So if you want to optimize it, you know, if you want to go above and beyond in making a Sonic clone, go right ahead. Well, definitely check out Titan Seeker. Working with Exodrifter on Lost Signal. I haven't been shouting out a bunch of devs, nearly enough devs. And one of those games is Lost Signal. If you guys want to check that out as well. Here, let me grab that page actually. Oh, not my Stream Deck. I mean, there's also my game too if you guys want to check that out. But... Wait. It's Lost Signal, right? I thought I could have sworn there was a Steam page. Or might. Is there no Steam page yet? Oh, it's no sig. I'm so dumb. There we go. Check out No Signal, also made in Godot. I think they have a playtest coming out soon, right? Is that a black hole singularity? I know there are some pretty cool aspects to the story. I don't want to reveal anything. I don't know enough to make any claims, but there are some pretty cool things happening with the story. Also, thank you for the follow, CSLR. Welcome to the stream. I don't know if you've ever heard of me. My name's Practical NPC. Hope you're doing well. For those of for being on the official Godot page, I would have expected a little bit more professionalism. But hey, who am I? What do you mean? Do you not see the bow tie? Does the bow tie not show you the professionalism? Okay. You need a Godot icon blue bow tie for Takeover streams. That would be really cool. I wanted to wear all blue, but I couldn't find my, well, I mean, we're wearing a blue shirt, so that's, I think, good enough. But I wanted to find another vest, but I couldn't find any. No Godot drip? Crazy Kitty, how's it going? Practical is one of the few cool that's enough to pull off flip aviators. Thanks Titan. After sitting in front of a monitor with sunglasses for many hours? No. Most of the time my eyes are closed anyway. I'm usually just I'm usually sleeping while we stream. That's how I'm able to do these long hours. Well, that's where we disagree. All right, so we've created our spikes. Let's see if we hit the player. Here, let's make another object here. We'll call it let's create some nodes. Oops. We should bring this closer though, so we can actually test out if dying works. Of course, it's not made perfectly, so if you see, like, obviously maybe we'd want to use something more official than just random nodes placed everywhere, but we're just trying to get the concept down. There's no point in polishing. If we spend too much time working on the systems here for, like, you know, actually making a Sonic clone, we'd spend all day just setting up the you know, the other mechanic. We'd still be on the movement, I'll just say that. And we're still not even done with the movement, but yeah, I want to fix that later. Well, currently, is our player camera? Wait, let me see. Is it because? Wait, let me see. Yeah, we're always grabbing the player for some reason. I think it's because our what do you call it? Our like HUD is right here. If we hide it. I'll just keep it right here. So thank you for the follows. Crack Guy 91. And Excellent Crocs. Thank you, everybody. All right, so apparently we have a state called what now, and that's because we don't check for the death state, which we probably already hit. So let's fix that. You don't realize how bright his monitors are, all the way up to 11. My monitors are not that bright, but I will say the lights that I have in my room, they are pretty bright. I'll show you guys. Oh, and yeah, there's this light. You can't really see it, but there's two lights over here too, and those are pretty bright. Is the states an auto load or a part of the player? They're a part of the player. How's everyone? How's it going now? Push-up time? Ooh. Someone screenshot that. what we're gonna do? States dot Goo. Done practical. What we're gonna do? States dot hit. States dot ooh, about right. Yeah, that's what we need. States dot ooh. We'll return ooh here. All right, so we're in the ground state, and then ooh, there we go. So we are in the ooh state. We'll probably want to bounce the player. So here on the entrance, we have our hit function. On the entrance of our hit, we'll have to say play hit animation, which is gonna be, oh, are we playing anything yet? I don't think so. So let's go into our enter state. We'll say, oh, we are playing hit. Let's just make sure. I'm sure it is running it, but why is the animation not playing? Oh, because we say hit animation. Oh no, we are telling it to hit animation. Oh, because we don't have collectibles yet. That's why. Let's do that now. All right, so there's an issue here now, because in our collectible, we're not actually telling our collectibles. Either we tell our, like, on our, right now we're saying activated is true. What we could do is disable the monitorable instead of saying activated. So we set monitorable to false on our area 2D. Monitorable, it's equal to, I think we have to say call or set deferred, or set deferred monitorable to false. Ideally, we would fix this. We'd handle collisions a little differently. This is not really how I do it on my collisions, but this should be fine. That way we can't hit multiple objects at the same time. We'll set visible to false, and then so that should be good. Collected collectibles is equal to 1. All right, let's see if this. How's it going, Arya? How you doing? Another Godot streamer, by the way. Okay. Still, we're not playing the animation. Also, thank you for shouting out Arya. Honestly, if anyone sees anyone who's, like, you know, a part of the Godot crew, feel free to shout them out. I would do it, but I'm, like, preoccupied at the moment. Oh, there we go. Why did it happen? Oh, because we already had points. That's why. So, boom, 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 and now we're stuck. We're stuck flashing. All right, let's fix that. So we play the hit. We should play the hit animation no matter what. The death animation should will make our player red. We'll just say modulate. Here, let's create a reference to our sprite here. Whoops. What are the colors? Let's modulate our player to red. Are we going fast, son? How's it going, Small Block Boy? Welcome to the stream. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, Spider Queen. How's everyone doing today? Hello, Solar. All right, so that's what it looks like currently when we enter the hit animation. After we, okay, so we're playing this invulnerable timer. After we get to the hit animation, we have a hit timer. I've got to go watch some playtesting footage for like 2 hours now. All right, enjoy that, EXO. Peace. Have a good one. Small Block Boy, another Godot game dev, working on Small Survivor. You're still working on Small Survivors, right? So thank you for all the follows on the Godot channel. Koryo John, Retsi Dev _dev, CSLR doesn't stream, Crackeye 91, Dokapon, Airman CS, J King 47. Everybody, thank you. My channel point reward was at 10 officially, but doing 15 then popped, then upped to 20. Then Practical talked about wanting to do more, so I bumped mine to 30. So actually, I feel the burn more. Are you actually doing, Panda? I've yet to see you do 30 push-ups. Seems sus, right? Panda's always like telling me to do push-ups, and then when the time comes, I don't know. Like off stream, Panda apparently does all these push-ups off stream. I don't know what's happening on stream though. Can't really focus well right now, and I want to make more of my game. So if you can't focus on your game, I mean, what I do usually when I can't focus is I just do like other tasks that maybe aren't nearly as, that require less focus. So like for me, it's usually like art or like level design. Those are like my two go-to like relaxation aspects of game dev. I know like you can obviously like art can be a lot of work, but for me, because I'm not that good of an artist, I kind of just like, my idea of doing art is just like, you know, bashing, kit bashing, or when it comes to level design, I mean, level design for me is kind of second nature. I think writing some lore would be a good shout. Yeah, writing lore definitely sounds like something that could be kind of relaxing, except for me. I'm the opposite. Writing lore takes a lot of brain power on my end. But yeah, I feel you there. I wish I liked doing more lore writing. I keep getting flamed for it, but I think tomorrow we're gonna be doing some lore writing, world building especially. But yeah, you know, I never looked at it. Oh my god, there are a lot of people on here right now. Dude, I just saw Godot Engine Official, and I was like, oh shit, Godot Engine Official is on, but it's me. I'm on. That's funny. I'm just curious to see who else is on. Jotson's on. For those of you who don't know Jotson is a software and game developer who made several games, including Dome Keeper and that Ace game. I always forget the name, but watching Practical but getting channel points towards that sweet Steam K, but not get. Oh yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Spider Queen. How does that make you feel? Makes me feel honored. I feel good about it. Oh, Dome Keeper is really good. Yeah, check out Jotson if you don't know them. Look at the pinned chat. Practical. Of course, I'm the one who said to pin that. No expiration. It will be forever held in human records that Godot, the Godot official channel, asked for push-ups, but not only asked for push-ups, but also said a woo. Yeah. All right. I mean. Push-up official. Godot push-up. Godot push-up. Tom Millman. Now what have you done, Tom? Don't worry. Tom, when what are you? Oh wait, I was gonna ask Tom a question. I was like, wait, Tom, when your job, today was your last day, right? The 20. Oh, why did I think 24? Hi Yag. Hi P Gorley. P Gorley also is an awesome streamer, although they go by the name of P Jorley usually. PJORLEY is their main channel oftentimes, as well as a bunch of other aliases. So we have our hit animation, but there are still a bunch of other things we need to do. Let me see here. So we've entered the woo state. And we've broken it. I think because we're saying player hit, that's why. So we're entering the death state, but we're not actually bouncing. All right. Honestly, I think we're kind of like, I'm feeling a little bit of the burnout with working on creating all these mechanics. I think we will call it here, actually. But it's been fun, people. We'll try to find out someone to raid. But yeah, my name is Practical NPC. If you haven't heard of me, yeah, that's my game. Honestly, if you would like to wishlist my game, it would be greatly appreciated. I hope to be here more often. This has been a lot of fun. Yeah, I'll show you guys the trailer for Memori. We haven't really shown much of it. Maybe next time I'll show more of the development of Memori. I thought this would be more exciting if people saw, like, you know, just a project from start to finish. But yeah, here's the trailer. But yeah, a wish list would be greatly appreciated. And if you'd like to check out more of my development, you can find that here. That's my usual channel page. P, start the raid fast. We'll see. I think we might go for Jotson. We'll see who's on right now. We'll see. But Jotson's online. We could go for Jotson. We'll see. We'll see who's on the list. Maybe we can. We can't do polls yet because we're not affiliated. But we'll see. Whoever's the loudest with whoever we pick. Well, maybe that'll be our raid selection this time around. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for modding, Solar. Thank you, everybody. Godot Engine says to raid Jotson. Let's raid Jotson? Okay, we can go for Jotson. Sorry, Beegs. If you were actually planning on streaming. Karma on 3. Thank you. I'm not live. I rated. You rated here, Beegs? Bro, honestly, like, we've been streaming all day. I'm like, my brain, I already forgot. Dude, I keep seeing Godot Engine Official. I'm like, oh, dude, let's go for Godot Engine Official. But apparently, we can't do that next time. Whoever streams on Godot Engine Official next time. All right, we're starting the raid for Jotson. I think we are. I did say /raid Jotson. What happened? Oh, I don't think I can start the raid. Oh, I can. Oh yeah. Godot Engine, you want to do /raid Jotson? This stream has been great. Thanks for having me, Nat. Thanks for having me, everyone at the Godot Foundation. I'm glad I was honored enough. I'm honored. I'm glad I was a valid candidate for the stream. I hope to be here more often. I'd love to see you guys again. And thank you for all the follows on my main channel. And if you wish to listen to my game, I really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow on my main channel. Oh yeah, let's keep this. What else? What other news? I'll see you, Tom. I'll see you, Charles. I'll see you, CX Links, Beegs, Yag. Thank you for all the modding and the support. Vex667. Thank you for the follow. Tumbleweed Official on my main channel as well. Spider Queen. I'll see you. Small Block Boy. Oh my God, this was a lot of fun. I want to do more of these. Yeah, that's my Steam page. Bex, I'll see ya. I know I'm gonna miss people's names. That's just the way it is. But I'll keep Pandacoder. Thank you for the modding as well. AJ Rekov, Marks 33 Azzy, Camilos 321. Oh, 123. Whenever the raid starts, let's do it.